Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness in my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my road, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the
Annie, move your backpack.
weightlessness in my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my road, to see you. And I'll go. And I'll go. And I'll go. I lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness in my soul. Rainy window, gray-colored eyes, got nowhere to go. You're on my mind.
Hi, welcome to day 2 of Lift Together. Thank you so much for joining us. We have about 47 people in the chat, and we're just about to switch it over so that you guys can see the crowdsourced program creation event. Now, this is something interesting and exciting. We've got a couch full of people who can program normally extremely good programs, but today I want you guys following to try to sideline them by donating. So there are a number of donations on the screen that will follow where you can donate to add an exercise, change a number of sets or reps. Um, you can also donate to remove a whole day or add a whole day. Basically, what I want you guys to do is mess with this and try to sideline their efforts as they try to create a normal training approach. So the plan is over the next hour to write a 9-week training approach as they go through this. And here we are. Hey, Faraz, how's it going? Ben's right off to the side here. So thanks for joining. So that's what's going on for this hour. Joe's got a sample athlete written up. I'm going to have him explain exactly what's going on, and I'll be behind the scenes over here reading donations and sending the donations over to them so that they know what to do. Okay, you guys are good to go over there.
All right. What's up, guys? Welcome to Lift Together Day 2. We're really excited to be here doing a little sample program for you guys. We have a little sort of fake athlete profile that we've came up with that we're going to be programming for, and you guys get to mess with us, so it's going to be pretty fun. So I'm just going to read it off just so we have the information. So this is a female lifter.
And I'm just going to take notes on kind of the profile of the athlete so you can see it on the screen because this is on Joe's computer, which isn't on the stream. So just you want to pay attention to what we're putting down from notes purposes is all.
She's 22. She's been powerlifting for 2 years. She's currently 65 kilos and is maintaining her body weight.
This keyboard sucks, man.
Complain to Bryce.
Right, carry on.
Current maxes are a 120 kilo squat, a 55 kg bench, and a 145 kg deadlift. And current training, or training frequency rather, she's squatting twice a week. She's benching 3 times a week and deadlifting once a week. And she's currently experiencing some knee pain with higher intensities in the squat. She is a max grip bencher with a medium-sized arch. And she is a conventional puller and has some issues with backgrounding off the floor with heavy weight.
Do we know whether that is upper or lower backgrounding?
Lower.
Cool, the best kind.
That's kind of
And probably most importantly, her meet is in 9 weeks.
$9 weeks. Okay.
All right, so that's what we're working with. Got a lot of really experienced coaches on the couch here, so we're just going to put our heads together and try to create the best program we can.
Cool.
So everyone, how many days a week are we going to
Start there.
Do we know how many days per week she's currently training?
4.
4. Okay.
One of my thoughts right off the bat to address the knees, probably look at dropping it 3 days a week and only squat once a week. Change deadlift to twice a week so you can remove some of the knee pain and then also have an additional opportunity to address the low back grounding.
No. It's not a bad thought, Ross. I guess I'll follow up. I would probably say I would want to. I would agree with you there. I think that resting a little bit more, because usually when you're experiencing some knee pain, most of the time you can probably get it to be reduced just by having the athlete rest a little bit more. And it's, there's no at least known issues with her squat. So, reducing the frequency probably wouldn't hurt her technique at all.
I know this is completely hypothetical, but how much volume is she doing on the 2 squat days? Because like, is her knee pain there because it's getting exacerbated by all the volume she's doing, or is it something that would be there regardless of the amount of volume that's being performed?
So my thought when I was making this up was just generally it's a weight mediated thing. So it seems like she can do volume no issue, but if the weight goes over a certain amount, she'll
Right.
experience some pain.
Well, I'm wondering if the amount of volume that she's like, if we were to reduce her volume, would this issue go away? Like, it might not bother her performing volume, but the volume could still be contributing to the knee pain.
Sure.
So, I mean, we can pretend that that's not the case. Because I was
We got to pick one.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say we could just like, if it's a matter of just reducing squat volume significantly and limiting the exposures to
Yeah.
higher intensities, then
It could.
that might be all it takes.
Yeah. It could simply just be like an absolute load thing.
Speaking anecdotally, when I've experienced athletes that have kind of an absolute load relative issue in their lift, it tends to be more related to how they warm up than it is about the volume they're using. Volume related overuse injuries tend to occur from the bottom to the top of the intensity spectrum. So if you have knee pain from squatting 5 days a week and doing 10 sets of 10 every day, obviously an extreme example, but you would get knee pain from that, by the way. But if you had knee pain from something like that, usually it's dose dependent. Most overuse injuries tend to be dose dependent. So in this case, this strikes me as something related to a lack of warm up more than anything, which I've seen so many times, particularly in people that fall into this demographic, new to powerlifting, not a huge amount of training experience, haven't really experienced injuries before, and probably don't warm up adequately for their training. So the first question I would ask her is, what are you doing to warm up before training? And based on her answer to that question, that would give me better information about the decision to make with regards to training. So if she's doing a super extensive warm up, if she's riding on a bike, walking on a treadmill, using an elliptical, something before training to actually get blood flow into those tissues in her legs before actually getting under a bar and sitting into a deep knee bend, and she is doing that, then I think reducing frequency would probably be a good solution.
Agreed.
If she's not doing that, I almost think that you wouldn't want to make any changes to her squat frequency. The first thing I would start with is probably just throwing in 10 or 15 minutes on a bike with some medium to high resistance, low intensity for prior to every training session.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you 99 out of 100 athletes are probably going to have that knee pain very early the first day that they add that to their training. So it's, obviously everybody's different. Maybe 99 out of 100 is an exaggeration, but I've used this many times and I find it's highly effective. So that's probably what I would start with.
Let's put that in as like a suggested warm up.
Just to add on to that, I think that one of the things that's really struck out to me is that the athlete experiences the pain at a certain point. So what was it? 90 kilos, right?
Yeah, 75.
So can we talk about it being about 75%? So my concern would be, does something in her squat pattern change once she gets to that 70% range?
Yep.
Meaning can she maintain the same position, execution, stability, all those factors that she can with less than 75%? She can maintain that thereafter when she crosses that barrier, right?
Mhm.
So at that point, there's a change in execution, and that change may be another reason on top of the accumulation of volume or total volume that is leading to that knee pain, right?
Right.
So
It's
that,
definitely a very real scenario for
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
two-year lifter.
Now, did we decide, are we keeping her at 4 days a week?
Total?
I think we could.
I think we
continue?
can. We could
Okay.
change. It's one of those things where 4 to 6 is just longer and shorter sessions, mostly
Mhm.
the same thing, right? It's
And I suppose it's all anecdotal, right? Yeah. We don't really know
Let,
what we
Just
do.
want to get it right for Sally.
for simplicity for Sally, let's just say that her work schedule only allows her 4 days to
4 days
train
a
per week, but let's say she's
Mhm.
not time constrained in those 4 days, so we don't need to worry too much about that.
4 hours.
So yeah,
That
she can be in the gym 4 days, but
Surprise
for as
those
long
months.
as she needs
Yep.
to be.
Okay.
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 All right,
Got
so let's start with 4 days a week. That's our basis
So we're 9 weeks
that we're
out.
going to build
Day
from.
1.
So
Day 1, 9 weeks.
yeah, let's just say day 1.
Are we supposed to be doing like a full 9 weeks, or is it just like a microcycle?
It's as much as you can get through.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'm trying to think how should I lay this out so that it's easier to
So we're looking.
columns or
let's
rows.
start with lower body. to start.
Oh, you mean in terms of like maybe the other way, like day 1, day
Do you
2.
do Command C on an Apple to copy?
Yes.
I'd have the same problem.
I recently switched.
Oh,
and
shit.
The keyboard
Nope.
is just throwing me off.
Just
so much.
power
Switch
button.
to
Not exactly
Yeah.
to Mac. Yeah, from a PC, and I was just making typos all over the place. Yes, keyboard's different.
There you go.
Yeah, perfect.
That'll work.
All right.
Do-
All right. So, if we're going to maintain, so are we going to assume that increasing the warm up does or does not alleviate her knee pain?
Let's say it does.
Let's
Make that.
That it does?
Let's
Yeah,
make that
let's do
call.
All right.
Because I mean, your point's very valid, and I think it's very real.
It's super common.
Yeah,
Super.
and without it being a real person where we can't see what's actually happening at this weight.
I think
Yeah.
a combo of applying both your two ideas as far as like having breakdown after that intensity, so that we can look at it from that consideration.
Yeah.
Of
Mhm.
What do you
increasing
do?
technical proficiency across the block and the warm up helping with that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we'll maintain squatting twice a week. Do you guys want to do it every other day, day 1, day 3?
I think that's good.
Yeah.
That works. Yeah, that's what I would do in this case.
Are these 4 straight days?
You know, I don't really know about their sexual preference.
So she's got
days.
three off days. Okay.
Yeah, and that's
Ideally, a rest day in between all those would be awesome.
I would
Yeah,
go
well,
for it.
Between the
Yeah.
squat sessions.
I mean, if she's got 3 days.
I mean, we could even do day 1 and 4.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
just
would
spread
say
it out
yeah,
over
day
that
one
would
and
give her
Type in which
more
day
rest
does
in
stay.
between
Yeah.
each exposure.
Something like that.
I think that would be good.
So on day 3 bench, day 6 deadlift,
You would-
and then another
She's
day is going to have to
benching-
be a squat and bench day.
She's benching 3 times.
In my mind, we definitely would want to prioritize the rest around the squat because that's the lift that
Bench.
is
Fine.
causing some issues.
Day
Right,
1
so
and
maybe
6.
day 1 is both
Yeah.
Bench.
squat or bench. Yeah.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yeah, that's
I don't want to interrupt
go.
them too much, but just letting you guys know I'm
So
here.
this starts
and
us
hopefully
out
you
with
can
the
see on
frequency that she's
screen
currently doing.
some of what they
Yes,
see on that laptop in front of
You
them.
also flip
as they're
day
looking
4
through
and
this.
Day 6 everyone, so that maybe. Well,
Oh,
So
you
the squats are spread out.
I was just thinking if.
Hey,
even-
Angie, what's going
even
on?
more.
Good.
There
You
would
get-
only
you get
be-
3
there would
days in
only be
between.
1 day between squats if we did that.
Right.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah,
And
I would-
I
Yeah.
wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah, you get 2 days of rest.
for a minute there.
Yeah, let's stick with this for now.
Let's also just assume, for the sake of argument, that she's still making reasonable progress on this level of frequency. Like we don't really need to.
I mean,
adjust that.
given her body weight and her bench max, I honestly would by default push her up to
I
a
agree.
4-day frequency.
I agree.
Something I've observed, especially in a lot of lightweight female lifters and lightweight male lifters. And Rodrigo, you're a lightweight male lifter. You may have experienced this. Higher frequency because of the lower max relative to body weight, the amount of volume you can accumulate at 80% of your intensity on average in training, or 80% of your max for average intensity in training, is just lower per set. So to get an adequate training,
is the
volume, a
ghost
lot
of
times
Bryce
need more
with you
exposure,
guys.
not only for volume but also for kind of technical practice and building up that technique, which is one of the big components of bench press. It's an extremely technical lift as you get into those really high levels. So I think a 4th day a week for bench would be good.
Yeah.
I would also
Really-
argue for girls in general, we definitely need a little bit more of a exposure to all the lifts at higher intensities, just by nature of what females typically respond to.
We did.
Bench in general.
Yeah, that works.
Typically seems to recover, handle 4 days a week compared to
Yeah, you can. Your body can
squatting or
tolerate it.
deadlifting
Yeah.
at that frequency.
Cool. All right, so we're definitely bumping up the bench. Do we want a second day of deadlift, or do we not want a second day of deadlift? Let me ask a separate question: is the backgrounding relative to the amount of weight that's on the bar on the deadlift?
Yes.
Okay. So if she has a certain threshold, and this speaks to what Rodrigo was saying, if your squat technique breaks down and you start to experience that knee pain at a certain intensity, odds on you have a similar threshold, not the same percentage, but likewise a threshold that exists in deadlift where you experience that lower backgrounding. And my observation with regards to technical breakdowns like this, a lot of times there's a threshold where if you train beneath that, you're able to not have that occur. And the more time you spend beneath that threshold, the higher it gets relative to your max. Obviously, you're getting stronger, but the gap between where you have that breakdown and what your actual max lift is gets smaller and smaller.
Yeah. So my thought here originally with the 1 times pulling that she's doing was she feels like she's especially with the background, and she's having issues kind of recovering from the deadlifts. That's
Mhm.
the first thing that I would ask about. Like, it's kind of common these days to see people pull or do any of the lifts at least more than once per week. So if she's not having that issue, then yeah, that would be the first thing that I would want to do, would be getting her deadlifting a little bit more often so she can have more successful sessions, and exactly what you said, keep them below that certain threshold so that she just feels a little bit more confident in her lift overall.
So what do you guys think? Do we want an SBD day, or do we want to put it on day 3 after bench?
Well, before we answer that question, what I was also wondering was
Or-
that backgrounding with the conventional deadlift.
Mm.
Was there a specific threshold at which the result is the backgrounding, or is it
I think I said 120 kg.
120 kg?
Do we?
For the deadlift.
Yeah.
So that's a lot closer to the estimated 1RM of 145
Yeah.
kg.
Closer.
Okay.
What's the percentage on that?
That's what I was.
It's 25 over 145. I don't know. It's a 6.
80,
It's like
83%?
85% or so. Yeah.
Okay.
What if?
So then, if you were going to increase the frequency to get more practice under that threshold, or would you just simply just bring the threshold of that particular deadlift session down below that threshold? Very similar to the squat.
I mean, with high frequency training, I don't think you're going to be doing a lot of deadlifting above 85% anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
In general, squatting twice a week, benching all these days per week, we're probably going to work on improving her arch. We're going to be beating up her lower back pretty bad. So, I don't know that we can do a good amount of volume, but in terms of intensity for deadlift, I tend to stay away from that for regular time of training.
One of the things you can do too with that is probably look at just like muscular development and use like a supplemental type of lift, either like
That's what I was
Romanian
gonna-
deadlift or
So-
stiff
or
leg
something
or-
along those lines to
I
very
think-
weak muscle groups.
Exactly.
I like that. RDL, stiff like deadlift.
Yeah, so I think when we see rounding, sometimes it's a motor control issue, and other times it's like a glute weakness issue, like
Especially off the floor.
yeah. And so getting them to practice a lift that requires, like, you can't do an RDL with a rounded lumbar spine, you can, but
You sure can.
If you try real hard.
If you're
but
listening, don't do this.
it really emphasizes that position and also would strengthen glutes and focus on development.
yeah.
So what I was thinking, you could take day 3 bench, put it on day 2 with whatever deadlift pattern we decide to do, and then have day 3 be a rest,
Okay.
and that would keep everything spread out.
Yeah, I like
Yeah, I
that.
like
And you
that.
have an
Okay.
easy bench on day 1, and you have maybe your primary upper body bench on day
Yeah.
2 before the RDLs, or something like that.
That's a good goal.
Are we all good with RDL?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. RDL's fine.
Maybe as the meet gets closer, we can
Make it a day
transition it
two
over to
An actual
Yeah,
Like a speed pull or
Yeah.
something, something
to
light,
practice.
So
lower intensity.
essentially like a 1.5 deadlift frequency to start, and then up to 2 as we get closer. Oh,
Cool. Let's start with Ross.
Quickly.
I'm Ross Lepola. I guess I coach for Reactive Training Systems. Been doing that and working for them for 3 years now. So background is in civil engineering, transition to coaching full time, and now I get to do fun shit like this.
Fun shit. Cheers. to
Yeah.
that.
I'm Bonnie Schroeder. I've been coaching powerlifting for about 6 years now. Background in track and field, bodybuilding, cross country, CrossFit, a lot of things. And I work with one-on-one clients now. Also have an online subscription training where you can follow along with my workouts.
I'm Joe Sanik. I'm one of the coaches at the Strength Athlete. I've been coaching for too many years now. I've been lucky enough to work with all kinds of athletes, from brand new lifters all the way up to world record holders. It's pretty much all I do.
I'm Brian Miner. I own my own coaching company. Been powerlifting since 2011. Compete in natural bodybuilding. Live here in Fort Collins, so I didn't have to go anywhere for this.
It's the only reason Brian's here.
Yeah, realistic. If this was somewhere else, I'd love to come.
We'd love to be there, Dad. But did you have
That's
anything else to add?
What was your company?
Just BD Minor coaching.
BD Minor Coaching. I'm Hanny Jazzarelli, also a coach of the Strength Athlete. Been competing and coaching for quite a while now as well. Worked with all kinds of athletes, and cases like this that have challenges are honestly my favorite because they get us thinking. A lot of what we do in coaching when athletes are easy to work with is kind of repetitive and mundane. So the more interesting athletes that challenge us to think outside of the box, I think, are more rewarding for me.
Agreed.
Like Ross, I was an engineer before. I'm a mechanical engineer, and didn't really enjoy hating myself, so I to quit that field. And now I sell real estate too. So anyway, that's me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, I'm not a civil engineer or engineer in general. My name is Rodrigo Manzo. I have my bachelor's degree in nutrition and dietetics, future registered dietitian. I also have my own coaching company, Greater Human Performance. I'm also the 66 kg national champion of 2019. And yeah, I'm very happy to be here.
Oh yeah.
Subtle flex, dude. You're better than us. But that actually is good that you have that degree in nutrition and dietetics, because then we can talk a little bit about her nutrition as well. Let's stick to the program for now, but if we get to it before the end, then we can look a little bit at the decisions she's making with her food and maybe how that'll inform her recovery and thus her training.
Yeah, so she's 9 weeks out of competing in what weight class?
63.
63.
63?
That's
Okay.
good now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second.
Wait, can we say she's going to compete as an 84 and just gain it?
You throw that out there, someone's gonna suggest it.
Right.
She's looking.
Please suggest that.
Yeah,
Please.
Yeah, exactly.
So do we want to dive
Someone-
into
someone
the-
suggested
Let's say
we
she.
get the 84.
How do you take care of the knee pain?
Yeah.
Your food.
I think
More
let's
weight
say
on
she's
your
not
joints.
dieting into it, just because I think.
Well, there's no
that
weight
should be
changes, right?
discouraging.
Yeah,
Anyways.
exactly. Like
Yeah.
that's what I said before. Like
No
she's,
weight changes.
Yeah, she's
No weight
like-
changes.
Okay, so she's
maintaining-
not cutting weight.
Yeah,
She's
Let's
just-
say it's a first meet. She's going to walk on and compete at whatever body weight she is.
Which is what
She
is
should do.
recommended.
Yes.
She has 2
Okay,
years
so-
experience.
she's with 2 years.
First meet?
Training. 2 years
Oh,
experience training.
I said 2 years of powerlifting.
Training for powerlifting. That doesn't mean that she's
Is this her first meet?
No, I mean I didn't intend it to be a first meet. But
So are you a bodybuilder? Just
Well, whatever.
You're being a real asshole.
She's gonna compete at
Let-
65.
let's say she just doesn't want to cut for this because it's not an important competition.
Okay.
So we'll just say that.
You're
And we'll
making the
probably run
hard
out of time
decisions
before
for
we-
us all.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly.
It's been 55 minutes and we've got this.
We got about a half hour
Got it.
Okay,
left,
so
by
we
the way,
need to
guys.
start talking
All right.
reps.
Yeah, we got it.
Movement variation.
Yeah, so let's think variations
Yes.
on the squats. Are we going to go basic, like a comp squat and a pause squat, comp squat twice a week? We can go an off stance variation, but she has knee pain, so high bar.
One
probably is
question that
first.
I did have regarding that was that are there specific movements that she can do without knee
Yeah.
pain at relatively higher intensity?
So I was gonna say maybe we do something like a tempo squat. That's usually my go-to if too much heavy squatting is a pain in the knees, especially because
That
eccentric
caps
loading
intensity on the
can help
corner.
that out.
It's a self-loading variation.
Yeah, and-
excuse me, self-limiting variation. We like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Do it.
Do you want to have that as a variation on day
Eccentric.
1,
Yeah.
or is day 4 squat a tempo day?
Well, day 1 probably be the main day because it's the
Mhm.
first day of
Yeah.
the week. Hopefully they're
I think that'd be.
I'll leave that as a comp
Bit
squat.
fresh.
I'd leave that as
Yeah.
a comp squat,
And
and
then
maybe day 4 be the tempo,
Yeah.
because it's going to be less taxing for deadlifts.
Yeah,
2 days
that's
later.
a that's a good
great
point.
point. You want to make it 6?
Yeah.
6 county eccentric.
Let's get this out there. You probably don't need to do 6-second
No,
eccentrics
no.
unless you're like
No.
injured.
Let's write all this up.
Ooh, look at you typing the full word out.
Well, people are gonna see what we're writing here.
Yeah, we got you on time, B.
This is exactly what it looks like when we write your 12-week programs. By the way, it takes this.
Takes time.
Yep.
We have a whole panel. But
Where can
All
you
of the strength athletes.
this is how long it takes to write the first week.
Yeah, this
Um,
yeah.
All right, cool. So we got squat ironed out. Let's think bench in terms of variation. She benches with a max grip,
Mhm.
but she also benches with a medium arch.
Mhm.
So that's that kind of. There's not so much of a parallel, where rather there's a little bit of a misalignment there. Typically, when you see those max grips on lightweight females, you start to see those high arches.
Mhm.
Kind of. I've got about a mid arch and a max grip. So, I mean,
So we need
It
to work on
doesn't-
your arch.
But they don't have they don't, they don't, they don't have to
By
go
back.
together, right? It's one of those things where you're
Yeah.
trying to minimize range of motion.
course.
You can
Mhm.
just typically get more out of a max grip with
Mhm.
your arch if you're mobile enough.
Right.
That's the
makes
limitation.
sense.
I think we can. Yeah, I think the max grip may just impact the amount of volume she can handle.
Absolutely.
So
I think having a grip variation in there is a good idea too. Then.
I
I
suppose
took the words right out of my
that.
mouth.
And for the first part of this training block, I typically like to go with a feet up bench press variation of some kind. Just to limit the weight on the bar.
Chest strength.
Prioritize chest strength.
It's your limiting factor on a bench. There's the power off of chest. So
Yeah, and I think the
especially with
narrow
wide grip.
option to
Yeah.
hit triceps a little bit more since she's wide all the time.
I think that's a good call.
So would we want to stick with day one being comp bench also?
Well, with bench the day after, as it's laid out right now,
Oh yeah, because it's
I
going
would
to be
lean
a
towards
one
it.
day in between there,
we would lean
right?
towards comp bench, or you could maybe even go with a long pause bench at like a low RPE. So it's going to be very self-limiting. You're not going to have a lot of recovery demand before your biggest bench day of the week on day 2.
I was going to suggest a pause bench.
Long
Just-
pause.
Just wide grips. Usually, there's some stability that can be
Yeah.
benefited from.
Oh yeah, that's a big thing to think about. Long pause on wide grip benches because you start to get that little bit of ball oscillation depending on whether they let the bar sink or do a soft touch.
Yep.
So let's do long pause day one.
All right,
Is too long enough? That really?
let's go
We'll
through
do
this.
6.
Let's just make it
7
10.
counts. Just hang out down there.
A 3 count usually ends up being like
25 count. No, Hanny,
Two.
that's for when somebody donates.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just go with
3
3
count.
count.
Okay.
Call
Three-
it a
three
nice.
counts.
3 counts.
All right.
Week 2, like progressing along the week,
Is
starting with 3 count and reducing to 2 count to increase that specificity as you.
And you also get more weight on the bar that way.
So
Yeah.
then
It's a good way to intensify. Is getting more
Day
specific.
4 bench.
So day 4, you got bench after squatting, which I do think is an understated component of this training program, is that you're getting that exposure to benching after squatting. Pretty
Mhm.
important.
Which is extremely important.
what is their heavy bench day?
Comp bench.
see, I'm on the boat of
In
switching.
fact, I feel like
Yeah.
you would want to be like have a rest day preceding the. I mean, that's how I would normally program. I mean, I might program competition bench,
First, and then maybe have
maybe have
So-
the 3 count,
the secondary day.
or I
think-
might even
I
have
think
the
you're-
competition bench on day
Day 4 or
6.
day 6.
Yeah,
Because both of those are going to have a full rest day.
yeah, maybe even day
Before.
4 since it's after squat.
Typically, I put comp bench right after comp squat.
For that.
Okay,
Just
it's a
'cause
good.
I mean, that's what you're going to do in a meet.
Well, let me ask you this:
Position
agree?
Right.
What's the advantage of doing competition bench on day 2
After a long
versus day
pause
1?
day.
So this is strictly based on what I've seen, is that a lot of times when you have people doing a comp low bar squat followed by their heaviest bench session of the week, there tends to be a buildup of bicep pain over the time. Not everybody. This may not be the case with her, but I've just started shifting it around because of that.
Think about day 4 then.
I would probably
comp bench?
go day 4 or day
train-
6 if you want to the train didn't like that.
Different kind of train.
I would probably if we were going to move it, if it was up to me, if we had to have it on a different day, I would probably default to day 6
6.
and then make probably day 4 the second heaviest bench day of the week, or day 2 the second heaviest bench day of the week, and then kind of build your light days into the other 2.
So I'm kind of with Hanny in that I would rather keep the competition bench where it is. I just kind of find that having the heavy lifts on different days tends to create a little bit more momentum through training.
Sure.
Sometimes, especially like this is a newer lifter, if they're getting a little too hyped on one day, that can make one day really, really exhausting. So I don't know, especially with newer lifters, I kind of like to keep them a little bit more separate.
Personally,
that's
I
just a
would say
personal
that
preference.
the first bench press session is going to affect the
I
second being
agree.
the competition bench.
Yeah. I'm
So I would swap the 2, meaning the competition with the competition squat with the competition bench, and then day 2 being the 3 count to maybe accumulate more volume that's lower intensity because it's capped by the 3 count. But if we don't want to go that route, then I would actually switch the competition bench on day 2 to day 4 and make the tempo squat the second movement.
Start
Actually,
bench.
I like that. We could
I
do
like
that.
Mhm.
Because I don't think the bench is going to affect the tempo squat thereafter to a significant degree as far as energy wise.
Yeah, and it's not really our primary
Right.
squat, so we're not as worried about it.
Yeah, that's going to be a primary bench day instead.
Yep, that's
So
good.
day 2 bench
That would be like your
could
variation.
be a variation.
Yep, okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I think a close grip's a good idea. And then bench on day 6.
Feet up,
Larson press.
Yeah, let's do
yeah.
Larson.
maybe a mid grip.
Yep.
Make it even harder.
God, I'm having all the typos today.
The only thing with that then
Maybe
is you also get away from, you make it a little bit less pec dominant.
Right, because it's neglected with a really wide grip competition bench.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned
But
earlier,
you're also. Oh, go ahead and finish.
Well, I was just mentioning that earlier. He mentioned that if you're going to go really wide,
Yeah.
then the main movements the main movers are going to be your chest,
Yeah.
maybe anterior shoulders, right?
Yeah.
Versus not allowing for a lot of tricep work. But that's why we have the close grip.
I think
bench.
another thing that's overlooked with that is the range of motion is going to be beneficial for development too. So,
and especially with like a lot of females in particular tend to lack upper body muscle. So having things that promote muscular growth is going to be great.
So let me give you guys a counterpoint here. We could almost switch feet up bench press and 3 count pause bench. And because of the fact that competition squat's obviously going to take a good bit out of the lower back, feet up bench press tends to be a little easier on it than getting yourself into the arch for the 3 count. Yeah. And then we can make that the mid-intensity day of the week. That's like the second priority bench day. And then we have the easier day on day 2 prior to the rest day, which kind of gives you a nice load up on recovery before your heaviest bench day of the week.
Yeah.
And then after your heaviest bench day of the week, you end up being followed by what is going to be your easiest bench day of the week in terms of top intensity with the 3 count pause bench. So I think switching those ends up being beneficial.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
If you're a coach and you experience this high amount of back and forth, let us know.
This is what goes on in my head every
I'm
time.
not used to doing it with a group.
Right. A panel.
I'm the only one who like talks to himself and has these discussions.
Yeah.
And do we want to get accessory work these days, or do we want to get into like reps, percentages, reps?
we probably should
Supplemental work.
Yeah, we should.
I don't think we settled on deadlift what we were going to do before we worried about that.
RDO.
We did.
Yeah,
No,
we
you
did.
know,
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
right.
the
You're
RDO.
absolutely right.
And then maybe as we get closer, transition.
I almost might for the first part of this training and like let's say the first 4 weeks, I almost might include pause deadlift as the primary movement on day 6. Self-limiting, it'll keep her below that threshold of intensity that she has that backgrounding, and it's a technical issue that's going to force her to that movement. Probably the most valuable part of powerlifting is going to be the pause deadlift. I think it's just going to have the highest return on investment in terms of increasing her max, improving her technical proficiency. She's probably lacking. We can throw in a couple of volume sets for that as well that are also going to be below that threshold, but I think pauses will be good. You guys good with that?
Pause is the main movement.
Yeah, as the main movement on day 6.
Yeah, I think
I like that a lot, actually.
I think like it's not like we're particularly worried about the muscular growth component of it because we have RDLs for that. So I think that's a perfect call.
And then if we add in appropriate accessory or supplemental work, I think that would only further increase that muscular
And then
efficiency.
in the second block, we could move the pause deadlift to day 2, nice and late, like triples at 50% or something, and then have day 6 be the comp deadlift with a bigger focus on intensity, ramping up as we get closer to the competition.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Look, we should start some sets and reps here because we got about 15 minutes left.
All right.
Okay.
What are we thinking?
For squats?
Start 18 weeks out.
So we're probably in a
A good amount of time.
yeah we're essentially in a volume block this first go around.
Yeah, she's still gonna be doing reps here. So comp squat.
So we just gotta.
We're doing top sets. I guess she's limited with her.
We can't
Like top sets when you're further out relative to like.
if we pick the right amount of reps and the correct RPE, like a set of 5 at 6 or 7 is going to be below that threshold.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For the sake of a volume.
Well, I think a top set might not be a good idea on squats.
And then
Yeah.
So what do we want to do? Straight sets? We're starting the volume block. You guys want to start with 8s, 10s, 6s? Should we do singles? 30 singles? Or
30
I was
singles.
thinking 50. 50 singles at 45.
Sixes might be good.
62%? 6s? Everybody want to do 6s? We good with that?
So
I think we can.
I'm
get
a
behind.
huge fan of top sets leading into like a meet prep and then maybe transitioning into singles thereafter to get more specific.
Mhm.
So for me, I would suggest maybe a top set for the competition day with straight sets on the secondary being the tempo squat day.
The only challenge we face there is because of the fact that she has that intensity limitation. You would have to either choose an extremely conservative RPE or a high number of reps for the top set, which I don't have a problem with.
Were
but
we operating under the assumption that the warm-up protocols solved the knee issue?
yes, we were.
Yeah. So we could probably.
So we are good
Push
to
it
go.
a little. Yeah, don't have to worry about that
Redlining.
anymore. She's good.
I would still argue that we might want to at least kind of ease her into the top sets as far as
Right.
the
You could
RPE
even
goes.
you could even do a top set Yeah, something like that. Or
Yeah.
whatever the number is of her back off sets. Like if she's doing sets of 5, you could do like a 5 at an 8 and then 5 at a 6. After
Yeah.
that.
I could see that.
So
My
you guys,
thought too of that is like, if this is like a
Fast.
walk, we probably want to get into singles sooner rather than later.
yeah, we could go like
You know,
3, 2,
higher
1.
rep stuff should come in the block before.
Because we could even use this first block to transition down into like singles for the last block.
I do that pretty often. I'll go like 3, 2, 1, 1 deload peaking block.
Yeah, we could. I mean, we have. In my opinion, this is a little bit less time than I would have on average with any given athlete. So, assuming that we just got this athlete today, I think that would be a good strategy.
So are we good with starting with triples?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
What do we think? And then sixes. Everybody good with sixes?
I like that.
6 is out.
Do we want to do
Sally,
Well, Sally doesn't. Get Sally's paying for coaching, so she gets to do what we say.
Right.
And what are we thinking? Are we going to go straight intensity, or are we going to do a drop off of the top set?
I
I
would
would, I would
Yeah.
use
So
something
maybe
relative to
A triple at 6 is going to fall somewhere around the range of 80%, 82, 83%.
That's
So
42%.
starting
That's
intensity range for sixes is right in that 72, 74 range. So
Yeah,
what is
especially
that?
for like a
Maybe a
female, it's right about
10%
there.
drop.
10% drop?
Yep. Cool. Like that.
All right. So
in load or in percent. Whatever.
For back off
load.
load.
So
10% off of where she did
from
the
from
triple.
100, she would go to 90.
Just making sure.
Get up bench press.
As it
Mid,
happens, it works out to be the same for this, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's-
Uh,
is that a mid grip? Is that what's behind that?
yeah, that's mid grip. Sorry,
Okay.
these things would expand when you type. So feet up bench press mid grip. We said this is going to be the moderately challenging day of the week. So we'll go with a mid rep range.
It's tens.
It's I'm good with it. It's 8 top set, 10 drop set.
Yeah,
I like that for the feet up bench press also.
be the higher volume day.
Well, everyone, I actually have to get ready for the next event.
Right.
So,
Hey, you enjoy
We'll
your
see you next
weightlifting, dude.
well, I'll see you all there.
So what are we
Stuff.
what are we thinking for top set intensity? 7.5, 8.
I would probably keep it there. Yeah.
You could do 7 to 8 with that.
We could
That's typically where I go as well.
we'll say 7.5. Be right in the middle, and then we'll say what 2, 3 sets of 10.
Yeah.
I would probably default to 3, but what about you guys?
If this is an intro week, I would probably go 2. But if we're just talking in general, we go 2.
Let's assume that this is a follow up of another volume block, and she doesn't need an intro week.
There you go.
And then drop percent from 8 to 7.5 to 10s. I would probably start at 10 for this day.
10%.
Yeah, if they're straight sets.
All right.
Cool.
Close grip bench press day 2. This is going to be not the lightest, but the second to lightest day of the week on bench press, right?
Yep.
You're going to bring in a little bit of fatigue or a little bit of recovery challenge from that day prior to it.
Yeah.
So I might go with a more modest amount of volume, slightly higher RPE.
I think that's fair.
The only thing with that,
This to me would probably be the lightest.
I would normally have, like Bonnie said,
We could go the lightest. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
something that, I mean, a close grip bench is usually like a developmental move. Like it's sort of hypertrophy. But if you have that preceding your competition bench, you could be carrying DOMs or muscle damage into that day.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Well, we won't change it, but it's, I would normally have something less fatiguing preceding the competition days.
So let's just have that as the easiest bench day of the week. It's fine. Either we're good.
Yeah, have that probably moderate rep range.
Sixes.
Early C5s.
And I would almost argue,
5, 6
that
reps.
it would be better for us to make the 3-pound pause bench a little bit harder anyway, because that might have a little bit of transfer that way. Because it's very easy to 3-count pause super lightweight.
Yes.
But if you give it a little bit more moderate, it's probably
More
have better
heavy
transfer that way.
pause day.
So we can go top set of 5 at 6, couple sets of 5, 10% dropped off that thereafter.
Yeah.
So your finishing RPE is probably going to be in that 6 to 7 range, right where you want to be if she sucks up all that volume. Also, we didn't account for the fact that we are introducing an additional day of frequency here.
Mhm.
So we kind of want to introduce that
Yeah.
pretty low demand.
Right.
The RDLs I would have in a higher rep,
Yeah, I agree with that.
especially since you're using that to supplement.
Yeah, 6 to 10
Yeah,
maybe.
day.
I'd give them like a rep range and a set RPE.
So we could go strict RPE on this, maybe 8 to 12 reps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 sets.
Range 8 to 12. Yeah, especially in a block like this, I'd probably start with leave 12s and taper off to 8s.
Is anybody someone keeping an eye on the comments? Like, are we
Bryce is
supposed to
Yeah, if
change
they
anything?
pop up, they
Okay.
can tell us
So
anything.
we could say 8 to 12 reps, 6 to 7 RPE. So we're looking for some stimulus here, nothing especially heavy because we're going to carry that into that later tempo squat and the primary deadlift day that's going to be a little bit more demanding.
Mhm.
So thinking the comp bench day, I like to bring singles in on bench very early.
Absolutely.
And especially for these female benchers, you can get pretty heavy pretty soon. So I'd be comfortable starting with a single at 8.
Oh yeah.
And then you could almost scale that up to 9.5 by the end of this block.
Yeah.
Do the same thing minus the 9.5 week being the meet week in the subsequent block.
I'm kind of crazy and sometimes give females even multiple top singles, but that would accomplish the same thing, honestly.
So let's say
Do the same.
single at 8 and
Okay,
maybe
bottom
sets
not-
of
No,
4.
you're not the only one. I mean, we might be.
Yeah, we could go
Fours
4s.
would be good.
4s. We good with that?
I think that's a good place to start.
And I would probably default to a pretty fair amount of volume on this day. I would probably go like 5 sets.
Yeah.
5 sets of 4.
And I
5 sets of 2.
excuse me.
Mm.
And I generally would go straight weight on this,
I
but
usually go at 80%.
I find that
E1 or M from that 1 at 8
yeah,
on something like this.
it's so the
Which would be down about 12%.
Yeah.
If you wanted to write it that way.
So the one thing to keep in mind and the challenge we may face with this, and this becomes an observation you have to pay attention to as the coach, depending on the lifter, a lot of times lifters in this experience level, this body weight, this bench max, tend to undershoot those singles a lot. I've had people where I give them a single at 8 prior to 4 sets of 6 with some intensity, and they do the single, and then they go up and wait for the 4 sets of 6. So that's something that you would need to monitor for the athlete. Every athlete's a little bit different. If you find that their singles are appropriate and the drop intensity makes sense for the 5 sets of 4, then we keep it as is. But if you find that the singles end up being below what you want, which a single at 8, you're looking at something minimum 87, maximum 95% usually. And especially on bench press, especially on female bench press, maybe you get to 98, 99% because female bench press singles are just haywire. So depending on that, you might switch that to a straight weight day where you fix that load at 80%, 78%, 84%, whatever it might be, and use some linear increment of 5 or 10 pounds. Well, 2.5 pounds week over week in this case.
Right.
And that's just something to think about. So tempo squats, probably, yep, 3 count descent tempo squats. So we're promoting that blood flow into the knees, helping, again, improve that knee pain over time. Very technically challenging. So it's going to help her to increase that threshold where she has that technical breakdown that Rodrigo was talking about.
Yeah. I would probably default to a pretty moderate rep range with this. Definitely nothing heavy.
6.
I was gonna say a little less than.
Yeah, I was going to suggest like 4 or 5.
Yeah,
Say
that's
3 to
same
4.
We can go 4 top set, 5 drop set.
I think you start going more than 5 and it gets
Yeah.
pretty free.
Yeah, your lungs are just like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the athletes. I've given tempo 8s too.
If we're talking about,
Actually,
being
okay.
this
Yeah,
far out
I've
from
done
a
that once
meet,
before, actually.
I think
Temp
it wouldn't be a bad idea to do some type of supplementary movement here because it's not a ton of volume that we're doing.
No.
Between sets of 6 and sets of 4, whatever.
Well, once we figure out the actual layout of the sets and reps, we can just lay out some accessories to fill in the gaps of overall muscular
Okay.
work.
Not to rush us, guys, but we've got like 7 minutes.
That's all right.
Let's finish.
Let's finish at least this 1 week,
Start
and
throwing in next
and
week.
then we'll just adjust this and throw the rep ranges in for like what the first week of the peak block will look like, and the rest is pretty straightforward. So drop sets, we want to stay at 4s, go to 5s.
I would, just because this is kind of meant to be like just a secondary, like almost practice squat day, I would probably keep the rep range the same. And then like Brian kind of brought up, we can address like the muscular metabolic side of things with the accessories. Yeah, that's perfect.
All right.
Okay.
So the pause DL comp DL day, obviously going to end up going to an RPE set there. So let's say for the pause deadlift, I would probably start with like a 4 or 5 here and a drop to another set, 10% or something, followed by a couple sets of 8 or 10 on comp deadlift. So all of that keeps us below that threshold. I wouldn't go any lower than 4 reps because, again, she's got that backgrounding that's relative to intensity. And some people are really great at pauses. They can pretty much pause 95, 98% of their max.
At pizza blood.
Yeah, like Eric. So I would probably go, maybe top set of 5 at RPE 7, drop set of 5 minus 10%, and then I would do a half RPE increment week over week, something like that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
That's it.
I think it's also fair to mention, like, depending on if this were like a male versus a female, we might pick some RPEs a little bit differently too.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is, you know, especially for a first week in a program, this might look a little bit intense for some people. But with this being a girl, I think this is
Which is funny you say that, because I was thinking I normally on pause squat or pause deadlifts default to a higher intensity, higher RPE, just because I really want to force that. But it's also guided with the limitation that you have to perform it perfectly. Like your technique has to
Yeah.
sure.
For sure.
impact the RPE.
Yeah.
It's not just reps in reserve. If you're not perfectly flat back, it's 10.
Mhm.
So
And then comp sets 8 to 10.
Yeah. 2, 3.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say we could even do like have the 8 to 10 intensity, but do less reps and just more sets.
Oh, like 3 sets of 6 at 65% or something.
Or even
4 sets of 6.
I mean, just make it super submax.
I'd be fine with that. I mean, that's what the research is indicating now, anyway, right? The actual relative intensity of the set. It's like there's a minimum threshold.
I mean, it's set if we're doing sets of 8. It's like we're not trying to get a hypertrophy stimulus out of the deadlifts. It's more reinforcing good position. So I
just
think even
kind of understanding.
We could make this day like a miserable 7 by 5.
Oh,
but it, like if you did
two
if you did like
2 pause sets and then 5 by 5 on the.
But if you did something like 70%, you could do something like that and it would be easy, you know? Like you could do,
especially for a girl.
yeah, you could do, and it would give them a lot of, that works.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Yeah, just getting all those reps in is going to be, because obviously
And
she's
they're all fresh.
Yeah.
Like they're,
yeah, she's got some technical issues and just get like I said earlier in this talk, you know, just getting more and more reps in with good technique that you feel confident in. That's just going to make it much easier.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
and
yeah.
then we got the 3 count pause bench press.
Which
Which-
we wanted to be
This is our
fairly
second
intense.
lightest day.
Yeah, so this is like the second lightest day where, you know, and there's different ways we can modulate that intensity, right? Like we could have a high top set RPE and a
That's
lower
what I was thinking.
back offsets, right?
Mhm.
As opposed to like 3 or 4, because usually for these lightweight female athletes, you just got to shovel volume at them. And in this case, again, because we're introducing that 4 times a week frequency, the lighter days of the week might just inherently be less demanding.
But I think just the value in doing a 3 count pause bench, having that like slightly higher intensity top set would be a really good way to do that. And then the back downs are just easier.
So what are we thinking?
something I'd reach for a lot of times, the 3 counts be more like I want an 8 and then a triple at a 8 to 9. And then those drop from that.
I like that.
I like it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. The low drop's gonna have to be pretty decent then if we want to make it, like I said, the second lightest day.
Oh, God damn it.
So like as the intensities get lighter, we're more biasing development in volume.
Something like that. You guys
So-
like a big drip, 15%.
I could get that's kind
Yeah.
of what I was thinking along
Like
the
that.
lines of.
Okay.
What were you gonna say, Brandon?
Oh, I was just gonna say if this is more, you said this is the second lightest day.
I think so.
So
I kind of envision it as the second heaviest.
if you think
Okay,
of
if that's the
overall
case, then I
volume,
think
if you
this-
think of overall volume instead of tonnage on the bar, if you
Right.
think of light and heavy in terms of demand of that session, this isn't a very demanding session. It's just an exposure to that higher
Okay.
RPE, which
So
we know
more moderate.
because of her stats, her weight, her minutes, she could probably hit 95% on bench press every day of the
Yeah.
week and be just fine.
Yeah.
From a recovery standpoint, volume is going to impact her more than intensity on bench.
Mhm.
That would be my default guess for this person. So real quick, we got like a minute and a half left for accessory lifts. Brian was saying something about getting a little bit more.
I think on day 4, maybe like a Bulgarian or she has like a belt squat, something
something
that's
dominant.
quad dominant that's not.
I
hitting your
like the
back.
inclusion of a unilateral exercise.
Yeah,
I support that.
Absolutely.
Except
And
if
we
I'm
were also
programming
talking
for-
about, with the background, maybe some extra glute work in there.
I like that.
I get some
Day
upper back
6,
work in there
maybe.
as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have a row.
Yeah, a row on, maybe one row on one
I
day,
think
and the
the-
other.
the glute thing's important, like Bonnie said.
So
'cause
Yeah.
what
That's what
what
the
day are we
roundings
thinking
are.
for the glute?
I think
focus exercise?
I think you could do that even on days. I think you could do it on day. Well, day 4 is already kind of doing.
And you're
split
gonna
squats.
get those glutes pretty
Yeah,
beat
let's.
up.
I would say
2
maybe
or 6. I think
2 or
you
6.
do it
2
after your
'cause,
deadlifts.
yeah, RDLs are gonna smoke.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
it's
gonna be
good.
pretty trashed after 7x5 on deadlifts too.
Maybe day 2 might be a better
Yeah.
call than.
Either way, I mean,
I think
both,
doesn't
both of those
they
days are gonna
get
trash
away
you
with
pretty.
it. Yeah.
I
We'll
think
just do frog.
what? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Look up frog pumps. But I would probably lean towards day 2 because of the fact that if you smoke yourself on day 6, you only have one rest day before your biggest squat day.
Yeah.
I would
Put-
prefer
For the rows on day 6.
yeah, I'm good with that.
Let's do some glute work on day 2.
What are we thinking? A barbell glute bridge?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I typically default to higher reps on these just
Same.
because people
You
tend to
could
have
do
deep
some
down.
what we did for the RDLs.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Glute day.
And then you said some rows on day 6.
Yeah.
Everyone
Yeah,
needs-
it's some upper back work.
Are we thinking like a dumbbell, a bent row, a chest supported row? I usually go to a chest
I
supported.
was just gonna say I'd go to a chest supported row on this day.
One other thing.
Weights the body weight momentum kind of cheater
Yeah.
reps.
And it saves, you're already toasting your lower back on this day. It's
Very
like
true.
if
Yeah.
you can get it, if you can get a
Give her a barbell
was-
row, who knows? That could irritate things.
I was gonna say one of the aspects that I think for convenience, it's like if you're deadlifting and stripping the weight, sometimes just doing like a pen lay row after that can be
oh yeah.
convenient.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. There's
Yeah, I
benefits
just-
to both. Yeah,
Okay.
chest
Cool.
supported's probably
And
gonna be.
anything else you guys would add accessory wise?
Probably some more upper body, maybe on day 1 after that feet up bench.
Yeah, feet up bench. You could go upper body accessories. I would probably throw in like a
Some
lat pull
dumbbell.
down,
Pull down.
Yeah,
lat
would
pull
be-
down, maybe a bicep, tricep. I usually throw a lot of upper body volume at females because again, that upper
Yeah.
body development tends to
Especially-
lag.
I was just say maybe a
Triceps
little
for her if
a
she's
little
squatting.
shoulder like
Yeah.
like a dumbbell OHP might be good because then you get some triceps in there and you get a little bit of shoulder work.
So dumbbell overhead, lat
Probably
pull down,
Similar to the
try,
exercise.
fold in.
range.
So let's say probably in this case we'll go 2 to 3 sets. We're going to speed up the rest of this. Lat pull down probably 3 to 4 sets. I would probably go 3 to 4 sets on bis and tries as well.
You could even do like arm rows.
Bringing in.
So this
bringing
day's
in-
getting like.
Yeah,
Well, I'd suggest super
yeah. I would.
Yeah.
If this was my program, I would definitely be supersetting that.
right? Just so I'm not
Yeah,
in there for
plow
4
through all.
hours. That and then you go power lift. You can go from
I would probably
That's
throw
our form
in-
of condition.
I usually throw in a rear delt work after almost all bench days, some kind of band pull apart, face pull sort of exercise, unilateral, bilateral.
Yeah.
Just good for shoulder health, and you pretty much can't do too much of
The banded
those.
stuff that's easy to
I
throw
would
in as a
almost move
superset.
that. Not that I disagree with you, but since we're kind of getting some of that from the lat pull down, I would probably put that on another bench day.
I'm going to include it on all the bench days generally.
Oh, all right.
It's just one of those things where I think getting blood flow into that musculature is underserved with pretty much everything we do in powerlifting, because we do everything heavy, and doing it with a band forces you to really kind of challenge yourself in a way that you don't typically. So let's see here. Close grip bench press, RDL, barbell glute bridge.
Only other thing I can think of is maybe some core work.
Yeah, I would throw in core work on both squatting days by default, or both deadlifting days because she experiences greater core dysfunction on her deadlift days than she does on her squat days.
There you go.
So you don't want to bring necessarily core fatigue into those deadlift days.
Yeah.
And everybody loves the ab roller because it's really hard, but most people are not strong enough for the ab roller.
I would go with something like a plank. Honestly.
Yeah, almost like something that challenges the transverse abdominals specifically on one of the days of the week.
Side.
Yeah,
Anything
I
like
love
that.
side planks. I use Russian twists a lot.
Copenhagen planks.
Copenhagen planks are good.
Mm.
I like wood choppers a lot. Anything that's rotation or anti-rotation kind of challenges the muscles we're actually using to stabilize when we're squatting and deadlifting, more so than things with kind of the anterior abdominal muscle. So let's say 3 to 4 sets of core work, and likewise on this other day. The only thing that I would probably want to see added to this program at this point is probably a little more rowing work on one of these days. It's another thing I think you can get away with a ton of. You really can't have too strong of an upper back. Nobody ever looks at a lift and says their upper back is too strong.
Big back.
That's not a thing.
Maybe.
Yeah. We could probably.
Day 4.
Do
That-
rack chins.
That it might help mitigate.
Rack chin's good. Good choice.
Rack chins are always a good choice.
That
It's almost
might,
like a vertical horizontal
It's
row
like
hybrid too.
It's like the hammer strength high row. It's like the
I've never made that comparison before,
Yeah.
but you're absolutely right.
that might help
That's very
mitigate some of the
Yeah.
increase.
They
bench
can't afford
frequency.
Yeah.
/ find that machine version. All right, well, guys, I think we
It's like
put
Harry
together a
Potter.
really fantastic program.
Yeah. Now just 8 more weeks to go.
Yeah,
I think
I think that's our time,
gonna take
guys.
us-
as you get towards the meet, I guess the trend would be increased exercise specificity, increased intensity, and then
Definitely.
reduction in volume
Yes.
at the end.
Drop your top sets. In this case, because she's a lightweight female, we probably can drop off less volume and much later.
Mhm.
Just anecdotally speaking, for people in lightweight classes, and this isn't necessarily specific to just females, anybody just light, like under 70 kilos body weight, typically can keep a ton of volume and intensity in their program all the way up pretty much the week of meet, because their performance tends to drop off real quick. Their technique degrades quickly.
You said drop off tops.
I would
Drop the reps.
I would drop the reps
Okay.
of the top sets.
Yeah.
So maybe during the course of this block, go from triples down to singles, hit some moderate single at the end of this block, deload probably some sort of slightly lighter or slightly heavier single in the deload with a drastic reduction in volume, and then jump into that peaking block with the singles.
Perfect.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for watching us create this program for Sally. I think that's pretty
Sally's
much
gonna
it.
get strong.
So that's
Yeah.
gonna make a ton of progress.
Yeah. I think that's it for us.
Thanks.
Cool.
That's fun.
That was fun. That was cool.
Group program creation is
It's tough.
Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in for that. As you can see, writing 8 weeks of training takes quite a long time. So we're having some problems with the donations. We are sorting that out with Tiltify to make sure that you guys can actually contribute to the campaign. We'll also have a few things that we're raffling off as well. We have a Mark Pro. We have a few of the barbells here that we're going to be using to raffle off. So some brand new bars from Kabuki. We have a trap bar. We have a power bar. We have a Cadillac bar. And we have a safety squat bar. So those will be raffled off in short time, and the raffle will go all the way until the end of Sunday as well. So we're going to switch it over now to our next hour, which is a weightlifting hour. This is a group of people who've never done weightlifting, who are going to learn weightlifting for the first time from someone who's very experienced. We're lucky to have Rachel Crass joining us. Rachel Crass is a local weightlifting coach as well, who has been weightlifting her entire life. Her dad was an Olympian. She has been on the national team multiple times, and her goal is to be the first American athlete to be on the national team for juniors, for open, and for masters as well. So she has a massive set of knowledge, and we're excited to see what she can teach these guys. So I'm going to kick it over to them as we go right there. And as you guys can see the schedule here on the side, we'll have a roundtable after that. And we have some equip training, which I'm going to actually join in on as well. I'm going to throw on a suit, have someone wrap my knees, and see what happens. So thank you guys for joining so much. We're going to get that donation stuff sorted out, and we'll take it from there.
Go ahead and ham it up, man. Let's do this thing.
Should I intro it? Hello. Yeah, go ahead. Hey everyone, my name is Meg Spots. I'm here with some super strong friends. We're gonna turn down the music. Today, powerlifters try weightlifting. It's my first time. Kelsey's never done this before in her life. So we'll see. This is Matt Vincent. Rodrigo's out of frame. Kelsey's here, so hello. And then our coach is gonna coach us.
Yes. All right. So I don't know if they can see me or not. I'm sure.
They can.
Okay. So my name is Rachel Crass. I, was a retired world team member for USA Weightlifting. Have been on every committee under the sun for USA Weightlifting. I've been an athlete rep for 10 years. On the coaching and education committee for a while. I'm now the acting chair of USA Weightlifting's ethics committee. So we're going to make sure everyone is being ethical and wearing their masks today.
Basically,
yeah, so I'm here to show these powerlifters how to do Olympic lifting. So let's go. I have no idea how many people we have. Raise your hand if I'm coaching you today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it looks like. 2 women, 4 guys, and I've never met any of these people before, and now I'm going to teach them how to lift. So in real time, this is how we do things. When a powerlifter comes into our gym and says, we want to learn some Olympic lifting to go in with our powerlifting program, this is literally how we do it. So let's get started. If you are lifting, can you come over here so I can get a general mobility assessment on you guys? So,
Just none.
well, this is a real thing. It's something that we deal with powerlifters all the time. That's why I brought the blocks, and we're going to. All right. So the real quick and dirty assessment that I'm really impressed if anyone passes, so don't feel bad if you suck at it, is in order to teach you a power clean, we need to know if you can rack the bar safely on your shoulders. Because if you cannot get in the front rack, you're asking to blow out your lumbar spine by catching your power cleans like this, or doing crazy things. So if you have a PVC pipe, if you want to get a 20 kilo bar or something like that, that's fine. Just see if you can comfortably wrap the bar on your shoulders. I'm not judging how you get it. Beautiful. Not so bad. Pretty good.
I gotta push it down. There you go. Wasn't even more weight on the bar.
All right, so if you need a little bit of weight on there, that's fine.
Yeah, well,
Okay, so you're my person to either do power snatches, or you can put the bar down. So if you've racked the bar comfortably, which I think you might need a little bit of weight when you're a big guy, so you can put some weight in.
my wrist.
All right, so there's 2 different ways that you can handle if you want to do the Olympic lifts but can't get in the front line. Okay? Either do power snatches instead, because this takes snatches people are scared of. They think it takes way more mobility to do. It's a more scary movement. But for powerlifters, it tends to be more accessible. It's a movement that everyone can kind of do. So you can stick with power snatches, or just do the clean high pull and don't actually rack it. And then your supplemental work would be, okay, work on your front rack position, but you can still do lift offs and high pulls, and the RDL portion of it, low block, still do all of that stuff. Just don't actually rack it, unless don't watch your friends. So that said, knowing that I won't have you rack the bar, if I can talk about power clean, just stop here. Don't actually start racking. Make sure we have one on it. So then the other mobility assessment we do is how comfortable are you lifting anything up off the floor? If you're trying to oh, this is why I sumo deadlift, because I can't pick up anything off the floor, especially with that snatch grip. If you go, oh, well, I'm going to do power snatches because I can't rack a bar. Well, you're also at risk of not being able to get the bar off the floor because that takes more mobility. So we might have to do a combination of block work or hang work, power snatch work, right? So we might have to get a little more creative if you lack that mobility. So grab a bar. We're going to do this 2 different ways. Your clean grip, something slightly wider than the shoulder width apart, conventional deadlift grip, right? It's a little bit different than your conventional setup, and our butt starts a little bit lower, but just make sure you can get into that position. If that's good, widen your hands. You don't really have time to find everyone's proper snatch grip right now. I'm 5'5". My snatch grip is right outside these rings. So if you're taller than me, go wider. If you're shorter than me, go narrower. and shin. See if you can do that. If you can do that, great, we'll get rock and rolling. If you can't, then we'll talk about other remedies, all right?
Can't. All right. It's not exactly one of those like, we'll see how it feels today. The answer is can't.
Pretty good.
Oh, this is spelled out.
All right. Pretty good.
You got that part down.
Don't drop it.
How much I pay for this later, but currently makes
Okay.
sense.
So we're doing the basic mobility assessment now.
Don't you have just gotta move.
And I'm sorry, remind me what's your name again?
Matt. I'm Matt.
Matt, okay. So now, for the block, you can really lower these to right above where he starts to struggle. So he can, we haven't gone over this yet, but stick your knees back a little bit so you show some more strength and down. There. So that's kind of comfortable for you?
Yeah, I can probably go here.
Okay. So we're going to lower it until we find that spot that's the lowest he can go. Okay, so that down.
Can you just hold it?
Or you can just hold it. And then I promise we'll get rock and roll. But we have to make everybody start position before I teach you how to lift from that start position. How's that? Still
Good?
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. A little overzealous. Been warming up for like 50 minutes. To almost get parallel.
All right. Your knees will come forward a little bit now. How's that feel?
Okay.
All right. We'll go one more down.
All right. Really setting the limits here.
All right.
It's like the worst competition ever. We can hold it lower.
So then your goal as you gain mobility would be like, hey, every couple weeks, take off a block until you're lifting comfortably from the floor. So I'm going to stop him here because now his back's starting around. You guys can't see that, but I can see that. So is this starting to get a little tighter for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you lift from here or do you want to go up one?
We can go up one. Probably smarter. That's to not ruin 2 weeks of my life.
Alright. So now, what do you guys want to do? I'll let kind of majority like decide. Do you guys want to do clean or snatches? Snatch. Okay. Alright, cool. So, you can go, there's two different ways to do this, like teaching. We can either go top down or bottom up. We're going to try top down first to get you guys overhead. If that kind of craps the bed, then we'll switch, okay? Because people kind of respond differently. And I've never, like literally seen you guys do anything before. So I don't know how to work with it, so we're going to find out in real time.
We're safe. Don't worry. We're safe.
So,
Yeah, we're safe.
all right, now, important thing before I forget, if you guys have a choice of bar, find one that spins really well, okay? Especially for ankle and elbow issues. Just kind of take your hand and you can spin a bar. If you like looking at whole rack of bars, you're like, well, I don't know which one to pick. Try it. Pick the one that spins the best because what we're looking for is for you to turn over the bar with a little flick of the wrist. If the bar doesn't spin, now all that torque has to come from your elbows. And you know what you did hurt with your hand.
That's not what you're looking for there.
I kind of checked those already. So just make sure they spin and then they're not glitchy. I kind of checked these ones so you're fine. Now, for your snatch grip, we'll stand up. You want the bar between your pubic bone and your hip bone. Right? Stay up nice and tall. Reach your hands out so your arms are straight. So when I stand here, it's not hitting my pubic bone or my hip bone. Right? We don't want, especially you guys to know where your peak. Exactly. Right?
No.
So you can find your bar if you guys have a bar. Just find that grip. Alright, so you guys find the center and then go overhead with it. Watch, you guys are like really close. One piece forward. There you go. Now I won't judge how you get it overhead. Most people, especially if you've dealt with a bar, you have an internal sense of like how to get something over your head. Okay? And I don't want to overcoach anything. Now,
it.
Right? For him, it's going to be all the way down. So I'll use the same terms, but for each one of you, that will mean a different thing. Okay? So next up. So before you even start, get your shoulder blades down in your back pocket and squat down until you feel that start to break. Right there. Bring it up a little bit. Going up. Like,
Jumping on this bar.
yeah, man. You lost it kind of a calf squat. So stand all the way back up. You kind of feel that? Okay, so try it one more time. So squat down slowly, and I'll tell you when to stop. There. Do you feel that? Okay. So that's as far as he's going to go, maybe even a little higher, so you can be on power snatches. Where you look beautiful. Sorry, remind me your name again? Kelsey. Kelsey. With the masks, I don't even. There. Your squat position is great. We'll let Meg So this is the overhead squat. Again, for each of you. Your bottom position is going to be a little bit different.
Throw some weight on
So now, that's an overhead squat. Before we get you to do anything explosive, our next little baby exercise is a snatch balance. Have you guys heard of snatch balances? Yes. No, some of you kind of mix that.
This is my first rodeo.
So the snatch balance is overhead. Bring it down behind you. Make sure you're comfortable. Okay? And you're going to try to limit the vertical displacement of the bar. So the bar stays where it is. And you drop under it. Now, your receiving position will be the bottom position you just found. So if you remind me.
Joe.
Okay. So for Joe, his snatch balance
Which is
is going to be one
this
here.
knee.
Okay? But if you're Meg,
Doesn't move.
you're going to be here. Okay? That's what we're
That's
going
me right now, just not there.
When did you get medal? Big knees where to go. Total knee replacement 18 months.
All right. So who wants to go first with us?
Yeah, what are you gonna do, die? That's gonna happen anyway. Might as well have fun between here and then.
I'd agree.
There you go.
These hips mobile for all that trouble.
So you guys would be happy to know that Olympic weightlifting has very few reps compared to powerlifting.
Oh yeah.
So you can't go wrong with 3 to 5 sets of 3 to 5 reps. So anywhere from 3 sets of 3 to 5 sets of 5 to anywhere in between is really what we're going for.
I don't do any more than that.
Oh, I didn't even do that.
So, damn, dude. Okay.
Nice.
Oh. Take it to the base.
Yeah, you're doing good.
That's nice. That's nice.
I used to have a ring. Used to have a ring.
You in?
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah. Let's see what we got.
Wrist straight.
All right, I don't
Take
even
your
have
thumbs.
What time is it?
Already down there.
So are we doing full first move?
The snatch balance.
Snatch out.
Yeah. What else?
Yeah, if I had somebody who never touched a barbell before, I would teach you how to get it overhead. You guys are pretty strong, you can muscle his weight up, so I'm not really doing that. Now, try a little straight ahead to help you balance.
Yeah, slowly wiggle it into position.
Wiggle that down.
So it's a great warm-up, opens your hips a little bit. Okay.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Nice.
Keep your shoulder blades bent, you're going to wiggle in the bottom. Nice.
So easily liberated. Too bad.
Okay, so now that we have got you moving kind of explosively, your feet are jumping out nicely, the next step is we'll do a high pull from the high hang. Okay, super easy. You're just gonna stand up to the bar like you're just having a conversation with somebody and just bend your knees. That's it. So if I was looking at you from the waist up, I have no idea your knees were bent. We're not doing this thing, we're not doing You're gonna push down with your pinky toes and up with your pinky fingers. So the bar goes nice and straight up. You're pushing down and pulling up. Right? You should feel balanced. You should not. Right? It's gonna take you a couple. You're gonna wanna throw yourself back, okay? So push down, pull up, and you should be able to hang out here for a second.
This is way too micro.
Yeah, the funny part with my cookies is my cookies are too short, they don't reach spark. Because of a genetic deformity. So yes, when you look at my cookies, they're not going to do anything.
Wow, these are nice pinkies.
Yeah, so now everyone's staring at me. Okay, so push down, pull up, come for a pause.
I didn't hear everyone sign up.
Alright, now we're going to do a high pull from the high hang.
Try again. First. Alright, so I'm kind of like slouching.
Good? Push down, pull up.
This is. Yes.
Think about elbows. Good. There you go. And when you're looking from the side, the
Joey
bar should
Cat,
go straight up.
new Olympic weightlifter.
Unless you have a little bit of a belly, but the bar should still go straight up. You just kind of lean
A little
over.
bit.
Immediately.
Push. There you go. And to find your balance up top. Good. All right, good. So we do like, 3 or 4 reps. The next group. So balance, you should feel your butt engaged a little bit when you're up here. Balancing. Good.
Out the belly. Swinging it around.
Caught the belly.
And then just kind of like nipple up, just chest level. Beautiful. Don't want to compete, right?
I don't.
Little trick daddy, little Neil Young. It's a good place. Get some. I'm gonna do it quiet. Ben, get the tape out. Take some of these half kilos and put on my shoes so I have a heel. So you said don't pull. What's that shoe? 13. All right. Let me show you. No, I don't need to. No, I want to follow what you said. All right. So I got a crash course. Two powerlifters to snatch from the floor. I try not to do that anymore. All right. So now stop with the floor. Also, that would insinuate a care more than the truth of the scenario. So, stand up. This is like just down and dirty way. So what I do is I build in a bunch of weird handicaps, not good equipment or any of this, so that way I can lower the bar of what would be considered good.
Look down, that should be directly under the bar.
Like, well, he did it.
So it's out further than the deadlift would be. Keep your chest up. Squat down to the ground bar. You'll feel it in your quads. Looking at you from the side, I should be able to see your kneecap in front of your arm. Right? From here, knees go back. Perfect. Start with your knees here. Right? Yeah.
All right, let's max out, baby. You know how to do it.
Get the reds, get the reds, get the reds.
Go ahead and lift. I'll correct you as you go.
to film in 45 minutes. I'm also catching the sweet occlusion pump, right? What do you want to do? The red? No! Yeah, never mind ones. Never mind. I was going to say red or green. No, just you want blue or I'm going to green. What do y'all want to do? I don't care. Let me do it. Life's good for it. I'm all about like being a meathead and having fun. However, that's not true. Sure. Less death is better. Oh, man! I thought we were not supposed to run it. She went. It's not the best weightlifting shoe.
Bands aren't the best? They don't take these to the Olympics? There we go.
Get this sweet occlusion pump over here. That's a big clack. That's a big, Mike, let's see a bigger clack.
I got really got this.
That would have been great for my first warm up. This is my body weight, okay? So I need it.
Hello, hello. Just letting you guys know, we mentioned it in the chat, but we did get the donation link sorted out. We were having some issues, and so we did switch back to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. We will be trying to make sure that we get the NAACP donation links working, but it's something on their end, not ours. Donations are back up. You guys are welcome to test them out to your heart's content and continue to support a good cause. Thank you, mods, for taking the trash out.
Loosely held together. Yeah, a lot of that. Just scar tissue and sinew at this point. It's safe. At this point, if it was an hour ago, I'd say yes.
Huge shout out to Audio Spectrum for becoming an official sponsor of the event with the $250 donation. Thank you so much, Luis. And thank you to Audio Spectrum for that generous donation. $250 puts us up over $3,000 right now. You guys are absolutely absurd in the best way possible.
It's going to be a pass. There is no. Yeah, of course it does. I've weightlifted a bit in the past. You can do 10 more. I'm doing 5. Let me try that. Yeah, all right. Whatever that is, don't tell me what it is. catch this one. This will be the last one. I'm not going anywhere doing this.
Alright, so everyone can do one more snatch if you want, and then I'll leave it up to you. Do you guys want to keep snatching, or do you want to do a couple power cleans?
No clean. I'm out of clean. Cleans are cowards left.
I'd like to see my fall foot.
Send us all our money. It's going to a good place.
What do you say? Where else? Here we go, Joe. Make it pretty. Make it pretty.
Come on, Joey. Let's go, Joey. Let's go. I'm done.
She's super nervous. She's like, please. I was like, not only is my mouth there, but this mouth. Yeah. Oh, this sounds weird. That's pretty.
All right. Glute Squeezer in the chat. I can confirm that we did receive 2 $10 donations from you, saying don't want to quadruple star up the program, and then no comment. So those ones came through. If those are the ones you're referring to, thank you so much.
You go for the floor? Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, slow down. From the floor. Did someone donate money for you to do this? Snatch off.
I'm staying on the blocks. I'm done on the floor.
It's your classic Colorado snatch off. Classic.
I think I'm good at 100 kilos. I'll be very happy there. I did it! Pretty happy with that. I haven't done Olympic lifting in a long time.
You got clamps.
Still snatch 100 kilos. That's cool. which ones?
Do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Let me know which ones don't. Get more impressive. No, I'm just gonna do something dumber.
Go!
The bottom of my weight class. Oh, easy. Yeah.
Never mind what I say. Listen what you say.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I do the thing and don't feel broken currently, so we're gonna stick with that. It only took. It's not good.
Hello, hello.
Weight flips.
Nat.
Tried it.
That camera on. Hey, there we go. Hello, friends. I'm here to keep you company for a little baby bit. while our next segment gets all set up, we have the equipped powerlifting roundtable, and they are getting everything ready to go. How you guys like it? That was pretty fun, I'll admit. Olympic lifting, even if it's not necessarily my my personal focus, is definitely something beautiful to see, and it's how good was their technique, considering, right? Most of them first time they've ever touched those movements. It's pretty exciting. Should have done it. I'm here trying to make sure. We can? Yep. I don't know who actually is on the segment. Do you know? I know that, so we have Big Joe Cap. We have Natalie. We're waiting on Ian Bell, which is why you're seeing me and not going straight to that right now. He's probably a little bit tuckered out. And Bryce Krocek. Thank you so much, Calgary Barbell, for the raid. Welcome on in, friends. We're actually about to start the conversation about equipped lifting, which I know Bryce knows nothing about, but you can learn. It's an opportunity to grow in your knowledge base. Oh, the Form Tech Friday just finished. Well, thanks for thinking of us, friend. Welcome on in. This is so weird. There's like an echo in my ear, and I can't hear it. Just bought an award. Let me check this out. What do we got? We have newest member of Team Basement, Matt. Also, shout out to Rodrigo. Thank you very much, Brandon, for the $25 donation. Which Bryce knows nothing about equipped. That was a joke, Tina. Glad to see that it landed well. Jokes are always more funny when you have to explain them. I think that's the science behind humor. Comedy, in its most distilled form, is about over-explaining. So we're still waiting for them to assemble on the couch. Oh, it was an ammonia bomb award. So we need somebody. I need an ammonia bomb for Matt. For Matt. So if you want to give that. Is it possible to add more stream quality options? Nope. Unfortunately, that's the nature of being an unpartnered account on Twitch. You don't have more viewing options. This is the only one we have. It's whatever Twitch gives you. So, part of the system. I think I have.
Have you seen my muscle snatch?
Is someone going to deliver it to him? I don't think Matt's going to be on the couch, but you got to go find him. We need an ammonia bomb for him. You want to go do that? Go deliver it? Natalie is on a mission. The package has been deployed.
Oh, here we go.
What do I have to do now?
You keep getting ammonia bombs.
Do I have to do a thing afterwards? I got it, bro.
There we go. Now you guys can see what I see. You're good! Get him!
Get a big one.
Pay for ammonia bomb.
Get a big one. Come on.
Shout out from Brandon Campbell.
What's the plate now, dude? What's the plate? We've already done that. Not saying after you Here, I'll bring over another stupid human trick.
I'm going to turn off this audio from them. You guys can still hear me, right? We're all sorts of figuring things out. Man, Ian's really not here yet. I don't know what they're really going to talk about. I mean, equipped lifting. What even is that? We hear, okay, good. Because I can only hear myself with the headphones, which That was the number one piece of feedback we received yesterday is audio switching was the biggest challenge. Ammonia bomb everyone. Hey, give more money to a good cause and you can ammonia bomb everybody on every panel in every situation. That's on you guys. Exclamation mark donate or the giant donate button if you want to participate. Say hi, Natalie.
Hello, stream.
We're just patiently waiting for our panelists to assemble. Is it common for equipped lifters to be not on time? And
Maybe.
it's because they have to wait for the knee wraps,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You have.
Actually, timing though in equipped lifting is so important that you
Mm-hmm.
think that maybe timing is they're better at being on time.
You would think so.
Yeah. We can ask the group that.
Okay. So who do you know who is going to be on the panel completely?
Yeah. So we have Joe Capolino. We have Joe Capolino, who is a many-time national team member for USA Powerlifting. We have Kelsey McCarthy, three-time world champion. Myself. We have Greg Johnson, who is the American record holder in the deadlift and a really strong lifter, and Ian Bell, who is a four-time world champion, something like that.
3 or 4.
Or
After
6.
the first
I
one,
don't
they
know.
get a little fuzzy.
Can't keep track. Sorry. I'll just get closer to Ben.
This is why we're so close.
Yeah, we're sharing a microphone. So that's who we have on the panel, and we're going to kind of talk in a free flow form about equipped lifting and training and programming, and then we'll answer some questions that you have on the stream if you have them. But yeah, it should be pretty interesting and some interesting conversation because we don't necessarily all have the same philosophy about equipped training. So you might hear some, kind of nuance to that.
Yeah. And a lot of us haven't really had much exposure at all to equipped lifting from people that are actively doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Like I know that I used to do it back in the day.
All right, thank you. You can keep going, but I'm going to get them.
Yeah. What's up, fellas? Ready for you whenever you're ready. It's not social distancing. I do want to clarify and draw attention to the fact that every single person that enters this facility is getting their temperature checked. We are signing sign-in sheets. We are observing a lot of. We're observing as much caution as is possible within the limitations of the fact that we're gathering in a large group. We're taking it seriously. None of us want to get sick and have any kind of spread of the current situation. So my best numbers in equipment were in high school, so they don't matter at all. Nothing matters till the open. All right, and it looks like our panelists are getting ready. I'm going to go ahead and switch to camera 1. Look at that beautiful panel here. Also, people not on stream are required to wear masks. Exactly. Not seeing the band-supported max single leg calf raise chains on schedule. You can probably donate for that. Shout shout out to Bryce Grotchek from Calgary Barbell, the $25 donation to LS. $25 donation for ammonia bomb for the equip panel to start them off. You get to pick which one. You guys want to keep push it? I think Natalie sounds like she's scared. Appropriately so. They're on camera, but not on mic yet. When they're ready to start mic, let me know, and I'll toss the audio over to them. All right, I'm gonna go away and let them have the conversation. Hope you guys enjoy some talks, and yeah, I'll see you in a bit.
This shit is.
Yeah, but like we're
We're
like old leather. We're old leather. We can take whatever.
Okay, they say that. I need you to hold this, sir.
Careful with that packet because it's really.
Dude, that just. That just.
It's fresh.
It says pour the activator in and shake it until it. What does it say? It feels like.
Step ammonia.
Yes.
Oh,
it says instructions.
Feel a chemical reaction that goes on in your hand.
Shit. It says, by opening this package, you hereby release the manufacturer and its partners of any and all liability pertaining to the improper use of this product. Please don't die. That's literally what it says.
You're coming at me. You think it would hurt us? You know the shit we. We're mic'd up, right?
This is my favorite part. That's how you know it's real. Oh, man.
It's hot now? Huh?
I want you to feel it.
Is it hot?
Yeah, it gets hot.
You know what? The instructions are completely exhale, and you're gonna inhale this.
Don't get that shit too close. I don't want it to touch. I don't like when it touches.
Ready?
Skin.
Go ahead, Nat. Get it.
Get in there, Nat.
That's it's on you. Get it. Ian nibbled.
Ian nibbled.
He went poker face.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing.
That's fucked up now.
Okay.
Oh, Calvary. All right, nice.
Sweet man.
It's equivalent to
Bryce knows we can't be beat.
Bryce, I remember when you were raw. Don't forget that. Don't forget where you came from. Are you guys wrong?
All right.
Like,
It kind of feels nice to have that burning in my nose, but welcome back to Lift Together 2020. This is day 2. You have here a panel of equipped powerlifters and coaches, and we're going to spend the next hour talking about training and philosophy and competing and kind of all of it, and we'll answer questions from the stream as they come. So I'm gonna let Joe kind of lead the conversation, or at least get us started, and then not a lot of structure here, but just kind of conversation.
all right. So I'm Joe Capolino. I'm a equipped powerlifter. Been for a while, coach and compete. I think we're outnumbered here at this event. So something I told Natalie I wanted to talk to the panel about was how we manage our training intensities and equipment, especially when you're watching a lot of raw training, or you're looking at how the best raw lifters train. You see a lot of high intensity singles very frequently, and a lot of equipped lifters, you just don't see that. And I have my reasons for that, but I just kind of go around and kind of ask how you pick your places, how you develop your programming when you take your heaviest singles, and how you mentally stay in the game when maybe you're not going into max out, you're just going in to do some technique work, or how you guys manage that over a long period of time. Ian?
Well, I've been a big fan of tapering as far as when I make my programming. I feel like you have to do a different type of taper when it's equipped versus raw. Like, I feel like raw, you can run your intensity up to like a week before the meet and still hit like 90% singles, 92% singles. Equipped, I have to hit my my test week that I have for my meet. I hit that 3 weeks out so I can recover going into the meet. Because I feel like you're overloading the whole thing of training and equipment. It's like you're overloading that. So I feel like with that you have to have that much more time to recover, so you can actually film.
Yeah.
And so I have to plan out my weeks, like it's like a month in advance, so I can make sure I can hit the shit that I need to hit, the day of the meet.
Everything's an overload. What about you, Greg?
Personally, when I go at this, I try to make sure I structure myself in a way that I know I have to hit this like Ian said, you have to plan a month out. You have to know exactly what you're going to do. You have to start kind of getting rid of those distractions, especially on those nights where you know this is the heaviest squat of the cycle. This is the heaviest I'm going to take, heaviest load on my back and on my hands for bench. You kind of have to know how to plan it out. You have to know that I'm going to recover. Like even more so than I have to figure out my nutrition, my food, my water, my intake. I love to drink a lot, and so I know I definitely have to cut down on that a little bit. So a couple of less glasses of wine, but like I feel everything. I feel it in my back and my knees so much more, especially because the load's increased. It's an overload, so
Yeah.
I definitely have to approach it in a different way.
Yeah, I feel like what you guys said, like you're taking your heaviest training lifts 2 to 3 weeks out a lot of time, and by the time you get to the meet, it's almost like that's so far back in your memory. You really have to trust your training, and it's super hard mentally because then you're trying to go above your training lifts at the meet, and it's been a while, so you have to trust your training. Whereas I think raw lifting, you have that insurance as you're going through, so you know what you're going to hit. So I just wanted to add that. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, I think one important piece to remember is that we can manage like the intensity kind of by our equipment as well, right? Like you have a training suit, you have a comp suit, you have looser wraps, you have tighter wraps. And so you can make something easier or harder by manipulating the piece of equipment that you're wearing. And so I think we obviously, like, the ideal situation is to have a suit that fits you great on your heaviest squat day or your heaviest training day, and then also fits you that same way on comp day. And I think that that's just an important thing to keep in mind, is that like Greg's talking about, we have to manage all these way more variables than you do raw, but that's an added variable. If your suit fits you different 3 weeks out than on meet day, that's another thing to consider, because like it may be that your comp suit is, even if it's a like millimeters looser on meet day, that's noticeable over the extent of an entire suit. So that's kind of what I was thinking about too, about managing intensities, is sometimes I'll just wear a tighter suit if I know that I need to.
Kelsey just goes heavy every week.
Yeah.
What's up, Coach?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a combination of everything. Definitely earlier in the cycle, I usually try to do it in looser gear and save that tighter stuff as we're getting close to the meet. Weights are getting heavier. Typically it will depend on the lift, but I would say probably within 2 weeks out are usually my heaviest lift, and then I'm usually in gear all the way up until a week out, just usually at a lighter percentage.
I think,
no, go ahead now.
I was just going to say, I think one thing also that's added stress in that experience, where you have, 3 weeks out is your heaviest lift, and we don't have a lot of wiggle room. Like, you push that too close, like you're going to be like blown out on meet day. And unlike raw lifting, you honestly only have one shot at that. Like, you load that, you wrap your knees, you set up, and if something is funky and that doesn't go well, you just kind of have to eat it. You just eat it and you move on and trust that you'll manage whatever went wrong better the next, on meet day. We only have so many 120% squats in our career. Like, Joe, you can only squat 1,000 plus.
Well, it's like one of the things that I think about a lot. And the more you get out of your gear, so for me, the longer it takes me to recover from a heavy squat, say. And typically I'm alternating weeks where I have a heavy equipped squat and a heavy equipped deadlift.
Definitely.
I will equip deadlift and squat in the same session, but one will be 95% and one will be 85%. And I kind of play with that as we lead up to the meet. Because for me to recover from a heavy squat takes more than a week, because I'm getting 300 pounds out of my full equipment, where some lifters might not. Like, I've coached lighter female lifters where you could maybe stretch it out a little longer and do a linear progression, where I never do anything linear because I'll just ruin myself.
Yeah.
So.
I think a lot of us would. I think another interesting piece. So I'd be curious to know how you feel like that, if you feel like that's detrimental, having to balance that, ratio between your heavy squat and dead through training, and if that is detrimental on meet day. Like, do you feel like that cuts into your kind of conditioning to perform 9 heavy lifts?
I've typically not had a problem with my legs. I think the hard part for me is I always end up deadlifting my heaviest deadlift 3 weeks out and squatting 2 weeks out. So typically I've been a really good meet squatter, but I've had not losing deadlifts on grip in the gym. Well, lose them in the meet because you're going through the whole meet. You're benching, which ruins your hands. There's actually a point where I experimented with benching in a shirt and deadlifting equipment in training sessions because I had to try to figure out this problem with my hands. But for me, as a conventional deadlifter and training raw conventional deadlift so much, it's so similar to my comp deadlift that I can keep my leg strength pretty well. I'm curious to see what like Greg and Ian do because the sumo, you're actually getting carryover out of your suit. I don't really need to manage that.
Yeah.
Like I don't really.
Yeah, you're overloading.
Yeah.
You're overloading.
Deadlift's not an overload for me, but it is for them.
Yeah.
I have to be really careful with my intensity. Well, not my intensity, the volume. So like I could, do like triples at 85%, a half suit, like I could do that, but I'll be wrecked for 2 weeks. And then the next week I won't be able to hit the top single 90% straps up. And I feel like that's the weird thing about equip lifting is like there's certain weeks where you have to hit certain numbers. Like there's like not a lot of auto regulation in equip lifting. Like if you're raw, how do I feel today? Can I go up 5%, 10%?
Yeah.
Like, I have to feel certain weights at certain points in the cycle to be able to lift certain weights at the meet, and like that has to be on schedule.
You know the days, like when you wake up in the morning, that's a day. And I've coached people, and I'm like, "Oh, can I redo this workout?" I'm like, "No, like it's like the meet. You have one shot. If you can't train yourself to make a lift in the gym on one day, then what are you gonna do when the meet? You can't pick when the meet happens either. So it's important to get that mental aspect too.
I think it would be helpful. Maybe we jumped the gun a little bit on talking about why we have to taper so much longer. So perhaps explaining so obviously we're overloading. Like that concept is pretty clear. Like we understand that we're squatting way above what what we're able to raw. We're benching hundreds of kilos more than we can raw. And it's not just like CNS fatigue and just kind of like that drain. It's also like little stabilizer muscles that need time to recover when Kelsey and I have 600 pounds on our back, like we squat 400 and everything else is having to work extra hard because it doesn't just do it for you. So I think that's an important piece to keep in mind as well. That's why we have to spend an extra 2 or sometimes 3 weeks recovering.
Yeah, your body's still moving away.
Yeah, you're still yeah.
You forget that, and I think that's a mistake that new lifters make when they jump into gear. It's like, okay, let me see what I can do.
Yeah.
And next week I'm going to come in and do 20 keys more and 20 keys more. And eventually you hit that, you get that gear flow, right? Like if I'll go heavy and lift 2 weeks in a row, especially the bench and squat, because of how much carryover I'm getting, it's like, I'll have pains in my forearms. I'll have pains in like everywhere. And I wouldn't even call it CNS fatigue. It's just like, I can't do it. I feel like I'm just got dead leg all over my body once I start warming up.
And it starts building up after a time too. You're like slowly and slowly, you can feel it get closer and closer to the meat. Like especially I'm like, where's my ankles? Where's my elbows? I'm like just killing me. And it's crazy.
And there's also to me, there's a long acclimation period. Like if I jump in my squat suit early in the cycle, maybe I can squat 400 keys, and it's as hard as any squat I've done. But then 12 weeks later, I feel way more comfortable under 450. And so you have to mentally know, you're not going to have it most of your training cycle. And that's why peaking to that 2 to 3 week out period and then letting yourself taper into the meet is so important. But you have to trust all your training because it's not like, 12 weeks ago I squatted my PR and then I did it again. It's like, no, you really only have one shot because you have to work that buildup for a long period of time.
But also managing that buildup, because when you extend that buildup too long, even if you're in a modified, suit or suit bottoms or just wraps, that's still overload. Yes. Like you're still squatting more than you can raw usually. And so you're still overloading your body. And so if you acclimate for too long, it's like a fine line.
100%.
Yeah, you have to.
I think people I coach are surprised at how little I have them in equipment.
Yeah.
Like they think I'm going year round.
Yeah.
No.
Lane Sumnering here.
Well, he's tested on time, but I feel like that's helped me 13 years. I only get my equipment 6 to 7 times per lift for me over maybe a 14-week period.
Yeah.
So it's all spread out.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You guys want a question?
Yeah.
So Bryce Project asks, if we can assume that the body adapts to training, at what point does it become overload as opposed to competition squat? If your comp squat is equipped every week, is your belted squat overload because it allows you to use more weight?
like a belt.
So I think it's a relative. It's relative. It's just what we're considering. So it's yeah. I would.
Well,
I
it's,
guess
what do you
it's-
want to say? It's funny. I think it's funny because like I've seen like a guy like Preston Turner or even like my roommate Luis, who's sitting over here, do a whole beltless squat cycle, right?
Yeah.
And you'd be like, damn, I just squatted my PR, but beltless, right? And then
It's a
the next
skill.
week, Preston puts on his belt. He doesn't squat more,
Yeah.
right? It's a skill, and I think we're all just so used to being belted, and it's also a safety measure where gear started as a safety measure in like the 80s, and now it's not. Okay, so like I get what Bryce is saying, like that everything you add has some sort of acclimation. Like you can never just throw a belt on and get more weight. Most people will be like a little messed up, but I think been training in a belt for 13 years where the thing with gear is like if I don't have a competition, I don't train in gear. I know guys like Blaine and Bryce, they will train in gear throughout the year and stay more acclimated than me. So I really think it matters how you train.
Yeah, for sure. Ian, do you ever do like short tune-up blocks where you just put your gear on just to put it on, or do you?
No.
Yeah.
No. I'll have, so if I know I'm doing a meet and I know I haven't been in gear for a long time, I might stretch out that cycle. So usually I do like an 8-week to 10-week cycle, but if I haven't been in gear, this is the first time I've been in gear
in a year,
like a year or half a year, I'll give myself 3 to 4 weeks to get in some briefs or do some loose half suit stuff or to just hit a bunch of 3-4 stuff to increase the acclimation period. So when I start my cycle, like I'm like ready to like actually hit the weights I need to hit the weights I need to hit and be on schedule.
Yeah, I think I like and like look at Bryce and Blaine and how they train. I mean, I think they arrived at how they train maybe through like various injuries. Like, well, my hips are messed up. Why would I squat raw? Like I'm getting there. So like I'm about to be on that train. But when I was healthy, I would want to work on my weaknesses as much as I can, which meant raw squatting and raw benching as much as I can. You know what I mean?
So I don't know if you guys know this contentious topic in equipped powerlifting, but Bryce Krawczyk is kind of the king of it, and it's the question of reps in gear.
Yes.
And so what did Mehar ask exactly? How did he
word it?
Said legitimately thoughts on reps in gear.
Yeah.
So we can't make fun of it.
Yeah. So I mean, we can just kind of go around.
Kelsey, I know Kelsey.
I mean, I've done both. I've done sets of 5 and I've done heavy singles. Typically, if I'm doing reps though, it's loose gear and it's a lot further out of the meet. It's usually like my introduction phase. It sucks.
Yeah.
Usually, I would much rather have a single at 90% than 70% in sets of 5.
I feel like it's already so hard to not let the gear compromise your form.
Yes.
And as you go, further through a set and you get past triples and get to 4s and 5s and 6s, you just increase your likelihood of your form being compromised and hurting yourself.
Yeah.
But like I've programmed 5s before, but it's only for people who are just starting equipped lifting.
Yeah.
Right.
And then they're in really loose gear. And you just need like time in the gear, getting used to lifting and but I don't go over triples when I'm in gear.
I'm with the end.
I would say
actual tight gear. I can't go over triples. It doesn't seem like it's worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, triples. Well, even raw triples. Where I live at, but in the gear, I mean, and it even depends on the lift too. Like I can't even remember the last time I hit triples in a deadlift suit. Like it just doesn't. Like straps up, singles gotta be. But I mean, if we're in a shirt, I'll maybe a little more reps than that. It just doesn't seem like if there's any kind of like weight that needs to be on the bar, I can't appreciably do it. I'll hurt myself if I try to do it too high of a percentage.
Well, if we're trying to get like some high volume stuff in kind of early in the cycle, or maybe like an acclimation period, like I'll program like 5 sets of triples. Like I'll do something like
100%.
I won't program like
3 sets of 5.
3 sets of 5. But I'll program 5 sets of triples, which it comes out to the same tonnage and it gets the same workload.
Yeah.
But it's a different type of load that your body's getting.
Yeah, I'm always down to do 6x6 raw, whatever. I mean, but for me, I don't program more than 3s, and that's rare for myself. I love doubles. I do doubles throughout the whole cycle where I'm only hitting singles at the end, especially on squat. I just think if I had to wear gear for me to do competition style lifts for 5, it would be so far from what I actually would wear in competition that it's not. I might as well just like do a wrap squat or you know do something else. I don't think the carryover is there. Loose gear to me is not good training for comp gear. You know, I have looser suits, but they're pretty close to what my comp stuff is. I don't have suits. And for people starting in gear, I would never recommend doing 5s because you probably only have 1 to 2 sets of gear. Like, let's be honest, we're all we've been in this game a long time. I've got suits that are 10 years old that I can still use. I've got so much stuff from sponsorships, whatever. People out there, I don't think you should be doing sets of 5 or more. I've seen, we're talking about 5s, but I've seen sets of 10
I've seen
gear
8s,
in serious programs.
And I woke up from that night.
You just can take that piece of gear and throw it in the trash. That's awesome.
Yeah, if you're able to, if you can do 8s, I think there's 2 pieces to it that I'm somewhat I object to. One, for my training purposes, I prefer singles. I think if I'm in a modified piece of equipment like suit bottoms and knee wraps, I can do some reps. But if I've got my straps up and everything's kind of locked and loaded, I'm not going to do multiple reps. And one piece of it is that you've got like, you're relying on where your suit is sitting on your body, right? And if you hit near depth multiple times in your squat suit, there's a chance that your legs are riding up or rolling or something's going on with the suit legs. Your knee wraps are probably bunching in the back and like potentially even like sliding around, which is shitty and not ideal. So your first rep's going to be great. So you put a low, like your first rep's great, second rep's a little shittier, third is even worse, and then it just progressively gets worse. So that's one piece of it. The second piece of it is making your gear last longer. So just the reality that this piece of equipment can only stretch so much, and you're just going to, if you take it to depth over and over again, or you touch your chest over and over again, like you're just wearing that shit out, and it's not going to perform the same after 5 weeks of that or 6 weeks of that.
Yeah, I mean, and to that end, I'm even so extreme, I don't even train straps down. Because like I'm such a long lifter, and like the Ian and Greg, you guys are pretty tall. Like there's no point in me doing straps down. I'll just be like the loads I take and how much I get out of gear. It's pointless for me to train straps down. So
it's the worst.
I mean, I don't want to change. I'll either train raw or I'll train in comp gear. It's like why have so many different levels of training when you can be specific to working on your raw strength or pretty close to your comp setup in a backup piece of gear. But I'll just have my straps up the entire time. I don't think there's any point in training straps down. The suit bottoms swing under you. You know, it's completely different what you have to do with your erectors and have to brace without straps. So why would I train that way?
Yeah. I think from my experience, like I can tell that my like upper back, basically like hips up, developed so much more strength doing like 230 kilos straps down in wraps. Like I got so much stronger and just like everything felt way more stable, but it's personal preference. Like that's,
I think the way you're built, it's probably better. Like the longer you get and the quicker my foam will break down over reps. No, like my first rep is so much better than my third rep because like I just have long levers. And I have to be aware of that. It's also hard to recover from equipped lifts if you have long levers.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Traveling.
So, and the last thing I'll say about it is, and Bryce has gone to Worlds a lot, or the last 2 out of 3, I've been to 7 open worlds, and I've picked everybody's brain. I can't find a Polish lifter, Ukrainian lifter, Russian lifter that do high reps, and they're whooping our asses, especially Canada and getting that half whooped. Okay. I'm just saying, man. It could change up your training, spice up your training. It could look interesting, but I don't really think that it's over time. I don't think it's going to be a successful training strategy.
There's a couple of different ways I feel like to do this, and I feel like definitely reps and gear is not.
Sarah has another question.
So kind of straps down versus straps up. So for Natalie, it may be more advantageous because her form's probably pretty similar on both of those. She's not learning different movements. So do you think that would play out better? Because I hate straps. But do you think that would, like, I guess, differentiate? You would program that for someone.
It's a good point. It's a good point because like my raw squat, it's a lot different than my equip squat. So then if I'm in between, like where am I putting my bar? Like I'm a high bar squatter raw in heels, and I'm a low bar in flats geared. So then if I have the straps down, but okay, now I'm gonna go low bar. This doesn't really feel like what I should be doing, or should I stay high bar because I'm half raw? I don't know. I think
Guess that's what I do.
well, my technique is completely different
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Russia too, where
Yeah.
you're probably more dialed in. And I feel like, I mean, let's be honest, like shorter lifters are becoming more successful in equipped and in raw powerlifting because they're just so much more efficient and the form's so consistent. Like if I'm just like Ian and Greg too, if you're off one day and you're long, like you're gonna be messed up, and it happens all the time. I do not look the same throughout every training session. I've been doing this shit for 13 years, and it's like I'm still working on my technique on some of these lifts.
Makes sense.
When you're long, I feel like there's a larger window to hurt yourself.
Yes.
More distance to go. Distance, yeah.
And the thing is, when I'm strapped down, kind of like the bad habits I have raw and the bad habits I have equipped mixed together
combine.
to make this monster.
You're changing so many things,
Yeah.
and one of the hardest things to do is like coming off of a big equipped cycle. You get back in the gym, and I feel like I've never powerlifted in my life. So, I mean, you're dealing with that up and down every few months because of the way we train and peak for meets. And so it's like, if I was a raw lifter and you can do the same 3 movements week over week, year over year, mixing your meets, not really even have to peak that hard, I can see where you can build way more consistency in one movement, where I'm trying to limit the amount of variables or variations, right, between raw and equipped.
Yeah. Makes sense. I love half suit training. I think I've done less of it as I've gotten older. But when I was younger, I did a lot of half suit training, and I feel like it was really beneficial to me. But my raw squat was pretty similar to my equipped squat because I did not really have to change a lot. And I felt like when I was doing half suit and then went into full suit, my full suit felt easier in some respects.
Yeah.
But it also felt harder in some respects because like I didn't know where to place the bar.
Yeah, I never know.
Yeah.
It takes me till midday.
Yeah.
I'm like,
That takes
oh,
a couple of weeks.
that's where it's supposed to go.
Yeah, it's guessing, right?
Yeah, sometimes you place it on the ground.
It's supposed to be there, so we're just gonna.
Yeah.
So I definitely think there's pros and cons to both, but I feel like that it is, modified.
What you got for us?
Stream is giving this to you, Greg.
You don't have to eat them all.
Eat them all now,
You
Greg.
have to eat them, but you don't have to put them in a box.
Okay, thank goodness. Okay.
So I have one more. Go ahead, Sarah.
I mean, this is probably kind of on the same. It was asked for Ian, but with the injuries and like being able to put the suit on, isn't like why do you think so much out of gear? I guess squat. I don't know what the deadlift ratio is, but for you, squat training.
I think squat's high for all of us.
Yeah.
I think no, because I get a lot out of my velocity, and that's not something I've seen with most people. I mean, even you. I mean, what kind of built somewhat similar, and you got a big ass squat deadlift, but I don't feel like you get that much out of your velocity.
Not as much.
Nah, not much at all.
I feel like a lot of it is like there are certain like body structures and like ratios of levers that are more that will allow you to get more out of the suit.
For sure.
And I feel like with the velocity specifically, like with the high neckline and like the hips and the legs are fat, like my body type fits that well because I have my torso is like short. And my legs are like kind of long, and my arms are kind of long. Everybody thinks I have like
Kinda?
long.
Yeah.
My arms aren't that long.
Get down out of here, dude. I see where your deadlift box out.
On the floor, he's like, wow.
Not that long. Yeah, those long arms. Gene Bell has long. My dad is like he's like 5'6", and his wingspan is 3 inches longer than mine.
That's
So,
nuts.
those are long arms.
Yeah.
I'm like 5'10", and I have like 6 foot wingspan. It's just
Yeah.
like it's above average,
Yeah.
but it's not like crazy.
Yeah.
But I think what works for me so well is like my torso is just like
Sure. Yeah. That's where your hands land so low.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I truly believe that taller lifters or longer lifters, we're better suited to be equipped and more competitive because we have longer moment arms, right? So we can generate more force in the gear.
Right.
And like if you just take examples like putting really successful raw lifters in gear, whether they did it before or after their raw lifting, like I think about like Brett Gibbs, right? He's a short guy. One of the best lifters in the world, didn't get a lot of carryover in gear. Right, Fedosenko, who's one of the best in both, he actually doesn't get that much out of his list compared to like me or Ian. So
The
and like,
potential. So for a longer lifter, you have more potential
if
to
you
get
can
more
learn
gear,
how to
or
use
you
the
can
gear
figure it
and
out.
store the
Yeah.
energy over a long moment arm, you can get more than a more compact lifter who's generally going to be more successful in raw, right? So Kelsey will tell you, everybody thinks I'm crazy and wear the tightest gear. I don't have to wear tight gear to get
No.
100 pounds.
Yeah.
I don't. People watch me put on my squats, they're like, damn. But like Kelsey is a compact lifter, but Kelsey shit's so tight.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's why she can still get 200 pounds,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So I do feel like, you know, if you're a tall lifter, you're going to hurt yourself lifting raw for a long period of time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wear
I
and
think part of
tear.
the question was wear and tear.
Yeah.
But also, I feel like we're getting more because the way we learn to control the gear over our longer levers.
Yeah, I think that's the main piece, is that taller or longer lifters have more potential if you're willing to fucking load it. You can figure it out. If you can figure out how to wear it, how the best fit for you, the best technique for your body, and if you're willing to put it on the bar. Like,
Yeah, look at like Alexander Rubitz, right?
he's
He's long and tall
yeah.
at 105, and he's maybe the best 105 foot lifter in the world.
Yeah.
I can tell you he's getting a shit ton out of his gear. And those guys are super
Ton.
strong raw too. But
Yeah.
then look at Bryce Lewis. Like
Yeah.
he's a shorter guy.
We'll see how much he gets out of gear.
105 world champion. Yeah, I'm saying 105 world champion. He's shorter. And like if you just look at equipped champions, raw champions, there's gonna be probably some taller people mixed in the equipped.
For sure. Like
Where-
Monet. Like Monet's a
Monet.
perfect example. Like just long as hell.
Yeah.
And gets so much out of her squat suit. I think, right? She gets a lot out.
She
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
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 She-
She
we
does.
all do.
Yeah. Yeah, we all do.
We're from Boston. You get a lot.
Except maybe we haven't figured those out.
That's right. It's equipped excellence. Yes.
Natalie mentioned for your suits and your stuff. Whenever you have new lifters starting, sometimes they put on the gear and they're like, this feels really weird, does it feel like it fits right? Can you talk about the modifications that you make to your gear and specifically like throughout the cycle and like once you get a new piece from like timer and zero?
Can we first talk about if you're, so this is a question that I wanted to make sure we address on the stream, because I think a lot of people viewing this are not going to have been equipped lifters. Like it's going to be raw lifters and just powerlifting fans. And so I think the first question we should probably address is how do I start? Like what do I even do to become an equipped lifter? I know we have a couple of lifters in our gym here at Elevate that have been raw lifters. They're big fans of Bryce Krawczyk. Now they want to be equipped lifters. and I get that question a lot. Like, how do I start? And then we can talk about like, once you get that piece of equipment, here's what to consider.
You have 15 minutes.
Joe? Yeah.
I feel like you just gotta hop in that shit.
Yeah.
Like, you just gotta have to
Well,
put it on and
we talked about this like before in groups. Like you gotta raw lifters train alone, and some of them are very sheltered, and you know,
for that environment.
go make some friends. You know, go to local meet. All right, the people running the local meet are all the equipped lifters.
Yeah.
Okay, so go find the local meet.
refs.
Go make some friends with the refs, spas, and loaders. The people there, and go train at a weightlifting club. Like we're at the point where there's so many powerlifting gyms now, and 13, 14 years ago, we had to drive all over the place to go meet up with people to train equipment. Just go meet those people, and guarantee you they will lend you some gear.
Yeah.
Right? Don't go out and spend $1,000 on a brand new set of gear. You could a lot of people message me like they know we have so much gear.
My big guy here.
Let's go. I'm gonna eat them. People message us all the time. You know, we have so much stuff that we don't throw out anything. We save it.
Oh, yeah.
I'll FedEx you gear, whatever. I actually brought gear out for a guy who met me last night to give him some gear.
Yeah, just pay shipping and we're good.
So in the world we live in, if you can't find people to meet up with and train with and borrow some gear, then just message somebody, message one of us 5. We will get you some gear. We're excited to help people get some gear.
I think structuring it, like, so how to fit it into training too, like just so if you want to start lifting equipped or you want to just experiment and see what it feels like, and maybe you borrow a piece of equipment from somebody, my biggest recommendation for people who are just considering is don't change your raw training, don't change your existing training. Get that piece of equipment. If it fits you, okay, do some work in it at the end of your session. Just like play around in it and get a sense of it. And I think one piece of equipment at a time is probably the best approach. So whatever you get your hands on, that's what you're going to play with at first. And then put that on the shelf and get another, get a bench shirt and then try that. And don't, don't overcommit, right? Because you don't even really know if you want to do this. And I think you don't ever really know until you experience it.
You want
right?
it.
You might,
You want it.
you want it, but you don't, I don't know. It's not convincing
Yeah.
usually. It's like,
It's hard at the beginning.
And then once you feel like you have your like capable in the equipment you can touch your chest, you can lock benches out, you can squat to depth, you can do what you need to do, then you might consider either looking into what fit you should get for yourself specifically, and even considering like a dedicated training cycle. But getting that, like kind of dabbling in it at first is probably the best approach, I think. But
yeah,
you want to find, I like what you were saying, Joe, like find somebody.
Yeah.
Find at least one person that knows what they're doing, and whether you have to talk to that person online or meet up with them, in the gym, but find one person that can kind of coach you through that process of figuring out what you're doing. And I don't know, I always get like DMs like, what kind of suit should I buy? I want to try equip lifting, should I get this, this, and this? And I always tell people, like, don't buy top of the line shit.
Get what you can get. Yeah.
Honestly, don't buy anything like new if you don't have to. Like, get some old gear, figure that out before you find out like what's going to be like the perfect thing for you going forward. But like, don't, if you're first starting out, don't go out and buy like a low pet super katana. Don't do that.
Try
and work your way up to that as you figure out like what's going to be the best for you.
Yeah.
Which one should they do first? Squat, bench, down.
I think it's just whatever you can get your hands on. Like borrow a piece of equipment from somebody.
I think the bench.
I started with bench.
If you can enjoy the bench, then I think the other ones will be
that's
good.
true.
Deadlift you can figure out later.
Yeah, it's
still
some people never figure it out.
Tell me when I have
How much later?
We get like freshmen at Northeastern who don't even know what powerlifting is, and now they're going to be on an equipped powerlifting team. We just start wrapping their knees.
Yeah.
So that's
they don't even know it.
drug.
They don't even know what's happening. They're like,
no, you don't.
Yeah.
Trust
Yeah.
me.
I always start out with wrapping people. That's like our first week or two, I guess.
I would say wraps and a bench shirt with some boards. And just if you could get your board presses going and work your boards down, then you're probably.
I think that's a really good point. If you can mentally and just kind of like technically handle the bench shirt, you're gonna set yourself up for success. That's how I started.
The three of us hate the bench. These two.
I'll talk to that because I'm like, I'll still drop that thing on my face.
The mental part is different. It's like you have to, when you're figuring out gear, sometimes you just have to like load on weight.
Yeah,
just to like
it's
for it to work.
trippy
itself.
sometimes.
You have to like get over that fear of like, if I could do this, like I haven't touched this weight before, and sometimes the answer is just like
just put the safeties up and
This
put on the safeties and grab your friend.
This might be like a sad thing to say, but I've gotten I've been there for a lot of people getting in gear for their first time, and you could tell right away if someone has it. So like test it out and just see if you have it. Like if you feel that like zoomies. Or it just feels really cool. Like you probably just have that like little part of your brain that's messed up.
Oh,
like
crazy.
that you're going to be successful in gear.
Yeah.
And then there's some people we've tried to help get in gear. They literally bench less.
Yeah, they just.
Equipped than they do raw.
Yeah.
It's like how much work is this going to take? It might not be. Worth it to compete in equipment. And I mean that's a negative thing to say because I'm saying it's not going to work for everybody.
No, it's definitely not.
But also like imagine like raw powerlifting doesn't work for me. So
yeah, got a place for everyone.
Yeah.
Kind of like talking about new, maybe not your top of the line raw lifters. Do you think that you said whatever you can get your hands on, but like Bryce Project, probably, he's a deadlifter. You think like his gateway was a deadlift.
Yeah.
So I think that we can do that for.
What's your gateway?
Yeah. What's your gateway?
Mine was bench.
Their gateway. So.
Man, I think squatting in a full suit in wraps is so overwhelming that it's probably not going to be very many people's like intro or gateway drug to equipped powerlifting because it's fucking scary.
Yeah.
He'd probably squat less than he does.
Yeah, but
like
every once every year or two, someone's like, "Oh, Ray Williams is gonna try gear." It's like, okay, well, just that's what I want to see.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's
what we want to see.
Yeah.
In my gym, like when I was training back at the Olympic, and we had a pretty big crew of equipped lifters. We every now and then we have new people like, oh, I kind of want to try equipped lifting. And so,
Yeah, me.
so to see if they had it, right? To see if they had it, like if they had a weird little part in their brain, we throw them in a squat suit.
Yeah.
Immediately. Because I feel like that's the scariest thing. Like you have to walk out this weight and squat down and stand back up. And just do it. And so, we got spotters and everything, but like we just kind of like throw you into the deep end. And we'll be
Yeah,
good.
I think the bench is probably the one that is easiest to just try. It's one piece of equipment. You probably already wrist wraps, but the squat is the one where like, are you gonna think it's funny when you blow out all the blood vessels in your eyeballs, or are you gonna be scared? So,
Like, are you gonna be amused by that or freaked
that
out?
might be the one that's like the true test. Are you in or you out?
Yeah.
Because like, when your face is purple and your eyes are all messed up and you have a blaring headache when you're done, like, is that cool to you or not?
Yeah. I was going to say something and I forgot. Something along those lines.
Can you go? So you talked about how you were going to introduce people. Can you talk about modifications now a little bit?
Altering gear.
Oh gosh, that's something that.
First of all, don't do it by hand, Bryce. With your fucking thimble and your big ass needle.
I'll be just.
Yeah, we do alterations, but we do it like Bryce, medium Bryce, does the alterations because he has a history, like he can sew. So we just bought a sewing machine.
Yeah, find somebody you can sew.
Yes.
All right, so and I'll keep it quick because I'm talking a lot, but like every piece of equipment I wear on a platform is altered.
Yeah.
Yes.
100%.
Everything I get, it comes tight. I use it. I'm getting a ton of carrier. I'm using heavy weights. The gear stretches a ton.
Mhm.
I bring it back in. I actually send it to a woman who makes gear in Maine, Ginny Phillips. Shout out Ginny Phillips. She makes canvas suits. I'm not into that, but she will alter polyester gear for you. So I do that usually once for all my comp gear, and it comes back tight and it's good. It stops stretching at some point. But I like to order stock gear and just work it in.
Yeah.
And everything needs to be altered. If you're doing things, you can go find a shoemaker or cobbler because they're used to sewing leather. They'll have the equipment to pinch your straps or maybe pinch your legs for suits. So you don't have to mail it to Ginny or mail it back to Titan if you don't want to. If you're really nervous, just order directly from Titan or Inzer, and you can always get alterations through them. I mean, there is a part of a waiting game and stuff, and you have to plan your training around what gear do I have if I'm going to send my gear out. But you got to be thinking about alterations leading up to a competition. Get them done early, and
never wait on that.
At least.
He's offering these to you.
Who?
Kim Murray.
Thanks, Kim.
Thanks, Kim. Shout out.
So yeah, that's my bit. Everything should be.
I think seldom does a piece of equipment come in and fit perfectly. Like even if I feel like even if you've sent in your measurements and you're like, this is what I am, and Titan says, okay, this is what your custom suit would be. Then you put it on and you're like, that's not what this is. Like it's custom to my size, but that doesn't necessarily mean it fits the way you need it to fit for your lifting. So you're going to take in straps on a squat suit, straps on a deadlift suit. You're going to take in the hips. You're going to take in on the bench shirt. You're going to take in the arms. Like
It's a much easier process to get stock and then alter than to get custom
and have to fuck with it.
Plus, I'm impatient.
Selfie's like 100% custom.
Yeah.
Me too. And like I have to
You guys are fully sponsored. Yeah.
I'm still altering and playing guessing games.
And I have to take it in because body's weird.
Yeah.
Ass is fat. So you have to get that thing squeezed around here. And you can't just have it. It's rough, but it needs to be done. It definitely does.
I think the care of your gear also plays like a big difference too. Like, I'm a big fan of washing my gear and like using like the power wash and take care of it. I know that's pretty controversial.
I'm with you, Ian.
Yeah. I wash my gear.
Every
other week.
I wash it after the meet.
That's it.
That's fucking nasty.
Oh God.
I go stay close to the meet.
Yeah, I know people who have gear and they don't wash it for like 3 years because.
I'll wash mine after the meet.
Do they think that adds? Yeah. Do they think that like the crust? Yeah. Basically multiplied.
Blaine's gear stinks so bad.
Blaine gets brand new shit. He shows up to the meet and he's got chalk marks
back
still
in
on
the day,
it.
he used to use his gear, not wash it, but keep it in his gym bag. Shit was
I think he was going for that crust factor.
Yeah.
Let's not say that word again. Queasy.
You want a question?
Let's do it.
So, accommodating resistance. Accommodating resistance with bralettes and chains, 4 bands on the foot splits. or raw lifts?
Or both.
MAFIA. Personally, I'm a big fan of it. Like, I hit walls very quickly, and it's the best way because if I load weight on, I'm weird. You add 5 pounds, it'll crush me instantly. Chains, bands, like fighting to make certain I stay within my form. Being able to use the chains that mentally expect a difference in the weight, it really helps me center myself a little more. And that personally, just me, I really like the idea of especially bands. Like bands are my jam, and so I really appreciate getting to use them. It helps me. And it's really something I've been increasing over the last like year. So I've been finding a little bit difference, and bam, my bench is starting to finally be better after 10 years of this. So
yeah,
I finally found the thing that worked for me. So.
Yeah. I'm kind of a specificity snob. So my raw for equipment. So I want to just master the skill and be really good in my equipment, doing the competition lifts, but raw, I'm a little bit more open to like accommodating resistance and other variations.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of bands and chains in general. I've tried it before. It hasn't really helped me. It wasn't helpful
Yeah,
for me.
it's super individual.
I think it kind of depends on the person. But in gear, I feel like there's already so many factors that you're having to manage and manipulate that it just doesn't seem worth it to kind of add in that other thing within that process.
You can see that, yeah.
Well, you, Kelsey.
Pretty much, if it's in gear, squat and deadlift, usually it's just straight bar weight. I have done it in my shirt. Sometimes it's helped. Typically, usually I'll do more reverse band stuff in my shirt to just get more lockout work and used to holding heavier weights, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Raw training, it's usually in there.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it in raw training. I mean, it's like we're gonna get killed for this, but I've been back and forth in the last 13 years. Like, am I gonna do like West Dive style speed work or not? Like, I've actually seen my lift slow down when I cut out that style of training, which I started with 13 years ago because that was the only thing on the internet. And 10 years of training high volume, no accommodating resistance. I'm kind of going back towards that. But in gear, I don't add chains or bands to bench and squat because you have the eccentric portion of the lift and you're also already overloaded. For me, I'm already so overloaded, like 300 pounds on each. For the deadlift, we just started adding it back in. And I think for me as a conventional puller, I think bands and chains on deadlift could help. I'm losing deadlifts at the top. My power off the floor is so good as a conventional puller, it helps me to add the resistance, and the deadlift is only the concentric motion. There's no eccentric, so I think it does. There could be some benefit to that, both raw and geared, adding chains and bands to your deadlift. But I'm not a big fan of reverse band stuff. I want the resistance. I don't want the help. So reverse band stuff, reverse band deadlifts, just ego lifting, reverse band squat. Just make it hard.
We got a question from the channel. They want to know if Greg is wearing pants.
Greg is not wearing pants. Yeah, he is. Yeah, there we go. That's what
And then I guess just about what's your final thoughts to your audience about what do you want them to know about lifting?
We want people to do it, but it's really fucking hard, and we don't know if you can. So
it's a challenge.
Yeah, it's really challenging, and I think a lot of people ask, probably all of us, like, why do you lift equip? Like, why? What's the, especially if raw is growing in popularity and like that's how you become Instagram famous. Why would you lift equipped? And it's like, honestly, for the love of the process, for the love of the game, for the challenge, it's like you can never master it to an even more like significant degree than raw lifting, for example. It's just like there's always something to like figure out and kind of sort out and like investigate, and it's just never, you never have the answer.
I feel like equip lifting and single point lifting is so like deeply connected to the history of this sport.
Yeah.
That I feel like it's really important for people to try it, to see what it is, to get the full experience of what the sport is. I mean, like, this sport started out equipped, or like that's like where its history is at. And I feel like to truly get an appreciation of like what we're doing and connect to the history, you gotta try the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I started equipped just because when I got, at the time I got into powerlifting, the best powerlifters in the world were equipped lifters. And the more you look in the history, the stuff that some of these guys have done, it embarrasses the lifters that are popular today. And people don't even know that. And as far as me personally, I like how extreme it is. I like the adrenaline of it. I'm not looking to master it. I'm looking for something to mess with me as I messed with it, like, and to just have that excitement in my life. You know, so I've always loved that part of it, that it kind of puts you down. Sometimes it puts you back up. It's a real crazy ride, and it's a great sport for the underdogs. You know, like I've always been a fan of underdog teams and underdog stories. You know, great sports movies are like Underdog. You're in a meet, and you might be halfway through the meet. There is still something you could do, a trick you could pull out of your sleeve. You're down by 50 pounds that you can make it back up. In raw lifting, you know who's going to win when the meet starts, right? But in equipped lifting, it is crazy. There's so many variables and people come out of nowhere. And I just think that that's what sport is, and that excitement. And that's what I love about it.
And you're all a little bit crazy.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think we established that. Go for Gino.
Yeah, well, it's next session, next segment. At a coffee table asked if they were going to make a fourth equipped lift, what would be? Do you think that things missing out on any tested strength that some sort of equipped lift could?
What if we did 2 forms of deadlift?
No.
I want to know what Kelsey thinks, because she's into the power total. What do you think?
How do you put a gear on for a clean and jerk?
Near so they do that.
You can find a way.
I would personally like to see someone come up with something that like stretches and supports under your elbows, and we could overhead press the shit. Yeah. I think it's got to be an upper body lift. Because bench sucks.
Another lift to get the miss out.
Overhead press, I can make up some poundage, and it's still an upper body test of strength.
What if it was an overhead squat?
Oh, I'd be down the overhead squat too.
That sounds terrible.
So I can't squat already.
Yeah, but
I have to use my shoulders.
I think you're gonna the overhead rack. You're gonna be limited, even if you have some gear to support your hips. I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
All right, now we get to go beat people up.
Yeah.
In gear.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you guys. I was getting lunch for everyone. We've been behind the scenes getting ready for Raw Lifters Try Equipped, which is what we'll be switching to next. I'm going to go down there and we're going to find some piece of equipment that fits me. I'm hoping it's a squat suit. And we'll play around and see what happens. So we're going to put some of what you guys just heard in this roundtable into practice right now. Mayhar says Bryce is ready to write his will. So here we go. Yeah, actually, thanks to Ben, the sound transitions are getting a lot better. We've got a stream deck up here with some buttons. So yeah, it takes a huge group of people to make this happen. So thank you guys so much for joining. This is all for you, all for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention and the NAACP. We heard back from Tiltify that they're still working on the error. The error is actually on the NAACP and some sync between charities and accepting donations. So for now, we're sticking with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention so we can keep donations coming in. We've got a new stretch goal, and we're going to kick it over. We've got some new incentives. We have some gold, silver, and bronze medals that you guys can hand out, and a fresh new poll to decide who's going to wrap some knees. So thanks for joining. We're going to warm up quickly, take a quick commercial, and take it from there.
If you've been affected by suicide, you're not alone. Suicide is a leading cause of death that affects millions each year. In most cases, it happens when stressful life events overload the coping abilities of someone suffering from a mental health condition. And the most common condition associated with suicide is depression, an illness that goes undiagnosed or untreated far too often. But the research is clear. Suicide is preventable if we work together. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention has set a bold goal to reduce the annual suicide rate 20% by 2025. We can save tens of thousands of lives, but we need the help of everyday heroes like you. People have suffered in silence for too long, and too many families have had to weather their losses alone. you can change that. We need you to be the voice for suicide prevention, and it can be as simple as reaching out to a friend, because talk saves lives. If you're having thoughts of suicide, or if you're concerned about someone else, assume you are the only one who will reach out. You can also join hundreds of thousands across the country for our Out of the Darkness community walks, and raise awareness of suicide within your community. Together, we'll bring hope to those affected by suicide, and raise awareness to save lives. Learn how you can fight suicide. Visit afsp.org today.
Yeah. Okay, we're okay.
Hello.
With whose shirt? Eric's.
All right, welcome back. We have something special for you guys right now, which is the raw lifters are going to be attempting to lift as if they were equipped lifters. This ought to be pretty brutal, but in the wholesome, fun way. Thank you guys for hanging with us. We do have a few new docentions, which are donation incentives combined, obviously. Still $25 for an ammonia bomb for anyone of your choosing. You can do $10 for sour strips, but also we have medals to give out based on how you guys think that the lifters are doing with their equipped lifting. So we have $10 for a bronze medal, $20 for a silver medal, and $30 for a gold medal. You guys want to show a little bit of extra love, and the lifter will don their very well-made medal as a testament to their glory in overcoming the challenges of lifting in really, really tight, restrictive clothing. So that'll be fun. There's our boy right now. Already wearing the tight and restrictive clothing that is the tight pants. And it's only getting tighter from here, Bryce. Pepper thine Angus, sir. We have Chrissy over on the bench press getting warmed up. Some people say that even the musculature she holds is like equipment itself. I will say points off of Bryce for not having the dramatic tight pant reveal. But he makes those points up by being adorable. So, give and take, I suppose. Once again, just want to give a shout out to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, which is still the charity that we are currently fundraising for. Any and all money that comes in for the next segment will still be going to there. We're trying to figure out what is going on with the NAACP and their donation link, but it's definitely on their end, not ours, that we are actually having an issue with them receiving money, which is new and unique for us. We're making it happen, Cap. I'm starting to wonder if Chrissy is going to put on a bench shirt, or if she's just like, no, this is how I would compete equipped.
Yeah, for me, like, I need like someone up against the wall pushing it to get it on. The sleeves are right here.
I don't think we've I don't think Mehar's obviously planned donation has gone through yet. Mehar, you want to get on that? You're more than welcome. We'll all wait with bated breath while you finalize the details of that. So we've got an hour for them to solve equipped lifting. Should take about that time. Oh, a rare juicy glute Gregory come around. Those are the most fabulous pink tight shorts, I think, in existence.
Like 33, 33, 70, well, up to like 275 or something like that.
What do you guys think? It should only take about an hour for them to like totally figure out equipped lifting, right? Yep. Woohoo!
It's right over there.
Are they just working out on camera 3? They're just choosing to work out right now. I don't think that's even part of the segment. Bryce has removed the tight pants and replaced them instead with tight shorts. Obvious, very optimized. And both Bryce and Chance did some ridiculous AMRAPs yesterday. So the fact that they're even walking today is a little bit of a miracle. We'll take what we can get, I suppose. I'll go ahead and shift you back over to some lifting as it's happening. Just sneaking in and snooping on Chrissy and Eric's bench workout. Fly on the wall. Very strong wall.
Just toss it on. Oh, shit. All right. What do you want? You ready?
So that looks like a Super Centurion for Bryce, Titan's flagship squat suit. Ammonia bomb. If you would like to send somebody an appreciative whiff of ammonia for a good cause, you're more than welcome to do that. Everybody is consented to being bombed here in the sake of charity.
No.
What does Ask the Magic 8-Ball mean? I'm assuming we have an 8-ball around here. In fact, I know we do. I've seen it. And I guess that we ask it a question. Most people are trying to give sour strips or ammonia bombs to everyone. I don't think anyone's asked it. Probably feels a little bit lonely. So everyone's just warming up regularly. Waiting for the equipped segment of the Fry equipped title. Got Mr. Tim Thibodeau over there. Pulled 500 pounds for 21 reps yesterday in 5 minutes. Someone just moved our camera. I don't know if they meant to do that or not, but I'll just trust that they did.
Her head's gonna turn purple.
We can use these.
Go ahead and give a shout out to some of the sponsors for a few of these earlier segments. The Powerlifters Try Olympic Lifting was sponsored by DC Blocks, and that round table on single ply was sponsored by Eleiko, Elico. Y'all know what I mean. Bryce is definitely feeling the AMRAP. As are Sean and Chance. I saw Sean over trying to do some belt squats to get some of the muscle soreness broken down.
Maybe no belt.
You guys darn near killed him yesterday, so you should be proud of yourselves for that. Bryce is temporarily enjoying all this range of motion that he is about to lose, and wonder where it all went. You put him in some very, very tight underoos.
No, I think that's. Oh yeah, that's definitely too high.
Pushes the bar away. All these bars are going to be standard, so 20 kilo bars, 44 pounds about, or 45 pounds is the potential variant.
Bring her down. That's not rough. There it is.
Oh, she knows how to set up.
All right, we've moved the butt cam. So we've got Chrissy here with a bench shirt to, it looks like a 3-board.
Let's get Eric in his shirt.
Bryce still over here enjoying his last few moments of free movement before his entire world will change. Bryce shotgunned a LaCroix yesterday. Not everybody is able to do an energy drink shotgun though, so. Here we go. The shirt donning. Thank goodness that we are in the appropriate category. For this. Yeah, the board is to reduce the range of motion by a set amount. A lot of times in equipped lifting, you're just trying to maintain movement through whatever range of motion you can, and so it takes some time. Putting bench shirt without a t-shirt, you would never wear a t-shirt under a bench shirt. Sometimes people will use things like garbage bags or suit slippers, but this is actually one of the modern innovations that they've made with the bench shirts, that it has a stretchy back material. Not to sound like a boomer, but in my day, they didn't have that. And the entire shirt was tight like that, so it was even tougher to get in. We're trying to give him the real experience, Zen. No easy way out with the suit slippers here. Prepare to see all the world records broken though by these athletes their first time out. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right? Adding a suit guarantees PRs your first time. No training necessary. Goodness gracious. They're almost there. Oh, it's absolutely painful. Imagine something with as much give as denim jeans. You ever tried to squat down in a pair of jeans that are a little too tight? But imagine that, but worse, all over your body with sharp material edges that cut in and pinch your skin constantly. And you have a working understanding of what equipped lifting is like. But you get to put bigger numbers on the bar. And that's everything.
That chest play is like...
Do some federations allow open back shirts? Some do. Most of those are multiply federations. I don't know if they even make single ply open back shirts. The stretchy back is kind of the normalized expectation now. Chrissy back with 245 to a 3-board. gotta be painful. And Tim back there warming up his deadlifts for the second time in 2 days.
Feels nice in the hands.
Behind all of our incentives, which are still live. If you guys want to support this good cause, you're more than welcome to. All you gotta do is go to the link that's not working, obviously.
What's that? 44? Yeah, let's try that.
Exclamation mark donate.
Are we going to pounds? Yeah. What do you want? Just 315?
Well, while this is happening, we've got
Did you go again yet?
Bryce is getting
Did you
his
go
knees
again yet?
wrapped.
You did? How much did you hit? 245. 245? Oh, shit, perfect.
The clang you heard is still some raw bench warm-up going on. I think during the panel, Joe was talking about the idea. Oh, hey, Wi-Fi, thank you so much for the $50 donation.
So, do you ultimately want to like touch your chest and press something, or would you like to just like
Very much appreciated.
Just keep doing two boards.
Pushing us up further and further towards our next goal of $4,000 for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention.
Oh, sorry.
You guys heard that better than I did. I think she said that this was an RPE 5 knee wrap. Is there a video of the 5? Everything that's been done on stream is recorded in the VOD, the video on demand. If you go down to the little LS logo underneath the stream title, you can click on that, scroll over to videos, click on videos, and then have past broadcasts, and you can look that up and then search through the VOD to find it. I don't believe Sarah's wrapping everyone. I think they're gonna split duty, and I don't think everyone's gonna be doing squatting. There's a large portion of the lifters are gonna be benching in equipment as well. We brought a variety of different size suits and shirts to try and outfit the lifters to the best of our ability.
Yeah, so it's volume going through that one. So it's not like
Oh, we're trying to put Eric in another shirt or reset the shirt. Greg's got him though. Much help. Look at the size of the lats. We're gonna give them a little bit of privacy, some intimate time together, while we have Chrissy over here with 275 pounds on the bar. You're gonna have to just go through it, my friend. You can look at the schedule and see when it was relative to when we started, but
Really value.
Add a little more. Yeah, here you go.
Tuck, drop.
looks like there was nothing even on the bar.
Nice.
You can see the marks. Yeah, these pieces of equipment are not nice.
Yeah,
They cut into your body.
You were more grooved.
Are you still
365. Hold the power in the lat. 365.
Let's just put up. This is your last.
Hey Augusta, yeah, the audio coming from this headset mic is very different than what people are used to hearing me on.
What the the hell are you doing, Greg?
No KG plates? No one knows KG plates. Keep your Skittle plates to yourself, Minnie. This is the internet now. And shirt, rip armpits, rip pecs, rip everything. Chances taking the unique approach of doing the equipped hour totally raw, plus belt. How fun it's going to be to find out the pump that he receives from the warm-up is going to result in a tighter fit of the shirt. And then back over to Bryce with his second wrap of the day.
If you tuck it like that, and
Those
you're
of
in
you
the
who
groove,
tuned in yesterday, you noticed that Bryce was starting to warm up for his workout, and a $200 donation caused him to AMRAP 135 for 49 reps, and effectively ended his workout. Shenanigans with the $25 donation. I believe that is an ammonia bomb if you want. You just say in the chat who you'd like to deliver that to, or if you're trying to be a merciful donor god and leave everyone left alone. I think Coffee that they're trying to scale up over time. The knee wraps benefit high bar squatters more than low bar squatters. I would not say as a net positive, or as a guaranteed absolute answer that would be the case. As any good coach will say with any general question, it depends. Oftentimes, I think the limitation on a high bar squat is not actually your ability to produce force from your legs, but it's going to be your ability to maintain your core bracing as the lever arm from your hip to where the bar is higher. So thoracic collapse is more likely, lumbar collapse is more likely, and being able to have those knee wraps isn't going to help any with that. But typically, you're going to see when you add in the suit and belt, it starts to compound on the assistance that you're going to get. Kyle, that is tomorrow around noon Mountain Time. We missed it because we were watching Bryce's knee wrap journey, but Chrissy just misgrooved her bench press, and luckily there were spotters there. But it is definitely way more common for a slight movement error or technical issue to cause a complete miss when it comes to equipment than it is with raw lifting.
Oh yeah, you worked up to like 125.
Still waiting, Shenanigans, if you wanted to turn that $25 donation into an ammonia bomb to motivate one of these athletes via nasal destruction. I'm going to go ahead and switch to this angle.
Get your belly up.
Elbows. There you go.
Eric Lapointe in that shirt that took an entire army to get him in.
Touch a little lower if you can. Lower. There you go.
Down to, I believe we're on still maybe a 2.5 board. Oh yes, Mr. Thibodeau literally deadlifted 500 pounds for 21 reps yesterday and is now all tucked in. Oh, Bryce. Sweet baby Bryce. You can half the battle in equipped lifting is putting on your equipment.
You got it. You got it.
Figure it out. More tuck. Bring more forward.
It takes a little crazy to love this shit. It takes a little crazy to love this shit.
You should have saw me the first time on my black shirt. You'd be like,
You should put, no, you should put
Kicked off the tee.
Lou, help him get that sleeve on.
Welcome on in, Matt Tubb. Thanks for joining.
Put the shirt on, I forgot to put it on. Well, pay attention.
Because this is Raw Powerlifters Try Equipped. I'm gonna see. I wonder if this is gonna help him even more, because he's been dealing with some hip issues recently. He's not gonna. Oh, he is. Never mind. I guess they're going super equipped here. Thought he did it for 25. I think you're right, Phil. Thank you for the correction. 25, because he did 5 sets of 5. Super Centurion is the name of the suit. It is Titan Fitness's flagship squat suit.
There you go. It's so beautiful.
Oh, you're trying to use straps? That's a mistake, bro.
I believe the most common Titan deadlift suit is their Velocity. At least it was back when I lifted in equipped lifting. Tim! What are you doing, sir? Get back over there. On a scale of 1 to bailing, this young, well-coiffed man.
You want wraps? No, I never use wraps.
In one go? No, they had 5 minutes on the clock.
Alright, 2 more for Chrissy.
So the original, we thought that it was going to be in one go. Excuse me for a second.
Good. Good, coach. Good.
All right. Well, we got Chrissy is ready to do a lift again. While we wait for Tim to figure out his life choices. That looks like a different board than the 3 board they were using. I wonder if that's a 2.5, referring to the thickness of the board. She came back and got it. You can see that was definitely well within her strength range. And that is kind of what you get when it comes to equipped lifting. This is what they were talking about a lot during the roundtable, is that there's a lot more wiggle room in raw lifting because you're lifting a weight that your muscles alone have the capacity to lift. When you're getting so much out of the equipment that you're using and connecting so much of your total to that potential, even getting a little bit out of the groove, you're not going to have the strength to be able to pull it back into position. So there is a much higher technical threshold that has to be maintained for equipped lifting. Over here we have Chance, currently regretting his life decisions, squeezing into a very tight bench shirt. It's actually quite generous that they're letting him use the boards. The real suited experience would have every single one of these lifters dumping towards their faces.
You can have to put the bar in the body. Yeah, like that, but Chance, it's not, you can't be back in that, like, cocked back position. Like, you have to be a little more static.
Just whatever you want me to do.
I
don't know how to bench.
Remember, guys, all those incentives are still live right now. You can send somebody sour strips, you can send somebody an ammonia bomb, or you can give out bronze, silver, or gold medals for good performances from these athletes that are trying this new experience for the first time. Remember, any and all donations that come in right now are going to be going to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, a great cause, as we work towards $4,000 for that charity. There we go.
Is that how you bench?
All right, we have Bryce, booty out. Booty back in. Don't worry, those are not underoos, those are overoos. I think Tim's also using a deadlift bar, which is good. That's gonna help a little bit with the feelings of existential dread of what did I do and what did I get myself into? Why did I sign up for this? Dear God, why? That tends to go through the mind of any and all equip lifters as they prepare to pick up the heavy thing. Back to Eric Lapointe. Looks like we've got 345 loaded up on the board. It's the bar. But if it was a big rally pig.
There you go. Drop. That's perfect. That's perfect.
There we go.
That shit look good. That shit look good.
Room in the tank.
Who's up? You want to get?
And I'll gaze at the majesty of Sir Gregory's wonderful pink short pants. Thomas, welcome in with the greetings from Denmark. I want to try equipment just for fun. Well, fun's an interesting word for it. I guess it depends on your definition. It's definitely an experience. That is inarguable. So we've got Tim preparing for his next deadlift, while Chrissy gets locked into her katana, a Titan bench press shirt. The general weight difference on bench equipped versus non is going to vary depending on a variety of factors. You can get more or less out of any particular equipment based on your experience level. I would say the best way to think about it is looking at world records raw versus world records equipped in the equivalent weight classes, because you would assume that in each of those instances you're going to have the highest level competitors maxing out and being as efficient as possible. Thank you very much, Reed, for the $5 donation. That little misgroove from Chrissy cost her the lift. Oh, we need to see this. The fabled hook me in daddy approach from Mr. Bryce Lewis. Bring the camera back. Come on. This is the important stuff. Getting some help from Big Joe Capolino.
I'll do whatever. Just put 4 on.
There we go.
Down my chest. Or what do you say? We'll do a 2 board. Just feel like 4 if I'm just 4. No, just 4.
Bryce is literally hanging from his strap on the suit there, trying to get it pulled higher and higher. Alts, hello. My name's Ben. Nice to meet you.
You pull that down.
445 or 35?
35,
Remember, guys, if you want to be cool like Reed is, you can go to that link right there and continue donating for a good cause. We spent literally all morning trying to get it set up.
Tuck it in hard.
Chance with looks like 435 to a 2.5 board, maybe a 3 board.
You were talking, you did 345, right? How'd that feel? It was good.
And back we go. So right now we're just trying to get the suit higher up into, not to sound crass, but into the crotchal region for Bryce, so that he can get the most possible out of it. Here you're gonna see pulling the shirt down a little bit, trying to scoop, especially, is that a Fury? I can't tell from here.
The last one was perfect. Same thing here. Casey, you get the two board again?
They're actually using the belt to lock in the suit, or to lock in the shirt. And that's something you don't have to do in raw lifting. It's much more common to see belted bench pressing in equip lifting because it is used as a tool to set the suit so it doesn't slide up and chop your own head off. Practicality. Eric Lapointe with, looks like 375 on the bar. Moving quite well. Here we go. Bryce is once again sweating before he's lifted any weights, just like yesterday, but for completely different, same reasons.
The last one, when you came down, you loosened up at the bottom, and that's why it was going this way. Okay. You stay tight the whole way. Okay. As soon as you hit the board, you just drive right up.
Trying our best. Just got a blessed fist bump from Mr. Big Joe himself. So the rest of the stream is bound to be filled with donations and good fortune. There we go. We've got Chrissy getting her shirt set. We've got Tim setting his expectations.
Chance, you grab the two board, please. You grab the two board.
We're gonna go ahead and flip back here. See Chrissy with 315 again. So you guys saw her miss this last time, but again, when it comes to equipped lifting, it's literally a game of inches. A very slight adjustment can be the difference between being able to finish a lift or not even getting it off the boards.
Will you look at the shirt for Sean?
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Bryce almost ready for his first suited squat. Looking like a sunburned Smurf. Did you know that they turn green when they're sunburned? Don't fact check that, just trust it. This is the internet, we can't lie here. Mr. Tim Thibodeau, that is the phonetic pronunciation of his name. Deciding halfway through, he could use a little bit more chalk. I mean, the straps get tighter as your hips get lower when it comes to the deadlift.
You ready? Oh, we're
Is this 675 on Tim's bar?
See this pull?
Never mind. I assumed you knew something I didn't. We're going to go ahead and give him the front view so you can see the deadlift face, a very important aspect. Wish I could show you both simultaneously. I'm sure there's a way, but scientists haven't figured it out yet. I'm going to say that's 675 on the bar. There we go. Ah. Tim deciding to give up after a success. Good job, Tim! Was that 675? That's what I thought. Okay. Someone was saying it was 585. I call shenanigans.
Cordero's got it.
Bring it out.
All right, while Bryce is getting his belt adjusted, we have Chance over here with, I think, 455 loaded on the bar.
Here we go, man. Big chest. Come on, Chance. Drop.
Group effort. Finally, Bryce ready to take his first suited squat of the day. Literally everybody is in the way. Sarah trying politely to move our beef king himself, Mr. Ian Bell. Tripping over the camera wires. Let's see how close to depth Bryce can make it. Wonder how much pressure is in his little skull right now. Oof. The sassy yet exhausted belt flick. Close enough. I've seen that in a few lifters' Instagram videos before. I'm pretty sure as long as you just say, I'll get it in a meet, then it clears up any depth discrepancies. Eric, thank you so much for the $100 donation, pushing our total up to $3,400 in the session. Over here, we have a different Eric, Mr. LaPointe, taking 405. Well done. Eric Cordero, would you like to use one of the incentives? Or was that just out of the goodness of your heart? I mean, obviously it was out of the goodness of your heart, but you can also give someone an ammonia bomb, or 4. $455 loaded up. 465, 75. I believe those are 10s on there. I believe LS has made the official statement that, man, I'm old. I can't be out here lifting every day. So he's floating around trying to help peeps. We have quite a lot of lifting to go. Remember, this is the second of 4 days, which is absolutely absurd. There you are. Speaking of LS, he's going to talk some trash on some people here. All right, here he goes.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. What's up, everyone? You don't need to see me to hear me. First of all, thank you. 3,400 $5 hairs. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that's nice. Nice little board bench. Can't wait till you touch your chest, Chance. Anyways, moving on. It would be amazing if we hit around 4K by the end of this. And here's the crazy thing. I know you got it. There's people out there with disposable income that are being stingy. Holding on. Don't hold on. Let go of that money. There's people that need help. There's people that need your help. We need you to help us help other people. We thank you for what you've been doing, but we can do more. Kyle Power, what's up, my man? Love you, bro. Miss you. Actually, I need you to take a year off. It's not 42, it's 41. You know what I'm saying? What else is that? I'm just answering questions. Obviously, shout out to Ben Rice for holding it down for us. He is command center. He is the captain. He is all that is man. He needs to shave his beard. but that's beside the point. I see that $3,405 is still there. Ladies and gentlemen, we have incentives. We have goals that need to be met. We have people out there that are hurting and need help. So, my question to you is this. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Speaking of what are you going to do, is that Eric with 415 looking mean? Is that a 3 board? This better be lightning. It's electric down there, y'all. Absolute electric down there. Nice lift off. That's clean. Did you blink? Bam! A little bit too much bar path, but good nonetheless. I'm pretty sure Bryce is hitting him with the green jeans, and he's getting wrapped up right now. Bryce is going green jeans with him. He's sitting back. And in his head, he's like, I don't know. What is this about? He's doing a depth check. Yes, that's Ben and I are both laughing at him right now. So, look at him. Hey, y'all, have you ever seen a can of busted biscuits? That's what it looks like right now. Hey, you ever try to stuff 10 pounds of trash in a 5-pound bag? Look at his hurt. This is great. All right, look at him. He's literally thinking about everything he could be doing right now that has nothing to do with this. Like, why am I doing this to myself? I got uber green legs. I'm wrapped up like a burrito. Look at him. Look at him. He looks like he has on a corset. He's getting choked up. This is great. Oh, man. The love and care that Ian Bell has given him. 5-plate date. Bryce Lewis. It's almost like he's over-equipped for this lightweight. He's going down, Kenny. Look at him. Guys, that was good depth. I'm going to tell you right now, his face and head aren't red because of the weight. It's because he's stuffed into that suit. I said what I said and I meant it. I'm such a hater. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Oh, we got who's 505? Oh, yeah, I recognize the Cavs. Jesus Christ. Uh-oh, basement Brandon. Oh. Brandon Campbell, I need the what's the incentive about? Chance Mitchell, okay, make it like, hey. Oh yeah, Chance? Let me go down there and do it raw, bro. What's up? What you want to do? We can do this all day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3,430 doll hairs. Ammonia for Eric. Poor guy. Y'all, Ben is about to sneak him with an ammonia. Shout out to my man, Basement Brandon. The bar don't lie. Woo. Man. That's what I'm saying. For those of you that are wondering why Bryce Lewis is stuffed in that suit, I don't know. That's hilarious. We got a little lull in the action. Wait, we're loading up for Bryce. As you see that big boy Derek Dowry, who just went 925 yesterday, and Ian Bell, who is all back. That's a lot of back on the man. Cheese and rice. No wonder they both freaking pulled over 900. That's insane. So, I am pretty sure Eric LaPointe is being stalked right now in order to get bombed. But while we wait for him to catch that, all right, so I see the shake just happened. Oh, Eric's right there. So are we going to get him? He's just standing there. Why me? Why me, guys? Let's see what he does. Give him a shake, Nat. All right. Take it to the nose, bro. Nice. We're in here. Oh man.
I think that's good if you have asthma. It's like yeah, for sure.
So
I need that shit.
so call me.
So now am I just going?
I don't want to mess that up. Call me Matt Tubb. You said you donated for Bryce to get bombed, but it hasn't gone through.
It feels fine.
Man.
Better than the beginning.
Well, hey man, if it doesn't go through, you may have to try a little bit. It's honestly not on our end. A lot of it's been on the Tiltify end between the connection between Tiltify and the actual campaigns that they're holding for these different charities. Yeah. Like so sometimes these incentives are popping in and out, so we're having to manually try to check these things because before they were automatically coming in. So we're having to actually manually check these incentives. So if we haven't got to you, make sure you hit in the chat in our model. Make sure that they check over that. And like I said, I mean, if you see down there, there's the Streamlabs. It'll say where to donate if you guys want to donate. Because right now we're sitting at 34.30.
Nah, Gino's got it.
Okay. Oh, it's gonna be a nasty rap. All right, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna have that big man Joe Cap. Hey guys, remember when I said that I was just gonna be on for a little bit? I lied to you. I'm here. Matter of fact, while I'm here, I'm gonna go ahead. You hear that? That's the sour strips. About to take that to the head. So my face isn't on yet. My face will come on in a little bit. But right now, we're throwing. Who this? Chance Mitchell. Woo! Chance is putting on some weight, baby. Oh yeah. Bobbing me. Yeah. Hey. Chance Mitchell. Oh, well, he got a sticking point. Yeah! Chance Mitchell. Chance Mitchell. Yeah! And guess what? Brandon, you have no love for these people. Guess what? Brandon just dropped another. This one is for Chance. So I need somebody to catch Chance. Make him do the dance. It's time to sniff up, Chancey boy. Shout out Brandon Diamond. Basement Brandon. The man, the myth, the legend. I don't know if you guys have ever gone and followed Basement Brandon, but if you don't, you need to. This dude has more swag. His outfits are always so dope. It's a shame that he trains in a basement because people in a public gym need to see what this guy brings to the table every single time. Beautiful. Always dresses nice. So we're going to make sure that we get Chance rocked up. So we got Hamstring Poppy coming up right now. Nice lift off. And like, I don't know if you guys remember from yesterday, we was talking about how he works his arch. Where was the bar path, brother? You just gave Jesus a high five. You shot that thing straight up. Hey, somebody tell Hamstring Poppy to work in his bar path. Cheese and rice. But like he was talking about, Sean was talking about yesterday in terms of how most of his arch he actually attributes to the drive from the legs into the arch rather than actually trying to use just a T-spine to get the arch. It was a prime example. They just slapped another 5 plates. 5-plate date. Uh-oh. Ammonia bomb Bryce. Matt Tubb. Ammonia bomb for Bryce. You know what to do. Send that to him because guess who? Oh, my God. Somebody needs to hit him right now while he's getting wrapped. Somebody needs to hit Bryce right now. Yeah, Tony, make that happen for me. Make sure you activate it. First of all, look at Bryce's face. He's already super uncomfortable. He is stuffed like a Christmas turkey presently. Oh, man. Oh, he's taking off the green jeans. Oh, no. Joe Cap with the wrap. Oh, somebody just got. Did they just get him? Who'd they get? Who'd they just get? I don't know. I just heard an oh in the back. Oh, look at Bryce's face. As Joe Rap hits him with the cat. Oh, well, never mind. We're going to take a travel. We're traveling. We're going somewhere. We're going to Chizan's. Hey, who's going to get chance? I see his chest. That's it. So that's what we're doing? Hit him. Hey! They put it in his eyeball. That's what we're doing? You're going to blind that man. Hey! We got to hit Bryce. We got to get Bryce. Joe Cap with the rap. No cap for Joe Rap. You see what I just did there? I put the name in the rap. You know what I mean? Yes, we see that $3,510. We got to get to the 4,000. I need 4 racks before this is over with. Oh, the Shark Daddy. Look at all those muscles. I'm saying, clearly you're talking about them, not me, because, I mean, the camera's not on me, but you saw me. I'm sitting with my shirt off. I literally have an 8-pack. Like, honestly, actually, Ben and I both have our shirts off. We just oiled up. I mean, we could go physiquing on these boys if we wanted to. I don't know what I'm saying right now. I do know we have 3,510 doll hairs. We got Sean. He's about to go 495 to stay alive. Hamstring Poppy. Here we go. Dear Diary, where's his range of motion? Let's go. Easy weight. And speaking of Christmas, it's getting stuffed again. Christmas turkey. Bryce Lewis. He's stuffed in there. Let's call him Stuffed Trump's Pizza. What am I saying? I'm just making fun of these people. You guys, I'm raising funds, making fun of my friends. Oh, is that a 6-plate date? A 6-plate date for Bryce Lewis? Oh, no. The Christmas turkey. He's stuffed. He's ready to rock. Oh, man. Did you see how aggressive he was with that tie down? Oh. Are you going to hit him before? Hit him. Does he know he's getting hit? Hey! Yeah! Plot twist. He already hit. Let's get it, baby boy! 3,500, $10 hairs. We better hit 4K. But speaking of hit, respect the depth. Get there. Get there. Get there. Yeah! Y'all, Bryce's face looks like he's in so much pain. And it's not from the weight, clearly. Look at him. He is. Oh, man. I love seeing my friends in pain. Whew. Who else is there to make fun of? Because this is great. Guys, Ben Rice is right next to me, and we are literally just roasting people right now. First of all, shout out to Mangino for coming through with the Carol Baskin Leopards. Listen, don't even sleep on Gino. He comes through with the fashion. That's with 2 S's and 3 H's. Get at me. We're right here. That's 495. 210.05 and a 5. Oh, we got some weight. We got 25. Okay. Oh, man. Y'all, I don't even care that I'm smacking in your ears right now. You want me to stop smacking? You better throw some more money on there. Well, speaking of smacking, let's talk about these sour strips. Your boys on the rainbow right now. They say they're artificially flavored, but they taste natural. Let's go. Who we waiting on? Let's talk about Greg.
The way you bench, you're like elbows out normally.
It looks like one of those throwback weightlifters. The up. Goes.
It's the opposite
Man.
of what you normally do.
Hamstring Poppy. Oh, he's got a hat on. He means business. Is he going to a board? Touch your chest, chump. Real G's trust their test. Hamstring Poppy. Shine Noriega. Nori. Mr. Range of Motion, not really. Drive up. Nicely done. That's cute. I remember my first bench. Let's get it popping. Who we got? Bryce Lewis? There's nothing about Bryce's shot that looks comfortable. Poor feller. He looks like a Clydesdale low-key with the little green at the bottom of the feet. Poor feller. Oh, hey, by the way, I don't know if you guys have been looking and checking out the new Nike Romy 4s. They just dropped a camo version. They are so fire. I'm saving for a new truck. Otherwise, I'd have copped them today. But if you can, somebody cop them and let me know what it's like. If you feel like copping too, let me know. I'll send you my wish list. Speaking of wish list, that's everybody's wish is to have their girl have a picture, a video of them, depth check. It's not King of Lifts worthy yet. We need more weight. Speaking of more weight, let's start to the other rack. Is that a 35 to stay alive on there, or is that a 25? Ooh. We got 5. Oh, what? Oh, that's what we're doing now? Show off? Let's count the plates for the squat date. Speaking of count the plates, let's run it to the other one more time. That's what we got going on the other side. Man, that's crazy. I'm going to do that tomorrow. What? What'd I say? I can't say this. We are still stuck at $3,510. That means we got a lot of people coming to the show for free. Let me tell you something. These people are doing their thing. They're doing their thing. And you guys are killing me. Just being cheap. I bet somebody's eating some food that they bought watching this. You could have taken 5 of those doll hairs and sent it. The Shark Daddy said $5. And he just made a cool comment. And I appreciate you for that. Whew. Man. I'm just, you know what? You know when you watch and you just want to be a part of it? And you can't? Not yet. I'm not going down there. This is more fun making fun. Ben's trying to get me out of here. No, Ben Rice, you will, if you see me stuff my fluffy body into one of those bad boys, it's because it's the last time I've ever power lifted. I promise you that. I'm going out like Carlito's way. You gotta call me back for one more job. That's it. I said what I said. $3,500 and 10 ducats. It's not bad. It's not good though. It can be better. You know what I'm saying? If you've got $5 in your pocket right now, I'm going to need you to go to your bank and deposit that bad boy and then send it to us. Speaking of send, Hamstring Poppy, Mr. Sean Noriega is trying to go full send. Listen, he's going 545. How many of you out there can do that? I mean, I can't. I'm lying. I can. Let's get it popping. Hamstring Poppy. What you got, baby boy? I mean, if I had that range of motion, dude, can you imagine? Did he bench? Did he do it? I didn't even see the bar move. Man, I'm a hater. Let's get you guys. Listen, the comments being given are solely my own. They do not reflect anyone else involved with Live Together 2020. You guys, I feel so bad for Ben Rice right now. He's just like, LS, what are you doing? There's somebody out there that's like, how do I press the button to get my money back? Oh, the Filipino gamer, he just gave us $5. Yo, the Filipino bear. Gaming. LS needs to comment on all the big meats. Listen here, baby boy. It gets no bigger than this. Speaking of big, we got Big Jason Mike over there looking like a big old Santa Claus. That's a lot of plaid, Dad. Get out of here. Get out of here. All this plaid. Ugh. Oh, no. Greg's got on. Oh, he's got a fanny pack now. He just keeps adding accessories. We're back to Bryce and Joe Cap. Joe Cap with the wrap. 675. Ooh, he's gonna go 675. That's a 7-plate day, baby. Bryce K, I know you guys don't speak freedom units up there in Canada, but that's a lot of weight, bud. That's a lot of scratch. You know what I'm saying? So, it's time to ask the Magic 8 Ball. We got 2 of them. And you know what? I don't know what we're going to do to these people. We're going to do something back to them. Oh, man, let's go to the play. Let's go to live cam. Look at that cake. Joe Cap with the cake. I see with that peach, Joe Cap. Somebody squeezes their glutes. Joe Cap with the cake shot. we get that Joe Cap cake. That right there should have got us at least another donation. It's not every day that you get to see 120K plus caker. All right, so after Bryce squats this, we are going to go to the Magic 8 Ball. We've got 2 donations to go to that Magic 8. Until then, I need you to see these 7 plates. Woo-wee! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One little squat and we go to heaven. Let's get it, Bryce Lewis! Oh, man. Oh, he's got people around him now. You know it's serious when you have 1, 2, 3 spotters. Oh, yeah! Bryce Lewis. It's unofficially brought to you by Virus because it's peeking from under his pantaloon. Let's get it popping, Bryce. Ooh, he's locking in, ladies and gents. He's thinking to himself, it's for all those people that need the help. Nice unrack, very violent. You know what I'm talking about? He did it with the hips, not with the knees. Breaks at the hips. Ooh, 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 takes it to the basement. Comes up fast! Bryce Lewis! Ian Bell with the spot on the side. Derek Dowry with the spot in the back. Joe Cap with the wrap and a spot on the side. Bryce Lewis with 675. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the heaviest squat that has ever happened at Lift Together 2020 because that's the heaviest squat that we've done so far. But if you want heavier, I'm going to need more money. I need at least $10 donated to Lift Together for charity. American Federation for Suicide Prevention. I need some more money. Kyle 83. 7 plates went up faster than I could do 3. That's you and me both, baby. Oh, man.
Okay, this camera can hear.
Kim, I don't care. Your laptop volume can be at 1. I'm going to scream. I'm a loud person. That's just what it is. I just get loud. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, somebody says they'll donate $10 if he goes 800. How about this? How about this? How about this? If you can donate, you give me $25 or more, I will go down there personally and tell Bryce. No. He will go up for $100. 100 ducats, and we will go up to 800. We'll work our way up to 800 for 100 ducats. Who out there, who's going to play Daddy Warbucks and get your boy $100? I need 100 greenbacks. Like the Flintstones say, 100 clams. Wait a minute. Call me Tub? Nope. $100 for 765? Okay, how about this? 125 for 800 then. Natalie's saying he's not going to go. We got $100 right there. We're ready. So I need $100. Call me Tub. Call me Tub. Listen, right now it's a hollow promise. I need to cross over. No one's going over there to bench yet. I think Sean might be done.
John, you were going up?
You heard that? That was me. That was woo-wee.
Did someone donate? What's that? Did someone donate?
Right, yeah, he's on chill mode. I would love to see 765 loaded up. I would also love to see $100 into this donation pool. I love seeing 3,515 doll hairs, but how much more amazing would it be if it said 3,615 doll hairs? That's all I'm saying. Oh man, you guys are amazing. Oh, he said that's what Natalie said. Okay, I ain't tripping. Somebody out there has got $100. There are two friends right now sitting side by side that are watching this that have 50 ducats apiece. There are 4 friends out there that have 25 doll hairs in their account. Wait a minute. If I get $100 in the next 3 minutes, Bryce will squat 8 plates. Oh! And we got a match. So we got $200 riding on the line. Who's got it? Uh-oh, there it is. We got $100. We got $100 from Diane. Is this for Bryce? Bryce, 785. We got another 100 that's been matched, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's time to load it up. It's time to load it up. We got $200. $200. Go 800. Let's go, Bryce. I need 800. Look, there's no negotiation. A deal's a deal. That's what I'm talking about. Now, I need somebody out there to give me at least a $10 donation. 25 actually. He needs a bomb. He needs to get bombed in the nose. He needs all the torque he can get to that next level. I need your help. I need 25 doll hairs. So we have 3,615. Oh, we got Gino over there. It's official with Gino.
You got that right, LS.
Woo! It's official when Gino's in the building.
Come on, Nakatomi Tower.
Man, this is go time. Bryce Lewis loading it up, doing it for charity. This is the only time as a lifter, as a seasoned lifter, that you can lift ego. He's not only lifting ego, but he's also lifting for people. Let's get it going. Oh, man. We got to get it going. Again, I have in my hand 100 greenbacks that have been matched from the $100 that have been looted up. Hey, man, what's this? What's the music? We need something better than that. Is that Biggie? Is that Biggie in the background? No, that's Tupac. We got Tupac. Is that Tupac? That's not. That's bad boy music. Man, I thought we had Pac in the back. I was like, oh, I'm about to go squat 800. You heard? Boy, you put Pac on. I'm ready to fight a baby. Let's get it cracking. We got Bryce Lewis loaded up $800. Oh, man. Woo! Joe Cap with the Joe Cap rap. I just want to rhyme. That's the only reason I said it that way. The Joe Cap rap about to go down. Bryce. Legs in his crotch. Joe Cap with the first rap. Oh, I forgot. We got the Joe Cap K-Cam. Joe Cap K-Cam. Cake. I don't know what's going on. I've lost all control. The Joe Cap K-Cam is going on. Let's go to Bryce's face. I need you to see what it looks like when a man's about to squat 800 pounds. Joey Cap with the rap. Oh man, it's too much. It's too much for the census, ladies and gentlemen. But you need to see it. The Joe Cap K-Cam. He's been doing lunges. Listen, they say to squeeze your glutes when you finish. Joe Cap does that. I'm telling you, that is a doo-doo maker right there, buddy. Joe Cap with the rap. Look, there's pain. I wonder what goes on in his head right now. There are so many 45s. Oh, man. Yes, sir. Man, we are going crazy. We got $200 that were donated for this dude to do his thing. Man. Yeah. He's got a, like, he honestly, I was like, this is like a full-grown Velociraptor. Possibly a baby T-Rex. Yeah. This is a baby T-Rex. So Bryce has got a baby T-Rex on the back. 765. Listen, it's official now. You see Greg with the fanny pack. Yeah. Bryce Lewis. Woo! He's in there. Gino's down there. It's official with Gino. He's got the Centurion on. He's got the SBD on. We got battling brands on this man. He takes it off the rack. It looks good. Let's get it, boy. He takes it down subs. He takes it downstairs. Is he going to come up out of the basement? Let's go! I should have asked for $300. I should have asked for $400, actually. You guys have been just a treat. You have been blessed. Guess what? We're going to see Bryce Lewis at the World Games. We might see Bryce Lewis at the World Games. Okay, he's going to have to squat a lot more than 765. But we're going to see Bryce Lewis at the World Games. You guys, you cannot tell me that wasn't a treat for your eyeballs. Your ocular senses have been blessed.
Thank you, guys.
By Bryce Lewis and his squatting ability. Aw, man. I'm sorry, Jen. You didn't get to see it. It froze up. But you know what? The great thing is, it's archived. So you'll be able to go back and check out all the beautiful things that have happened. Speaking of beautiful, let's look at that two bald-headed boys right there talking. I use an electric shaver. Oh, I actually use Bic. You want to see a bald man take his clothes off? Look at that. Yeah. I don't even need money for that, guys. I want that for free. Ken Kniff from Connecticut. Let's get it going. Oh, man. Right? He had a little buckle in the hole, and he still came out like a boss. Man, must be nice. Wish I could squat like that. But I tell you what I can do. I can count this money that we're raising. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, $3,615 what we've raised because of your generosity. Cannot be done without you. Man, come on. This is crazy. Yeah, I said Ken Kniff. Ken Kniff from Connecticut. Somebody in the chat, if you know what I'm talking about with Ken Kniff from Connecticut, I need you to educate the rest of the people in the chat who Ken Kniff from Connecticut is. And if you're G enough, I need you to provide them with a link to the song that involves Ken Kniff from Connecticut. Love you guys. Let's go! So, oh man, Bryce looks spent. Oh man, I need to get down there. I think I was doing the bench balance, but it's too fun talking trash about people. Actually, you know what? Let's see if we'll get Bryce to be up here. E. Can you yell at Bryce and tell him to come up here real quick? So we're gonna talk to Bryce. Look at them. Look at those meat. Ew! I just saw. Ew! OnlyFans for $4.99 a month. You can see her hair every day. Oh, we got a $30. Ah, he gives him get the gold medal. Bryce, come over here. I need to talk to you, bud. Come on up here, bud. Let's. So, you get a gold medal, by the way. Oh, so we are at 3,645. Actually, 745. We had a $100 match, but I have a $100 greenback in my hand right now. So, Bryce, while you're getting set up, when you saw that $100 come through, what was in your head? You knew it was coming. So you knew it was coming. You just didn't know when. So is that the most amount of weight that you had on your back?
Yeah, it's the most amount of
And then
weight.
take it down to the basement and sit up?
Can you guys hear me right now?
I don't.
No, the stream.
Can you
Stream,
guys
just
hear
comment in the
Bryce
chat
on
if
the
you guys
stream?
can hear me. I think.
Let me get a quick comment if you guys can hear Bryce.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
awesome.
So we're gonna take me through it so we can take it off the rack. Now, first of all, your unracks are always just epic. So unracked it. It looked good. How did it feel coming off the rack?
So I was telling these guys downstairs the most awkward, the most painful part of this whole thing was the walkout.
Right.
And like, so once you get it set, it's just the damn pressure of the knee wraps is so much. The suit, kind of like over the course of the few reps it started to get better, but the knee wraps never got better. Like they always just could dig in. And I kept telling Joe Cap, like, take it easy, dude, take it easy. And
That was not here.
he saw 765 in the bar, and I think his blood went red, and he just started going up. So.
First of all, before we go any further, you must be awarded with your gold medal.
Oh, well.
Him's a winner. So, we unrack it.
Yeah, unrack it.
Nice. It was like, the setup was super nice. Break at hips. Start going down.
So, I guess the funniest part about all of this is, like, I've had experience equipped through Natalie. So I get to watch Natalie do her training. I rap her all the time. I help
But
her
she's
put her.
a goat, though.
Yeah.
It's different.
But she says, like, oh, man, like, I got my feet set and, like, I couldn't move it. And, like, today I know what that means.
Right.
Because I got my foot set on that 675, and I'm like, well, I'm just taking it now.
So you just have to take what you got.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, obviously it helps being a seasoned spotter. I mean, you're no slouch in the spot area.
Yeah.
So the part that I was impressed with, there was a couple of us that actually commented about, so you took it down to the basement. Basement Brandon, shout out Basement Brandon, by the way. So you took it down to the basement. On the way up, in the ascent, there's a little buckle. And in my head, I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be it. But I'm like, yeah, you got it, Bryce. I'm like, he's got it. He's having it.
I've done that before too, like.
And you powered out. So,
Yeah.
while we all saw what happened, my question was this. The World Games is coming up. I mean, the World Games is coming up. Ian Bell's already been in my ear about trying to go to 93.
Yeah.
You know what? I mean, he's clearly going to have to add like
I've
another.
still got a Raw World Team spot that I hope I get to do next year, 2021, Belarus.
Yeah, I still got that match. I don't know that. I hope we get a chance to actually
Me
do
too.
it, yeah.
Me too.
Oh, man. That'd be
Well,
nice,
guys,
though.
thanks. Whoever gave the $100. Is that Diane?
Yeah, Diane.
I think I know which Diane that is.
So,
I
yeah,
appreciate
man.
you.
Oh, Middle Jackson Jesus. Who gets the bronze medal?
Click.
Oh, he's a friend.
Well, Minnie, thank you.
So but yeah, you guys, it's dude, it's fun. Clearly we're having fun right now. I will tell you just from because my experiences are gonna come tomorrow. Actually, a little bit later, I'm actually gonna hop in this bench thing. But
Yeah.
the hard part, honestly, is going from Command Central, because
Yep.
you guys obviously don't see how the sausage is made. There's tons of monitors going on right now. The hard part is like literally going from director mode, running things mode to like, all right, now I gotta switch a whole different level and go out there and now put weight on my back when I've been sitting down for 10 hours at a time.
Yeah.
What, honestly, I mean, it's gonna be weird me saying this, like there had to be a switch you had to turn on. You had to turn on the switch.
Yeah. So halfway through Joe wrapping my knees, I'm like, oh, I gotta like calm down and take this seriously instead of just laughing around and joking. And like, this is actually 765, regardless of whether or not I have equipment on. So.
What?
Yeah, I guess I had to do that. So we're gonna switch over.
Okay.
We're gonna take a look, and we gotta see this award get delivered.
Towards him right now. Awesome.
You guys can still hear us, I think. Yeah, we're still good. So we're here. We're both here.
Yeah. Mr. Tim.
Eric Cordiero, thanks for that donation for the rap from Joe Cap.
We appreciate
Joe's
you
good.
guys.
I really like Joe's raps a lot.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I know I come on this thing threatening people. Oh, hold on. Dun, 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 dun. Timmy Tim Tim.
Thank you, Minnie.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, he
so
deserves
much.
that for that gigantic deadlift.
Yeah, he had a time. So, like I was saying, guys, we were talking about him, like, you know, because again, you saw him, like, you know, kind of. And then here's the thing. Obviously, he's one of the best in the world in terms of what he does. He's one of, like, he's the defending champion. I mean, the guy knows how to win. He knows how to execute. So, I mean, you see him joking around. It's funny because, like, he's joking, cracking jokes up to, like, 5 plates. He gets around 6 plates. He's like, I'm going to joke a little bit more. As soon as that 7th plate got on, his whole demeanor changed. So that's funny. Like, I mean, as soon as that 7th plate comes on, it's because it's something about 675. It's like, all right,
Yeah.
if I cough wrong, it's a wrap for me.
I'll tell you what, I had no concept of depth at all.
Yeah.
So I did that first one, and like I thought I was high as shit.
Yeah.
And I wasn't at all.
No.
So like now I know why you need someone on the side to say like, oh, up, you know,
Yeah.
it's time
'Cause
to
otherwise you'll just keep
start
going.
standing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think I always think back to Arnold a few years ago when Blaine squatted at 500 kilos, and I'm like on the side, I'm like, why they keep calling down? And from my point, I thought clearly he's got it. So I'm thinking he's parallel, and I remember one of the Quip guys says, I forget the Quip guy that was next, I forget his name. He's like, no, he's still got a little bit more to go. And I remember his coach yelling out, a little bit more. And Blaine literally just, and just shoots up with 500 keys. And I can tell you right now, any other person, obviously that's not a seasoned equipped lifter, it'd have been an absolute wrap for them. And I'm not talking about the knees. So to kind of watch you out there, I mean, and obviously it's 2 different skills completely.
It is.
2 different skills.
I realize that now.
I dabbled in it a little bit, but then Ian came to the gym and he started actually doing it, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go sit down now. It's a completely different skill. For those of you out there that do compete equip, that do train equip, absolute hats off. I salute you guys because it's a skill that not many can master. Whereas raw, you're more likely to master in terms of, you know, mastering your technique within that realm. But equipped is a whole different beast. And so, I mean, you're gonna have David Ricks, who's literally mastered both art forms, and competing at the highest level for 30, 40 years. One of the best that's ever done it. He'll be here, and I mean, that man could probably strap on a quick 800 and just make it work. So it's cool watching you do your thing and really like knowing how powerful you are as a squatter, a raw squatter, period, to see that pretty much a 10-minute transformation into an equipped lifter.
Yeah, we're all jumping in to do something for charity.
Yeah, man.
So this is my little contribution. Obviously, Tim threw up that amazing 675. I didn't get a whole chance to see what was happening with the bench, but
you say little contribution, and it was 800 pounds. You know what? Whatever. I mean, I'm not even gonna pick a fight right here. It's pointless.
I'm following behind those guys yesterday, pulling mad weight on the trap bar deadlift. So
all I'm saying is this.
And I hope that you guys stay tuned. Tomorrow night is a max deadlift night. We've got like 10 people max deadlifting. It's gonna be insane.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. You'll see Chrissy. I think she's gonna put something stupid.
Yeah. Charlie Yang's ready for something.
Oh gosh.
We don't know.
I mean, I'm just gonna be honestly. I'm probably gonna be back here yelling. I'm not gonna lie to you. If we don't raise tons of cash for that, I honestly might just stand in front of the camera, block the view, and you can't see a thing. You're just gonna hear me yell at the awesome stuff that's going on. So you better be super ready to donate to these charities. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I mean, we're creeping up on that 4K mark. If we get 4 racks, honestly, by the end of this day, that'll be a success. But if we shoot past 4 racks, which I definitely believe is a possibility, I mean, I'll probably cry. I cry about everything. You guys have been absolutely amazing, man. We're doing amazing things, man. And honestly, we had talked about it. Honestly, probably like the day before we kind of said, I was like, dude, it's here.
Mm-hmm.
This is happening. And, you know, I mean, we've only had literally 2 speed bumps.
Yeah.
Out of all of this, knock on wood. we've only had a couple speed bumps, and they've not really been things that we couldn't overcome. The cool thing that's been happening is you guys keep coming back no matter what's going on, and we're trying to give you guys a show. We're trying to give you guys some awesome entertainment. Honestly, we're trying to give you guys some awesome ideas, because we don't have to be the only ones raising funds for these amazing charities. Each one of you can go to either one of these charities and donate. It's all about sustainable donations anyway. I mean, it's awesome. We can drop 4K, 5K, 20K into these people's accounts, and that's awesome. But what happens after that? Where does the money go after that? It's gone. I mean, because it's immediately being distributed amongst like the people that need it, and then they're back to zero. And so more funds need to be raised. These are nonprofits. It's not like they're really in there to make cash. So the more money that we can raise, the more awareness we can raise, the more people can be helped by this. The same thing that we're doing, you guys can do. It doesn't have to be something that's a huge scale event. It can just be along like, hey, let me go to this website, let me donate. It's that simple. So you guys, honestly, man, you guys are being so giving, so righteous, and have been so willing to help, man. And like I said, I mean, it's one thing to be able to put it on, but it's another thing to be able to put it on, strap up, get stuffed in like a can of biscuits, go down there, throw in the heaviest weight that's been a bar so far, and it's uncharted territory on multiple ends. I mean, it's not like he's ever just thrown 800 pounds on his back raw. It's not like he's just actually throwing on wraps and a squat suit. Just let me just do that. Like, he's doing it for something. It's weird to say he's doing it for you.
We're doing it for you guys.
And of course we're doing it for. Oh, got $20 in.
Hey, thank you, Anonymous.
Anonymous. I wish I knew who you were so I could kiss you on the forehead.
We're going to see that award pop up in a sec. Looks like the incentives are a little bit delayed, but we're going to take care of that as well. So what we're going to do, guys, is take a very quick break here as we set up. So I know we had the bench balance competition on the schedule just because of how long the equip bracket took. What we're going to do is just skip right over the bench balance competition, get an early start on inflatable suits, as I explained to these people, get a few of our people in some inflatable suits and do some more dumb stuff for charity. So we'll get set up for that real quick, and I will see you guys in a little bit. Unless your commentary from up here was amazing. We could hear you down there. I know the energy was going off up here as always.
First of all, Kim from Ireland was talking trash, and she said she had to turn her laptop down to 2, but she can still hear me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I get excited for my friends. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. All right, Kim, how about that?
What's up says, hold up, I sent $25. Can I have a kiss on the forehead?
Where you at? Listen.
All right, guys, we'll be right back, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
The NAACP. On February 12, 1909, what is now the nation's oldest and largest grassroots civil rights organization, was formed. The NAACP, which stands for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, has been a driving force in fighting race-based discrimination in the United States since its founding. In 1909, racial injustices were common. Segregation was legal in many parts of the United States. Employment discrimination was common, and voting rights were often denied. People of color across the country had to live with the fear of racial violence and lynching. And so, the NAACP was formed, built on the ideals of another group, the Niagara Movement. W.E.B. Du Bois, along with 29 other prominent African Americans, started the Niagara Movement in 1905. They met near Niagara Falls and wrote a manifesto calling for equal civil rights, the end of racial discrimination, and the full recognition of humanity for people of color. In 1909, many white liberals in New York City joined with some of the Niagara Movement's black intellectual leaders, and from that group, the NAACP was born. In addition to W.E.B. Du Bois, other NAACP founders included renowned civil rights leaders Ida B. Wells and Mary Church Terrell. The NAACP's mission has been to achieve a fully integrated society with equal rights for all. Its national leadership has always been interracial, even though the greater membership has been mostly African American. To achieve its mission, the NAACP has not only focused on using the legal system to challenge
Yo, hope you guys can hear me. I'm going to give you a little sneak peek of what's going on. So there's a few events that I've been really excited about. This is one of them. So Natalie, LS, and I planned all of these events. And this is a little preview. This one came from Ben Rice. So we have... I'm loving it so much. We're getting suited up here. What's up, Jen? We got Ian Bell up there in the unicorn. Who's throwing on the panda? That's Marcellus. Who's in the sumo? Oh, perfect. And Ben Rice is getting warmed up over there. This is my absolute favorite. We have a $200 matching donation from Ben Rice's parents, and you guys see Ben there on the stream. Ben Rice's parents want to give $200 for Ben to get a haircut. So if we get that $200 in the next hour, any combination of donations up to $200 to get that donation in the next hour, and we're going to get Ben a nice little haircut. Yeah, this is the other equipped. This is suited, which is different. All right, so let's change a few of these event names. Can we pick the haircut? Ooh, Dave. We can start with the mullet. I know we can start with the mullet. Yo, Steph, you've been here for basically all the time I've been here, so I really appreciate you being part of this chat. Thank you so much. We tack on a little bit more. So if you guys match, that's $400 to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. We can start with Punk Rock Bryce. We're going to start with that. Ben Rice's parents in the chat, Chaplain Rice. Ben's mom and dad will match up to $200 for a boy to go get a haircut during the afternoon break. Absolutely, yes. Can we make that happen? Ben will get a haircut, yep. In fact, in walking distance from here, there's an awesome place. I will take him there myself. No, it's during the break. Yeah. I will take him there myself. And thank you for raising such an upstanding young man who who's such a good influence for so many people. Once again, we are raising money for charity for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Mental health is, in my opinion, a pretty serious problem. This problem of kind of people not being able to really open up and just kind of keep these emotions in, and just the stigma of mental health being different from physical health. And of course there are some differences, but this kind of stigma of showing weakness and kind of talking about what's really going on in your life is something that I felt very important to raise money for, and more importantly raise awareness. So I know that's a cause that's near and dear to Ben's heart, and I know that a lot of people watching his channel get a lot of inspiration on that side of things as well. So that's why we're here. That's why we're all here. We brought a lot of people together. We brought all the brands together. We want to thank A7 for sponsoring not only this event, but sponsoring 7 events. And a sponsorship, just so you guys know, is a $250 donation to charity. So A7 has helped us out in a very big way, and that's all going directly to charity. A7 is good folks indeed. Speaking of good folks, by the way, after this we have a few people riding down from Alaska, and actually I have Natalie here right next to me, and I'm gonna put her just on the headset real quick so she can talk about what's coming up here. So if she puts on this headset, you guys will be able to hear her as well. I'm gonna shut up, and she'll tell you about the Break the Bicycle movement.
Test. Do they want to? Oh, we're not on the camera. Okay. So there is. Hey everyone, my name is Natalie. I know some of you, and I don't know some of you. So something that's happening a little bit later was an event that we added just a couple of days ago when we realized the timing was going to work out great for it. I have a friend of mine who is from rural Alaska, like I am, has decided to dedicate his efforts and energy toward a cause that is really important to him, which is mental health for Black and Indigenous men, and to raise awareness and kind of raise awareness and funds for his charity. He is riding a bicycle from Vancouver, BC, which is where he currently lives, to San Diego. However, because of the forest fires, they were rerouted and had to take a long car ride through Utah and Oregon to get out of the line of the fires, and so now they are riding south through Colorado and then down to New Mexico to finish off their, I don't even know how many mile ride. I can't remember what it is. It's lots. And serendipitously, we have been working on the same kind of working group called Rally Alaska, which is a group of coaches that are from Alaska that work with youth in rural communities, and I found out about this cause that he's kind of raising money for, and I've been following along, and I realized he was going to be near us around the time of this event, and so I invited him to come and present and hang out, because our interests and focus are so well aligned, and so he is coming. They're going to arrive this afternoon. They're riding from Laramie, Wyoming, which is about 63 miles from Fort Collins, and so they will arrive here this afternoon. They're going to speak on stream about what they're doing, about how they got to this point, their kind of personal stories that are influencing that influence their kind of passion in raising mental health funds and awareness for Black and Indigenous men. And yeah, so it's just it's a really amazing and obviously a huge feat of strength to ride a bicycle from the northern border of the United States to the southern border of the United States. And He's doing a lot of it. You know, he's the only one that's doing the entire thing, and he has friends that are meeting up with him here and there to help him out and support him and help him raise funds. So that's called Break the Bicycle. BI is Black and Indigenous, but also bicycle. And yeah, I'm excited to have him talk to folks and just kind of share his message. And if you want to follow him on Instagram, it's just Break the Bicycle. And he's sharing a lot of really insightful things along the way, things that he is maybe just kind of realizing as he's like spending all this time in solitude riding a bike, and how and you know how meditative and kind of thought-provoking that process can be. So anyway, I appreciate everyone tuning in this weekend, and I hope that you'll stick around for Damon and his friends presentation later.
Yeah, we're excited to see them in just a little bit. That happens at 4 p.m., assuming that we can get bicycles here at the right time, but it'll be around then. So I just talked to Ben downstairs. We have a few interesting donation incentives for you guys. I know Ben's chat is here. Guys, for $100, Ben will pull with straps. Ben will use the straps for deadlifting. I know he's very opposed to straps, so it's a big deal to get him to pull with some straps. And for $50, Ben will shotgun a monster. I know that's a modern classic for Ben's chat. So we hope you guys will support him as he makes his way over to the training area. And I am having a blast up here watching this. I hope you guys are too. I really want to go down there with my camera and just take pictures and video this entire time. If you guys are liking this, if you like how dumb we are, please help us reach our goals. We're working our way toward $4,000 today. I hope we can hit that before the break. How much is the Ben haircut? That's a $200 match anytime before 4 p.m. today. $200 match. Any combination of donations up to $200. So if someone makes Ben shotgun a monster, if another person makes him pull with straps, we get a few ammonia bombs and we are there. We're there. We'll throw that haircut in on the house. Ben making his way over to the deadlift bar. I don't know why we don't have everyone inside watching this. I don't think they know what's going on right now. They thought it was downtime. Yeah, the deadlift bar needs some straps. Would love to have some straps on that. Sarah squats. Who is in the bear costume and the unicorn? I think Ian Bell is in the unicorn. We're gonna have to find out who's in the bear costume. Ian Bell is in the unicorn costume. Sarah's got an ammonia bomb. Let's make our way to $200 so we can get Ben a haircut and make his parents happy. Let's make them all clean and spiffy. Who should we ammonia bomb? I'm really imagining we ammonia bomb Marcellus. Marcellus in the panda costume over there. There's Eric Lapointe. Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate that. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, we do need someone. Actually, I don't know if the belt swat's going to work on this. We need a $100 donation for Ben to pull with straps. Imagine the weight.
I need that range of motion.
Wait, Sean's over.
This is my favorite. Look at that range of motion. We'll get some help loading up Ben's bar. We've got 315 pounds on the bar so far. Stephanatrix came through with the donation. Ben wears straps to deadlift, and that is $100 toward the haircut. We're halfway there.
Ben must wear straps. Your chat did it. Yes. All right, Ben. Strap time.
Do they even have any here?
Yeah. Yeah, we do, buddy. Right in there, in the side pocket, there's some orange straps. Yep. Side pocket, they're orange. You can see it. You can see them right where you are. You know those straps. You're at a gym.
I thought I was at a legit gym.
Hey, man.
Out here, facilitating handy.
Get the straps to it.
My wrist straps.
What? Feel it, Ben. Feel it.
Can you run to the car and get the green wrist straps? That was yours?
Another 100, you little nerd.
There it is. Stephanatrix, you came through. Thank you so much. $25 from Sarah, who's taking a break at home. Ammonia bomb the panda. Sorry, dude. We're going to make sure that happens as soon as possible. Yep.
They're not dependable. You think they are. You just can't trust them.
It's like poison to him. The second $100.
There it is. It just took a moment to pop up. Somehow Tiltify isn't really in order. Ben has to pull as much as possible with stops. Sorry, Ben, but it's for a good cause. Anonymous, who I think I know now from the chat. You are in. Thank you so much for that. This is the trifecta. All we need is a shotgun monster, and we have the full Ben Rice PLG chat experience. I'm going to get off this headset and make sure that he knows he has to pull as much as possible with straps. Okay, we are ready. Sarah, this one's for you. He's got nowhere to go. That Panda is doing work, and now we know that Ben has quite a while to warm up. We've just got 405 loaded on the bar. We're partial. I want some guesses in the chat about what we think Ben's going to hit. Someone pet a cat, please. Oh, I miss my dogs. Oh, it's evil. We upgraded. We're going figure eights. This is the holy sin. Can we get $100 donations to switch out for a deadlift bar? Is that asking a little bit much? We want that? I don't know. I think we can do it. We got to match Jamal, right? $3,900. We are short $100 away from $4,000. If we're sending, we need a full send, right?
They're not even doing anything.
As expected, easy work. We can basically double this weight on our way up. That's 405 pounds. We're just getting started. We got a great picture to show you guys later.
Regular haircut. My Corona hair.
All right, we're loading up the bar currently. We got 495 pounds on the bar and Ammonia Bomb LS of Anonymous. Oh, I have to be quiet when I say that. I don't know if you heard me. Okay, he's right here. All right. I don't know if I can get this on camera. We got to get him downstairs. Okay, I'm going to go on a mission, guys. We've got a good camera angle here. I'm going to go on a mission. I'll be right back.
This is LS. Whoever did that, you're wrong for that one. He caught me in mid-inhale, and he was so sneaky about it. I'm glad it's going to a good. Oh my God, I'm so angry right now. I'm super angry, guys. I thought we had a deal. I thought it was about other people, not us. I thought we had a bond. But I see $100. $100. Make it a bendy ball. Poor Ben. Listen, though I can't breathe out of my left nostril, Anonymous, I wish you weren't a coward and show yourself. I'm so mad at you. But you know what I'm not mad at? I'm not that mad because Ben's got to use the bendy bar. Woo! Oh, man. We are over 4,000. We are over 4,000. 25 doll hairs. You did it. You guys did it. Listen. Oh, my God. I'm about to cry right now. Oh, my God. Yes. Let's go. 4,000 smackaroos. Yes. I got to give this back to Bryce because I'm just going to keep yelling. I need my voice.
All right, I'm back with you guys. 4,000. You guys are so amazing. $100 donation. We're getting that bar swapped out right now. Certified, no knurling in the middle. Certified bendy bar. We have figure eight straps. This is going to be a 4-inch range of motion. So I hope you guys like this. Perfect. If we wait about 5 minutes, we'll get him to shotgun a monster, and it'll be perfect. That'll be set. What bar is this? That is a Texas Strength Systems deadlift bar. Texas Strength Systems. Yeah, it's Texas. We're going all the way, guys. Extra flexy. You guys made this happen. This is for you. Now you guys forgot the monster. We got the monster too. All right. We know that's just a warm-up. Now we know that ceiling's high. Bryce, can you play Shotgun George Ezra in the gym while Ben shotguns a monster? It'll make Angie happy when she sees it. Yeah, I hope someone's ready to clip that, and I hope someone's ready for the... I think we just got it, a $50 donation right here, right now for Ben to shotgun a monster. We're going to make it happen. We've got the monsters on lock. I'm going to go down there, and I will be back up in a sec.
We've got a lot of time. We've got a lot of time.
I'll pull it right. Can I pull it right squatted? Is that? I'm still thinking my total tomorrow. So this is 75. So I'll do this, and I'll shut it up before
'These stairs are hurting me, guys. Ooh, that 765 took it out of me. Chat, you guys are killing it with the donations. Thank you so much. Okay, Ben has told me he's going to take this, which is 725 pounds. We're going to go up to 765 down, or 665 after this. Probably call it from there, because tomorrow he's going for his total, so we want to save a little bit of energy for that. So we're going up to 765 pounds. It's going to move like lightning today. Arender, what's going on? Calvin, I hope you see that monster I put on deck. Right after this, he's going to do that. Did the 765 take it out of you? Or did you actually hype you up? All right, my muscles don't feel sore, but the back of my knees are really messed up right now. Kind of pulled on one of my tendons a little bit. And actually, as I'm touching it right now, it feels just a little bit hot. But enough about me. Here's 725 pounds from Ben. You blink, you'll miss it. There it is. Super fast. Angie, I hope you heard the song that just played. I did it. I did it for you. There's the monster. There's the man. Okay, this one's for you, Calvin. We're getting 8 plates on the bar, 765 pounds. What flavor is that? Paradise something, and it was good. I really like these new monsters. We went to Costco and got a bunch of cases for everyone. Look at that beautiful bar. What's up, Cass? Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining. We are past $4,000. And we have a match, by the way. We've already reached a match. Ben's parents have matched $200 that we've already met. So during the break coming up, we're going to get Ben a haircut. I will personally see to it. Thank you so much, Ben's parents. And in fact, that donation itself is matched. That matching donation is matched. Nancy and Rod Modhorn are matching all donations from parents of athletes or coaches up to $1,000 for the weekend. So we are reining in donations right now, thanks to all of you guys. Here comes the shotgun.
Make sure that they're watching.
That's a pro right there.
Taylor Gerline, I see you with a $20 donation. Thank you for tuning in, man. Hope your day is going well. Hope this shotgun is just what you need to see right before a 765-pound deadlift.
Here we go.
Here it is.
We're ready.
I will always remember this. You know who you are, and I soon will too. Yeah!
Whoever predicted a mess, gone. $765. And Taylor, we are going to present that medal to him right after this. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. What a lift with lots left over for tomorrow. That was beautiful. Can we get someone to clip that for us, please? So easy. Hype in the chat right after the shotgun. It's in. And thanks to Taylor, we're running that silver medal down to him right now.
Another 100, he'll do 800. Donation. Donation. We get another donation.
Hey, I got to let you guys know something very special. One more $100 donation, and we're going to load 800 pounds on the bar right now. $100, 800 pounds. You want to see it. It was too easy. You can't not go up. So easy. We've got to make that happen. Tim Thibodeau right next to me is going to put in 50 if someone matches it. We're going to make this happen. $50. It's down to $50. Tim T has his phone out. He's ready to put in the other half. Let's make that happen. Tim says hello to everyone. Okay, and we've got Greg Johnson's gratuitous behind on the chat. I'm going to definitely change that over to another angle. Thank you for that. All right, we've got it up here, guys. We've got it covered. Joe Stanek and Tim Thibodeau are each putting in $50. We're going to load 800 pounds. Let's make sure someone knows to load 800 pounds right now. We've got it in. We're going to get that in. These two guys are throwing that up. It's matched. Mark Pro, 800 from Ben and Friend. It's rolling in right now. Yep. There it is, loaded on the bar. It's beautiful in all its glory, all the way out to the collar. 800 pounds. Let's blow this chat up. You can't not go up after how easy that was. Mark Pro is making it rain over here for charity. We're at $4,195.
Yeah, Soul Father, we're going to have to add straps and a deadlift bar to make that happen. You know, I think the reason why he's performing well has something to do with the fact that he may have slept more than 3 hours in a night, and it's a little bit before 3 a.m. So something in the combination of those two things might be helping him out right now.
Ain't getting any lighter. Are we ready? Are they ready? I'm ready.
Stream, are you ready?
Ben's ready. Stream's ready.
Thank you for your generous support. Welcome, Ben.
All right, let's see it.
Let's go, Ben!
Come on! 800 pounds! Yes! Oh, it's so good! Get these straps out of here. He's sick of them. Stephanatrix, thank you for making that happen. Chat, you guys are amazing. Taylor Gareline, there's Joe Stanek, Tim Thibodeau, Calvin, the 2 anonymous donations. Man, you guys have made this amazing. Thank you so much.
That's so easy.
Well, the chat we have here is unbelievable. You guys have raised an absolute ton of money for charity. Thank you so much. The polls were amazing. The amount of lifts we've had over 600 pounds today has been enormous. The amount of bench presses over 500 pounds, it's unbelievable to see. And we're doing it all for you. We're doing it all for charity. We're doing it for mental health. And we're going to be here for another few days. So I'm going to bring Ben up here. I think he's done. Yeah, we're going to get him back up here, and we're going to chat for just a minute. So chat, especially Ben's chat, hang on one sec. We'll be right back.
We're the NAACP. We don't follow movements, we define movements.
This headset's live. All right, I'm here with the hero, the deadlift hero of the hour.
Yeah, Juzo from Machina, Japan. Thanks for doing that. I wish you would have held on to it too, but I guess.
How are those figure 8 straps, by the way?
Honestly?
Was it poison? Was it burning your skin from just having them on your hand?
Well, I'll never probably recover from the shame that I brought upon my family and by extension Juzo's family. So that's something I'm going to have to live with for the next time. but
you guys can recover. I know if you
I will
meditate
say
and work
straight
hard
up,
enough.
my hands were drenched from the shotgun, and it didn't matter. I didn't have to do any. It just, literally, my right hand was open. Don't say you're sorry.
Your chat's saying
you
sorry.
participated. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. I'll remember. I'll
Swamp
remember.
said
all
you guys are gonna yell at them.
I'm not gonna yell. This is the quiet kind of anger. Yelling's too easy. You guys won't expect it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be some exciting thing you guys are all looking forward to, and bam, what happened? Sorry, just not feeling it today.
So I think the secret to donations is to never do something, and then every once in a while you just let out the line just a little
That's
bit.
it. You just say I'll never do this under any circumstance unless you. What? How much came in for that? I was like, you guys are supposed to. They're
This
jokes.
is all you guys.
They're supposed to be jokes. These are not. That was too good. You know how many times I've actually pulled 800 pounds? Not many. That's one of a few dozen maybe. And I've got to do actual lifting tomorrow where I have to hold the bar even. One thing I noticed is we need to get Juzo a better motor because he's getting all deflated on me here.
You know, you got to talk to the unicorn because the unicorn has a double van going.
All those are great. I was like, oh, I know what it's about. Those are. I might buy those off of you after we. You know what? Actually, leave because Ian was talking about the crustiness you get on your equip lifting stuff. I might need to get that.
Yeah, exactly. I think we need a blend of different costumes for you to work your way through.
That's got to be
I'm excited
it.
for you to use the unicorn.
Well, I just want to give Juzo a break. He's always like doing all the lifting, and this time the fact that my hands weren't even involved at all meant that.
He's going to be safe for tomorrow when he does his total.
Well, my total, and you guys have me sign up for the max deadlift, so I don't know how that's all going to work.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Tomorrow we get a chance to do a 800 kilo total in under a minute, which is going to include a 750-pound deadlift, which I physically won't be able to use straps on because I can't. It would take too much time.
Matub says, what's harder, going up the stairs or pulling 800?
Well, when it's just me, 800 is pretty rough. Juzo takes care of a lot, though, but the stairs never get any easier because my armpits get really tired from where.
I personally think Juzo's a little tired right now. So
I
don't
he's
think
just
we can
he's
interview
chilling. He's chilling. I
Juzo,
know, buddy. I know. He worked really hard. Now I have to go get cleaned up because I don't want to go and like scare some poor hairstylist who's gonna cut my hair for me after because I'm moist everywhere.
I promise you guys, we're gonna personally see to that. So I will get him to a haircut myself.
I'm right now. There's fluids.
A few people wanted mullets. I know David Moore wanted a mullet.
No, that's not happening.
I don't think that's happening, but we're gonna do something nice, okay? We want him to be presentable for his family.
Yeah.
Bring honor.
Yeah, this is it. Because I've already shamed them enough. I can't do more. We can't rock a mullet on top of it.
Yeah,
Three-man
we're going
comment.
GQ on Ben. Okay?
What do you think?
He's gonna come back a different man.
I almost did something that probably would have been
So
really
look at this. Look,
insensitive.
Look at that forehead.
I know.
Do you see that right
It exists.
there?
Haven't
He has
seen
a
it in a
whole
while.
forehead under there.
It's been a long time. It's not going to be shaved. It's an actual haircut.
Please no weird stuff. Says your
my
mom and
parents
dad.
said get a haircut because they saw the mental health panel yesterday and were like, our son looks like he's
They're here right now. They
homeless.
say please no weird stuff.
No weird stuff.
All right?
Yeah,
we
that's
promise
Papa.
no weird
Thanks,
stuff.
Dad.
Okay. So we have the people from Break the Bicycle coming in. They're getting set up right now. Again, Natalie was talking to you guys a little bit about them earlier. They're bicycling from Alaska down to San Diego by way of Fort Collins, Colorado, I guess, because of some of the damage from the fires, and raising awareness for the same thing we are, mental health. So we're going to interview them a little bit. They're getting set up here.
What's the irony of that we're raising all this money for mental health awareness and we're making all these clearly not mentally healthy decisions with your 135 AMRAP yesterday and Sean and Chance flirting with rhabdoidosis like immediately after. What a
it's
special.
For you. It's a sacrifice to win kind of scenario going
It's
on
a beautiful irony, I think.
So yeah, we thank you guys, Ben.
Yeah.
And Ben's chat actually, you guys came through in a very big way.
You guys are great, even if I'm not talking to you for a little while. So thank you for the memes. Thank you for supporting the good causes. I love you all, even if I don't like you right now. Okay.
We had all the hypes in the chat. All right, Ben, I'm gonna leave you with the stream.
All right.
You can chat a little bit.
Yep.
In your suit. Well, oh, we got.
You go
dogs
ahead
up
and do
here.
what you do. I'll
I'm gonna make
keep
sure
an
we
eye.
get a camera, and I'll be right back.
All right, sir. Yeah, so I can hear myself. Sorry that this one's gonna be my forever touches in my entire body. It's just like transitioning right now. Next up is gonna be the break the bicycle. I don't know. We're gonna find out together. Say hi to the stream, Chance. There. Who's all in here? We got quite a few peeps over here. Any other trickling donations for good causes? You guys all wear yourself out trying to make me miserable. Yeah, the last one. I can't believe that Tim and Joe got in on that. You sneaky beans. Ammonia was Brandon, yeah. Fun fact, Brandon has donated enough for so many ammonia bombs that the ammonia company messaged him and wants to thank him for his support. Why only silver? You guys got the silver. Taylor gave me a silver medal with no comment. Just I didn't realize that the gold one I gave to Bryce earlier was technically for me, but I hadn't earned it yet. Now I feel like this could be upgraded, but whatever. You know, it's $30 amongst friends.
We're gonna switch to an interview, okay? So you guys can keep.
It would have been gold if you guys would have let me hold it myself. So.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, we blew the. During the break, I'm gonna get cleaned up. Bryce will help me find somewhere. Ready? All right. I'm gonna get you back.
Okay. We're going to switch over to the couch, and I'm going to have Natalie lead a little bit of this conversation over here. Again, stay with us. Thank you guys so much, and we will talk with you very, very shortly.
I don't know. I'm mostly just kind of facilitating it. Mostly just like kind of. Okay, cool. Hey everyone. Thanks for tuning in for this short segment. As you all know, we're here this weekend fundraising for the NAACP and for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And so an appropriate feature, I think, are my friends Connor and Damon here. And I'm going to let them get into the details about what they're doing a little bit more. But to give you the long story short, they are currently en route from Vancouver, right? Vancouver. Where you started?
We started in Seattle.
Started in Seattle. And they're on their way originally to San Diego, but they've been rerouted. And they're now going to Albuquerque, which is how many miles in total once you get there?
890.
890 miles on bicycles in the hot summer sun. So, and they are fundraising as well. So I first want to hear, I'd like them to each provide an introduction and just kind of a little backstory about who they are and how they got to this point, and then we'll get into some more details. So, Damon, you want to start off?
Yeah. Sungai La, Iskian, Keith Wong, Kawanas Ejung, Tao Kun Xiao Ejung, Sauda Get Ethanao Ejung, Nen Haflong Sung Sindika Ong, Hik the Hun Lai, Iskian, Keith Wong, Kawanas Ejung, How Goodness Chish. My name is Dan Bell-Holter, and I'm participating in Break the Bicycle. That's kind of what's going on right now. And do you want a full introduction? Let me talk about Break the Bicycle. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're kind of passing through on our way to Albuquerque, New Mexico, like Natalie said, and we're fundraising for a cause, something that's been really, really passionate. I've been really, really passionate about. It's been on my heart for a while because it kind of entails with my journey and my story. You know, I grew up in Hickdahunlai, Heidelberg, a small little community down in Southeast Alaska. Growing up, you know, and like I've shared with Connor and a lot of people know, and she's followed my platform for a while. And I grew up very, very grounded in a cultural upbringing, but at the same time, I got to see a lot of trauma and a lot of difficult life experiences. So as time went on, you know, as like me and Connor have talked about, is that we all kind of had to make a decision on, you know, how we were going to move forward. I grew up again in a small community, 300 people. The only way to get there is a boat or a plane. And I had all the trauma you could possibly think of. And that kind of goes back to my story of like my journey of what led to us now is it's all intertwined with mental health. And growing up in my small community, I saw we had no resources. I saw there was no opportunities for us to like really see what was quote unquote normal. We thought what we grew up in our environments that like those things were normal, you know what I mean? So as time went on, we kind of, as time went on, I had an opportunity to leave Heidelberg and I was like 14, 15, like for real. And before that, I'd leave in the summer times, and I don't know, I was talking to camera earlier.
Well, we
so
were talking
weird.
to the camera.
I know.
It's
So
whatever you were
weird.
comfortable.
No, yeah, like it was weird for a bit. No, so when I was, 14 years old, I played AAU, and just so happens I made a team called Friends of Hoop. And in the process, I played with 6 future NBA players. I'm a village boy straight out of Heidelberg. Growing up hunting, fishing, I was very, very grounded in the culture. So when I left Heidelberg, went out to the real world, I had an opportunity to start traveling, and I saw that, my dreams were becoming a reality. And how I knew it was becoming a reality is because I started being recruited by colleges. I went off and played collegiate basketball. As you know, I played professional basketball, had opportunity with the Celtics, played 3 years overseas. And again, that whole entire journey all leads us to why we're here. Growing up in Heidelberg, I had no male role models. I had very few role models in general. And then on top of that, I grew up in a very traumatic household, so I didn't really have opportunities to like I said, get out and see like that wasn't healthy. So I had basketball moving forward to like kind of suppress all of that trauma. And basketball, I did that for about 13 years. Collegiately, professionally, the level I played at required like my full-time dedication. So once I retired 3 years ago, I started traveling more and visiting more and more indigenous communities. And prior to that, I visited 100 indigenous tribes, and I saw there was an intertwining a narrative of like there's no mental health resources, and in particular, there's no resources for men. And I started doing my work and started doing therapy, and there was like I was struggling because they were putting these therapists with me like they couldn't connect with. So as time went on, I was like, what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna kind of make my own therapy. I'm gonna create spaces for men, and that's what led to now is I started creating spaces for men because at the end of the day, men need to learn how to bond in a healthy way, and that's what Break the Bicycle is creating a space for men to bond in a healthy way. And throughout my basketball career, through those whole entire times, I didn't really truly understand what that meant to bond in a healthy manner. And now moving forward, now we're traveling down the coast. I'll let Connor, talk more about what we're doing and everything, but and we'll go back to like what kind of spurred this idea of traveling down the coast. But my story is all intertwined with mental health and trauma, but being able to find a way to get out of it, which is a very, very hard thing for most people to do. So I think that's the thing that will kind of lead to what we're talking about.
Yeah. I'm Takiape, Chante Washte Nape Chasupulo, Connor Ryan, Michiape, Chewichasha Mielo, Papa Lakota Mielo, Itaha Heska. My name's Connor Ryan. I come from the Hunkpapa tribe. I'm a common man, and I was raised here in Heska, the Rocky Mountains. And so, yeah, for me, I'm a professional skier is my current occupation and background, and for me, my kind of journey of healing came alone with the mountains. And I spent a lot of time in that space of feeling like the only place I really had to heal was like on the land. And it was kind of a long learning curve of feeling isolated as an indigenous man in that space. It didn't feel like, as a skier, there was anybody who could understand what I was going through, or being in Colorado, far away from the reservation that my family comes from. It didn't feel like I had a cultural place to like connect so much to my peers around me. I had my elders who were teaching me ceremony and stuff like that, but I didn't really have like that strong sense of community. And then I got plugged in with Natives Outdoors, which is the organization that I work for. And it really showed me that like the way that we heal, especially as Native men, is like to have each other, because we've gone through things that like only each other can understand. And it really takes like that sense of community and that sense of bonding and being able to have a conversation and not fearing that like what I'm going to say is going to alienate me from my community. And And so for me, Break the Bicycle has been that next step of bridging that out even further than just like adventures in the mountains, saying like, we can take this anywhere. Anybody can get on a bicycle, you know what I mean? And start pedaling. And that gives them the ability then to plug in with this community and have these conversations with us. And I think for me, that's really the biggest thing about this is getting that conversation rolling and saying like, there doesn't need to be a stigma for men to talk about their trauma, to talk about their mental health. And the easiest way to do that is for us to set that standard of like, you know, from the outside looking in, like we're two guys who have made it, who are successful, whatever, you know, we're accomplishing our dreams. But like the reality of that is like, we're still having this battle of mental health every single day. We're still facing our trauma every single day. So the other men who, you know, maybe haven't reached the same level of platform or whatever, you know, success is perceived as in life, they're not anything less than where we're at. Like we're meeting each other, you know, at square one and saying like, all of us are in the same boat. We have to talk about this. We have to bring it up, and it's an everyday thing. Like you never get to the end of the road in this mental health journey. And I think like that's kind of been encapsulated with how we've had to adapt this ride. Was like, you know, we had this end goal of like, oh, we're gonna ride the whole length of the coast, and we end in San Diego, and it's kind of like this,
Yeah,
you know,
it's like this mecca.
yeah, there's something beautiful.
Yeah,
you know, we'll be on the beach kicking it when we're done, like all that. Yeah, so we kind of had that feeling of it, and then we realized like that's not possible. So we rerouted it, and we decided to start with our relatives, our Northern Arapaho relatives, up on Wind River Reservation, and so then we're riding from Wind River down to Albuquerque, New Mexico. And we're just trying to make these connections all along the way because, you know, there's Native communities everywhere. There's communities of people talking about mental health everywhere. And, you know, like there's no end goal, you know, like, so maybe next year we ride to San Diego, or maybe next year we ride across the whole country in a different direction. But the point is like, we keep riding, we keep moving, like we keep this conversation going all the time. So
yeah, David's
like
imagining riding like.
No.
Like, don't make it any further.
No, that's what it kind of spurred, like, you know, like why it happened. You know, I just picked up a bicycle. You know, 3 years ago, I was in Vancouver, British Columbia. I was about to sign to go to Greece, and I called my agent. Like I was telling him, I was literally, because I'd done, you know, I'd worked with indigenous communities for like 7-8 years. Like before, like it was, I didn't like post all, you know, it was just, I just did it. And people organically found out about it, you know, because I would go into communities, immerse myself in Cascade, Alaska, Tanana, Alaska, these little villages like nobody goes to. So I'm a Division I athlete at the time, you know. So
no, we knew.
The people knew, you know what I mean. But
yeah.
like, I didn't realize during that whole entire journey until I was about 28, 29. I didn't realize the statistics behind it. I didn't realize like everything I had overcome. I started diving into the trenches. And like I started like going back home and started pulling out all this stuff because I was gone from 14. I left home at 14, 15, 16, 17. Like I'm traveling. I'm at Mount Edgecombe and then Ketchikan High School. And in my summer times, I'm playing with AAU's Nike sponsored team who's flying me down for practice every week. I'm going out to all these different places. Again, I'm a village boy out of Heidelberg, Alaska. You know, so I was like, I just kind of put so much like I'm in 7th grade. You know, I'm in 7th grade. I'm literally this chubby kid. I'm 5'9", 5'10", about 230. Big boy. Like I got made fun of. I could jump about an inch off. You know, I wasn't athletic. Like. But I was in 7th grade. I was at Christmas. My stepdad brought me to the Raptors and 76ers. I got to watch AI and Vince Carter. And I remember being close to the court and watching, and I was like, man, I want to be out there someday. And then these like reoccurring things started happening where it was like, okay, Damon, manifest this. 7th grade, I'm this chubby kid, and we did a project where he said, what do you want to be when you grow up? Everyone's going around. I said, I'm going to be on TV someday. My classroom erupted, a classroom of 11. You know what I mean? shut your big self up. You know what I mean? Like literally. And 8th grade, you know, like I lost a bunch of weight, and I was just so determined and locked in on like proving everybody wrong. That's what it turned into for like it's turned into like a hunt for like 12 years of like, God, Damon's he's not going to play when he's in college, you know? And then I go on and I'm all conference. I'm all, you know, all those, I start, you know, racking up accolades. Damon's not going to play professionally. You know, I play professionally. But it was just literally so locked in on that. And that's what people don't realize is like through college, you know, you're literally like,
disrespected by your coaches, like degraded, and you just have to take it. People don't understand like the mental abuse that these coaches put on guys. And that's why there's so many guys who are like kind of like confused when they get out of college on what to do. What do I do now?
Yeah.
So 3 years ago, I was like, call my agent. I was like, I'm done. He's like, what are you gonna do? I was like, I don't know. I've worked with a lot of tribes and organizations, see what happens. Emailed some folks for about a week, and I got booked. Like I got super hot, and but what happened was I literally was traveling every week or whatever, speaking. I got burnt out. I went to corporate world for 2 years. Yeah. That burnt me out, and then back in March, I was laid off because my role is community outreach. So I can't go in the community anymore for a long time. So we can't, justify severance bonus. I was like, and it was a good split, and it just gave me an opportunity. I took the road trip and everything, picked up a bike, and I was like, dang, okay, this is my therapy. 15 miles, 25 miles, 40 miles, 50 miles every other day. And I would just be out on the road just cruising, and I didn't really know I was going 20 miles, 30 miles. I would just be locked in, start posting about it. And my boys were like, hey, I'm picking up a bike. Oh, bro, I'm going to get a bike. Down my Yurok people down there on the coast, they built a little bike, little formation, like, a little team down there, and they have kids on bikes now. They're putting 5 kids a week on bikes. New Mexico reached out to me and said, hey, some tribes out there, like, hey, we're talking about getting more kids on bikes. So that's what it's about, is like, I just wanted to create space for boys, like I've talked about on my Instagram, is that it's not about like being perfect. There's no man that's perfect. Find me a man with a perfect history. Like, I'm sorry, it's not happening. So that's the biggest thing, was like creating a space for men, even who have made mistakes, to be able to say, oh, I can talk about mental health. I can talk about these tough things. That's what we're trying to do, is just like normalize conversation. It's not about healing everybody and all this stuff, because people are so locked in on like thinking that everyone's trying to save the day, and we're just creating a solution, because like I've been doing this work for a long time, and at the end of the day, it's like I can't stand when people sit around and talk about the problem. Well, okay, what's your solution? So consistently people have talked about Native men and men of color and so many different stereotypes and whatnot. So it's like, okay, like we could change that. We were taught those things, so we didn't do that. Like that, those things were taught to us from when Indigenous men came from first contact, and that's what I talk about. We were emasculated. They taught us how to be emasculated. They took our manhood in a sense, because the first contact happened, and they said, okay, you can't hunt or fish. We're gonna regulate you. You can't hunt or fish. That's one of the most important things. And guess what? We're going to kill a lot of your people, and you as men, you can't protect your women. When the Russians came to St. Paul, the Aleuts, they had the men had to hunt for the Russians, or they would kill their families. Like it's crazy, And I've spent time a lot of time in St. Paul, just up there, just listening to elders and everything, and there's horrific stories from boarding school to the things that people don't talk about. To the we talk about boys trauma. 8 out of 10 boys who attended residential school, were sexually abused. And those are the things, like, that's the hard part about it. I had to learn early. When I was in my early 20s, I get so angry with white people who didn't understand. I'm like, oh, you weren't taught that Christopher Columbus was a rapist. Right. You weren't taught that Christopher Columbus came here and committed genocide. Oh, you weren't, You weren't taught about residential school. You weren't taught about the Indian Act. You weren't taught that we couldn't fish, we couldn't hunt on our own land. So at the end of the day, it's like, okay, we're going to create meaningful conversations. That's how we move forward. And we just sit around and sit in this stuff and just point out the problem, point out the wound, it's not going to make anything better. But if we could find, the ointment, the hooligan grease, throw some Devil's Club on there, Sal, we're going to heal, And so, like, that's why I hit up Connor, and Denali, a mutual friend of ours, connected us, and it's been amazing. And like, that's why I really throw over to Connor, is like, how have you felt with this whole entire journey? What has this meant?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been really good, and it's meant a lot, because I think, like, for me, one of the obstacles that I always see in trying to do this work is, like, we're so spread out by how, reservations work, by what residential schools do to us. Like, my grandfather was taken by the residential schools, and you see movies like Indian Horse or something where, like, there's these positive stories of people overcoming the trauma of residential schools. And, like, yeah, maybe you see that in a movie or hear about that in a book, but the reality of it is it worked against most of us. Yeah. It held most of us down. Yeah. It took most of us away from our culture. And that's something that we have to deal with. Like, I grew up Native in the Front Range of Colorado. And so for me, that meant, like, getting teased because, like, my skin's like this. So, like, I don't fit in with the white kids. And then there's the Latino kids, but I don't speak Spanish. I'm a different kind of indigenous than they are. And so it was like, I didn't feel like I had a place anywhere. And so I think these sort of movements kind of give us that opportunity to be like, our place is together. And if we can have this conversation about like, oh, well, okay, yeah, like my experience, like he's a village kid and I'm a urban native. Like our growing up experiences are so vastly different. And so if we, I think a lot of the historical pattern of that has been to be like, oh, well, then that's a reason that we shouldn't bond because he knows how to hunt and I don't know how to hunt. Yeah. And I grew up in the suburbs and he grew up in the village. But instead, if we can have this conversation, we realize like there's a commonality at the bottom of this. And if we can get to that commonality and be like, whoa, like, wait, like we're in this together. These things that they use to separate us, these residential schools, these reservations, all of that they use to take us apart from one another are now a reason why we can bond. And so that's been really the gift of traveling and getting to do this ride is like, then we get to go up to, Wind River Reservation where like the Arapaho and the Shoshone live side by side. Two tribes that have been enemies for thousands of years. Now they got to learn how to get along together and work together, and then we get a ride, across the plains here and, take this risk together that like we're taking, which is like being two brown dudes on bicycles going through Wyoming. Like I can't tell you. Yeah, with no shirts on. I can't tell you.
You know how many heads, I swear, you know how many heads you literally saw like
looking in the rearview mirror, people driving this far from us and honking their truck horns and trying to run us off the road. Like we realize like, okay, that's a commonality we have. Then we come across the plains and we get to meet other urban natives while we're here in this area, and then we take it down to New Mexico and it's like, get a link up with the tribes there. And as we keep doing this, like it just keeps being a thing that, fills up my inbox and my DMs with people. How can I support you? How can I be a part of this? And that's the question we as men need to get used to asking each other. How can I support you, brother? What can I do for your cause? And like creating that collective energy amongst men and taking us out of competition with one another and putting us into collaboration with one another, especially being outside on the land and especially making it an athletic thing. Yeah. Like that's so good for us. We've come from such a space of like having to compete against one another, like only so many native kids are going to make it out and get a scholarship playing basketball. Yeah. And that's like a thing across all reservations. Like basketball is such a sport. It's such a thing for native kids. And so it's like, okay, we need more things and we need things that don't directly put us in competition with one another. Like we can't make it through these long rides without each other because like today we're riding for 70 miles into the wind.
Yeah. Uphills.
Uphills into the wind. And it's like, I can't ride and break the wind all day. So I got to stop and let him get ahead of me and let him break the wind for a while. And then I see he starts slowing up a little bit and I go around him and I break the wind again. And like learning that repatterning of the brain of like, I need my brother like that. Yeah. That's what we need as men. And so, and it takes like small practices and activities to get comfortable with it because we can't just like dive into every practice of life and be like, oh, I'm going to suddenly be better now. Like we need the same way that like basketball teaches you teamwork, the same way that like sports, like outdoor sports on the land teach you to connect with the land. Like they're little steps that allow us to like really expand how we live our whole lives. And so that's what this has been for me. It's like, just each day is like a new little piece that's outside of my comfort zone that I'm learning. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, and whether it's something physical like that, or it's like, we're deep in the middle of Wyoming and we're like, just end up having a conversation about like something, with your mental health that you're uncomfortable with. And you're like, shit, man, no one's going to overhear us out here in the middle of Wyoming, like some of those hawks up there. Yeah. Like nobody knows we're struggling. And then it's like, shit, man, I feel depressed. I feel sad when I think about the history. When I look at how the land out here is being treated, like I think about how our people have been treated and like, it makes me hurt. Or like yesterday we had this great connection about like how good it felt for us to like hear our mothers say that they're proud of us for doing this together. And then we're like, damn, like how much have we not heard? Yeah. I'm proud of you when we needed to hear that as men, because someone assumes as men, like we need these other kinds of like love, they assume like men want sexual love, men want to be like admired for their ego, whatever. And it's like, I didn't need that. Like, I just needed a little affirmation in like a peaceful way like that. And so to learn that like we're two big dudes who like both need those little things to make us complete is like, it's humbling and it's healing. And I think like just taking those little steps over and over has really been the joy of this for me, because it makes me like a little better every day, and it makes me a little uncomfortable every day. And I think all of that's real good.
Yeah, no, that's what it's been. It's extremely uncomfortable. You know, from the very first night, we're riding at like 3 a.m., like flat tires, you know, and like and everyone's like a couple of guys were like, you know, it's being bad sports, but a couple was like, it's not about the journey, about the destination, it's about the journey, you know, and that's what it's about. Is we're putting in some long days. Put 105 miles yesterday. You know, we pushed. My shoulder's all jacked up. I got this gigantic knot in my shoulder. You know, legs are all cramping. The other night, like literally like everything's cramping in my body. While we're riding, we go to Utah, you know, and I fasted all day and I did a 65-mile run. I ride after being at sea level to 8,000 feet for like 20 miles. My stomach was cramping, all that stuff. But like, kind of gets the bigger picture, you know, like we were talking about. I did 65 miles because my little sister's 65 days sober. It's been a journey, and I rode the roller coaster with her. You know, and that's like what kind of leads to this is like when he talks about riding together is like I'm willing to ride the roller coaster with people because I know that I'm a firm believer. I was talking to these young guys up at the Wind River Reservation. It's the universe. What happens as soon as I walk into the gym? Who do I meet? These two little reservation boys. Guess where they're going? They're going to play college athletics. You know what I mean? Come on, you know. And I wrapped it up with them about 45 minutes where they're just like, what? You know what I mean? I know when I know my gift. So when it's clicking for them, and I saw it, you know. So they were just locked in, you know, and being able to chop it up with their drummer boys. That's, you know, that's the bigger picture of it. Is being able to have those opportunities. That's the universe, you know, because I'm a firm believer. And I was joking around with them. I was like, you know, all our elders and aunties used to say, oh, listen to your ancestors, all that stuff. That's real, you know, and I know that. In order for me, a village boy, to come from Heidelberg, Alaska, if you actually think about it, like I've had NBA trainers and stuff come to Heidelberg, you know, and walk through my village and be like, what the hell? How did you get out of here? You know what I mean? Like realistically, like looking around, like how, you know? And it was because my ancestors were guiding me, say, hey, we're gonna take this little village boy out of Heidelberg and we're gonna put him in this place. And then, like we talked about, we're gonna feed his ego and bring him up here so he can humble himself. So that's what we've been talking about. And that's something I like to talk to him about, is what I struggle with, which I can't do with people. I can't be like, oh, poor me. I was playing, you know, Nike basketball, boom, boom. I was playing, you know, I was doing all this. I was traveling the country. I played Division I basketball. I played professional basketball. Poor me. I can't do that.
Yeah.
It's not, you know what I mean? No one's going to give me the space to do that. So I was like, guys will, you know what I mean? So I was like, if I could create a network of dudes who are like, have same experiences and who have dealt with those expectations. Like, I was the third kid to come out of Heidelberg, of Southeast Alaska to D1, you know, and all these things were happening for me. My mom never had to pay for a pair of shoes. Once I was like 15, it was Nike who was sending me shoes all the time. I'm a 15-year-old kid from Heidelberg. So I was telling people, like, put yourself in my shoes, you know. I'm a 16, 17-year-old kid. Boxes, I had Mark Few from Gonzaga, you know, writing me. Tony Bennett, you know, some of the biggest universities in the country. Lorenzo Romar, all those guys you know, they were coming to Alaska. That doesn't happen, you know.
No.
Like those things don't happen to come see a village boy. So, like, I said, put yourself in my shoes, you know. I'm the 16-year-old kid. I'm 6'9". I'm done, you know, I'm doing whatever I want in Alaska. Like,
You should have seen Damon on the court against like other Alaskan kids. It was like one of these things is not like the other. It's like all star. Like, I mean, it was
because everyone, you know, everyone didn't realize, like, they're, oh, you're just something like I was nationally ranked and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like I had all these different things in my mind of like what success was. I got to make it. 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 Competition.
Yeah.
The world I was in, and I can explain to them, the world I was in. The minimal amount of confidence that's required to make it at the highest professional level is viewed as arrogance in the everyday world.
Yeah.
You know, and people don't realize you have to be like an absolute alpha male when you're walking these spaces. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're not, you're done. That's what it is. And that's what that's led to, is like just this extremely competitive nature, you know, and I like Kevin Garnett, my favorite basketball player of all time, you know. Like when I got to see him in person, I lost my mind, you know, like dreams come true. Once that happened, I was like, okay, I'm done with basketball. I don't gotta play no more. I had Kevin Garnett freaking slam posters on every post, you know. Yeah. So all those things happen, you know. I was just like, I had to look. I got the opportunities last couple of years, like look back at my journey and be like, what the hell? But I was programmed the whole entire time, like I'm supposed to be here. everyone thinks I'm the man, you know, I'm in the newspaper every week, I'm getting all this attention, everything. So the ego blows, you know. So like that's why I express to the like kids I work with is that, you know, I'm not perfect. I was very, very fortunate that I used my athletic ability to get me somewhere. But what that did is expose me to real life skills, you know. I've worked with 100 indigenous tribes. You know, I've spoken all over the place. I've facilitated. I do all these things because I knew basketball. Like my senior quote was, "If all I'm remembered for is being a good basketball player, I've done nothing with my life." So the whole entire time, I was like, "Okay, I want something. I know I'm a bit bigger. I know I'm meant for something. I know I'm meant for something." But everyone's telling me I'm a basketball player. Everyone's putting this value on me as just a basketball player.
That's your
So
identity.
I was so extremely like pissed off about that. Like I I literally, people like, you know, everyone will have like kind of their memorabilia walls in their room where they put all their trophies and everything. I have a Celtics jersey, a Oral Roberts jersey, and a framed picture for all of it's for my son. I have conference championship rings, big rings. I don't know where they are.
Yeah.
I have nothing. Plaques, everything. I don't know. Because I was so like I was like, I don't want to just be identified as a basketball player. I don't want to be just identified as a basketball player, you know? And like, that's the big part of it is like, got people, we define people based off like what they could do.
Yeah.
From the time I'm 15 years old, I had adults like trying to hit, like, you know, spend time around me because they knew where I was going. They knew what was going to happen. And that's what happens a lot. So I have an opportunity to like mentor young people, you know, and I have a kid in Alaska right now who's possibly on the same trajectory as me. I had to like cuss him out yesterday via text because he wasn't handling his business, you know. But he has an opportunity to be one of the best. Like I know, you know, I've worked with him for a while, and I'm teaching him like, hey, I made a lot of mistakes. You know, I'm like, I focus on your mental health, like acknowledge the thing, the pain and everything, because he runs away from the pain and everything. So I get an opportunity to like, you know, give him the tools that I didn't have. That's what it's about, and that's what we're trying to do is give people, men, the language, because a lot of men don't even know they have trauma. They don't know what trauma is. What the hell, you know, like no men think about how many men have gotten in a room and, hey bro, let's talk about our trauma. What?
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? Like it's not happening, you know? So like at the end of the day, in order for us society to move forward, in order for us to like learn how to work with our anger problems and everything, we have to sit down and have meaningful conversations without being so mad and angry and upset with each other. And so like ego. And like I said, like I had to go out and do my thing, and I told people I had fun, you know, through the pro career and everything, but it wasn't what I wanted, you know. So now I get to step away and, you know, focus on the mental.
Yeah. So there's so much value here, but I want to get you guys some food and like be able to chill. We had a really, really long and deep conversation last night, or the panel did, just about vulnerability and being an athlete and that being your identity and kind of that, like basically everything that you guys have talked about from your perspective. So it ties in so well to kind of the theme that we've had going for the last couple of days. I do want to highlight that you are fundraising on this ride.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So tell people what. So, you know, if somehow a super rich bajillionaire came down and was like, how much money do you need? Like, what would you do? What would be your...
If a rich person came to say, how much money do you need? I'd say, give me $25 million so I can go entire around the whole entire country and help every single tribe in the United States set up a men's program.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I would do. But on this ride, we're raising $100,000. We're trying to disperse that amongst communities, you know, so... Break the Bicycle, GoFundMe. You can find it on GoFundMe. Break the Bicycle.
Put it in the chat. GoFundMe. Break the Bicycle.
Break the Bicycle. You know, you can follow us on Instagram.
Yep.
My Instagram is Stungs. She can type it out. She can take me. Stungs. You know? And you know, if you want to support the ride anyway, you know, we're traveling from all the way down to Albuquerque, New Mexico. So we're going to be on the path all through Colorado. If you're along the path and you want to support us, you know, with some sandwiches, we're more than happy to accept them. But the biggest part is, you know, support financially if you can. That's the biggest part is like, you know, all this, we're going to have opportunity to like really start creating conversations, and it's slowly organically happening. I've been beating my head against the wall for 3 years of like domestic violence for, you know, prevention, all these different preventions that we're just putting all this money into. It's like, let's just teach our boys how to cope.
Yeah.
Let's teach our young men.
Get a step back.
You know what I mean?
The source of that.
Yeah. Let's teach our boys like how to talk through their feelings.
Right.
You know, because I come across so many boys. I've worked with a ton of young boys who just literally can't have a conversation of getting like angry and confrontational. So like that's what it is like the big picture is, you know, we're going to be launching a nonprofit here pretty soon, Break the Bicycle. And that's what it is. It's going to be focused on like creating spaces for boys, creating spaces for men, bike packing trips for young boys and everything like that. You know, and we were just talking earlier about, because I'm really, really passionate about bringing back the coming of age ceremonies for boys, because boys have nothing to like work towards anymore unless it's sports, and that's a competitive thing. But they need to be able to think of things we work towards like our ancestors did, you know, things that matter. So that's what we're trying to do is, you know, break the bicycle, breaking the Black and Indigenous cycle of trauma, suicide. Indigenous men commit suicide at the highest rates. Black and Indigenous men are the two murdered highest demographics, you know. So that's what we're trying to do is like the statistics are scary, you know, because like I said, 45% of Indigenous boys report abuse and neglected as a child. The thing about those other 40% who aren't,
They just don't say it.
and those stats are very skewed. On top of that, I have survivors remorse because where I come from, literally every guy I grew up with is in jail or dead. You know, except for 3 of us. Like that's the thing about statistics. You know what I mean? And that's every single village. It's every single reservation. So that's what we're trying to do. Is like we're trying to create conversations because it has to start everywhere. If someone just emailed me in New Mexico saying, "Hey, I'm starting something over here," perfect.
Yeah.
Over here, that's what we want. You know, it's not about, like we said, it's not about saving the day. You know, in a sense, it's just we need something because I don't want my grandkids, I don't want my young boys to be told they're crap and they're, you know, and all men are. I don't want them to grow up in that. They need to be able to unite and find ways to bond. You know, and it's not about like a competitive thing or a women against men thing. It's about creating space for one another. Until we do that, we're not going to be able to like have meaningful conversations about how men can support women, how women can support men.
Yeah.
You know.
Love it. So, GoFundMe, Break the Bicycle, Damon Bellholter, Connor, Ryan.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Good.
That's all.
Thanks.
You guys are
Appreciate it.
amazing.
Thank you.
You hungry?
Yes.
You guys fed and everything. Appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate it.
This is LS.
Hi, I'm back with you guys. Ben's here with me too after a nice shower. Thank you guys so much for staying with us all the way to the break. Ben, you have some words to say? Just hanging out?
So much, even if it was at what cost, but it was for good cause.
We'll see how tomorrow goes. I was just telling Ben how sore my knees are. One of those wraps kind of messed up my left knee a little bit. I'll be fine. I think I'm gonna chill tomorrow a little bit.
Squatting more than you've ever probably held on your back before, right?
Yeah, legit. I didn't know how that was gonna feel.
And
The suit does it all for you though, so.
yeah, I mean, that's same with me when it came to that deadlift. I didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, the straps do all the work.
Straps and the large Asian man that was holding me.
Oh, you know what? They couldn't hear you until now. Now they can hear you.
Okay, now you can hear me. Hey, you guys are pretty cute. So I think Bryce is gonna take me somewhere to get a haircut, and we'll come back and I'll look like a fresh man.
Correct. Yeah, we're gonna see a new Ben. No, I got you. I got you covered now. You know, Streamlabs production, all that stuff. We were talking about how if you're like a streamer, like Ben is, you have to be like a full producer. It's not just enough to lift heavy weights and be really good at Sekiro and music and all the other things Ben is good at. Yeah, you have to know production and computers and peripherals and audio, video, and the rest of it.
And for what it's worth, even if I'm glitching out here, the setup we have here is incredibly complicated. So we appreciate you guys being patient with us as we navigate the more complex and like fancy and awesome setup is. The more even little tiny things can really mess with it. So thank you guys for bearing with us through all of it. We appreciate y'all very much, and excited. I think we're gonna roll into our break pretty soon.
Yep.
And make sure you guys come back for a couple of fun things later. Bryce, if you want to introduce what those are going to be?
Yeah, so tonight we have some games. This is our game night, so we're going to play Family Feud when we come back. We have some categories that some of my own followers on Instagram and Discord helped me create. So we'll be playing a powerlifting version of Family Feud. We'll have a few games for that, and then we'll have a powerlifting version of Jeopardy as well. So that'll be fun. And And then in the middle of that, we've got a roundtable on programming. So we'll throw some questions around to some people who do this for a living. So please tune into that. It'll be a really fun few hours here as we tone it down a little bit for this evening session. So thank you guys. Ben's parents, I see you. I'm going to take care of that haircut. I hope you guys keep the donations rolling. Make sure you're inviting your friends and family to join us as well. Remember, for the rest of the weekend, we're also matching all donations from athletes' parents and coaches' parents up to $1,000 courtesy of Eric Bockhorn's parents too. That includes the donation from Ben Rice's parents. So that's a donation inception. That's a match.
I love to see it, even if you don't understand. It's good things for all of us, but keep it rolling, friends. We've still got lots of money that can go to these good causes and help people out who really need it. So
we really appreciate you guys. So we're going to take that break, and we will see you guys soon. Thank you.
The
If you've been affected by
NAACP.
suicide,
On
you're not
February
alone.
12,
Suicide is a
1909,
leading
what is
cause of
now
death
the
that
nation's
affects
oldest
millions
and
each year.
largest grassroots
In
civil
most
rights
cases,
organization.
it happens when stressful life events
The
overload the coping
NAACP,
abilities
which
of someone
stands
suffering
for
from
the
mental health
National
condition.
Association
And the
for
most
Advanced
common condition
Colored
associated
People,
with
has been a
suicide is
driving
depression,
force in
an
fighting
illness that goes
race-based
undiagnosed
discrimination
or
in the
untreated
United
far too
States
often.
since its founding. In 1909, racial injustices were common. Segregation was legal in many parts of the United States. Employment discrimination was common, and voting rights were often denied. People of color across the country had to live with the fear of racial violence and lynching. And so, the NAACP was formed, built on the ideals of another group, the Niagara Movement. W.E.B. Du Bois, along with 29 other prominent African Americans, started the Niagara Movement in 1905. They met near Niagara Falls and wrote a manifesto calling for equal civil rights, the end of racial discrimination, and the full recognition of humanity for people of color. In 1909, many white liberals in New York City joined with some of the Niagara Movement's black intellectual leaders. And from that group, the NAACP was